Chapter 1, starting with a personal secretary. Harder, harder. Almost there, push harder. In a high-end private restaurant, Cohen was opening a bottle of wine and struggling to pull out the cork. "You're so slow even pulling out a wine cork, let's break up." Annie had a sullen face, as if Cohen owed her money. Because of a trivial matter, she wanted to break up with her boyfriend. "Stop it." Cohen was a little speechless. His girlfriend always wants to break up with him. She is really too much. If he was right, and would be asking for money soon. I wonder what excuse she will make this time. "It's okay if we don't break up. Today is Labor Day, so send me a big red envelope." Sure enough, Annie asked Cohen for a red envelope again. Breaking up was just a pretext, asking for money was her real purpose. He. Cohen smiled bitterly in his heart. This time the excuse is Labor Day. "Have you worked today? You dare to ask me for a red envelope? Giving out red envelopes on Labor Day too? And didn't I already buy you a 16,000 yuan Prada bag, over 8,000 yuan Dior high heels, and treat you to a 2,000 yuan private dinner today?" Cohen couldn't help but frown. Although he is young and promising, he is bound to make a fortune just like those handsome guys who added this book to their bookshelves. However, he couldn't stand his girlfriend's behavior. I don't know when it started, but almost all holidays have become women's holidays. This is so weird and ironic. The world is becoming more corrupt and people's hearts are no longer the same. Whether it is Children's Day, Women's Day, Christmas, New Year's Day, Spring Festival, or Army Day, National Day, Double 11, Double 12, Arbor Day. Whenever there is a festival, his girlfriend would ask Cohen for a red envelope. At first Cohen refused, but couldn't stand her nagging and gave her a red envelope. Once you start, you can't stop. In order to express his love, he gives his girlfriend red envelopes on almost every holiday. And the amount of red envelopes is getting bigger and bigger. From the initial 13.14 yuan, to 52 yuan, and then to 131.4 yuan. Then it was 520 yuan, then 666 yuan, then 888 yuan, and then 1,314 yuan in red envelopes. Do you think 1314 is the biggest red envelope he gave out? However, it was not the case. He also sent out a red envelope of 88,888. Big red envelopes cannot be sent out, all transfers are made directly. Whenever the red envelope I sent was less than 500 yuan, she would dislike it. This has caused him to have psychological trauma towards various festivals. And these red envelopes are actually just a small thing. Cohen takes her on a trip at least once a month, sometimes domestically and sometimes internationally. The minimum standard of accommodation must be a 5-star hotel. In Dubai, most hotels are 6-star and 7-star. Traveling is not just about sightseeing, it also involves crazy shopping. Every month, Cohen would buy her bags worth over 10,000 yuan each, shoes worth over 5,000 yuan, clothes, and even more expensive women's watches. This girlfriend's appetite is getting bigger and bigger, like a bottomless black hole, and she is never satisfied. We've only been dating for a year, but he's already spent over $1 million on her. Cohen is not a rich second generation, he is just an ordinary handsome guy. It's just that I made a small amount of money from investing before. Just like those handsome readers who gave 5-star reviews, as long as they hit the right trend, they can also make millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of dollars. It's no big deal. When good fortune comes, you can't stop it. Although Cohen makes money quickly, his girlfriend spends money even faster. Is she a scumbag? Are you pooing him? Have you been defrauding people of their money? If it is a woman you have just met, it would be very insatiable and demanding. He would have slapped her long ago, there was no way she could tolerate it. Cohen has always treated Annie as his first love, which is why he constantly meets her various requests. And she became more and more greedy. Are you going to give out red envelopes or not? Seeing that Cohen was slow to send the red envelope, Annie became impatient and put on a sour face. Then I'll send you a 520. Cohen said, expressionless. At this time, he was actually very unhappy and felt like he was being kidnapped by the red envelope. 520? Are you treating a beggar like that? Nowadays, a girl can easily spend more than 520 on cosmetics, even just lipstick. Annie rolled her eyes and said dissatisfiedly, can you really afford a 520 red envelope? A bowl of poisonous chicken soup was poured down my throat. In her opinion, the way to measure how much her boyfriend loves her is how much money he spends on her. The more money you spend on her, the more you love her, and everything else is bullshit. Hee hee, the problem is that all your cosmetics were bought by me. Yi Koen couldn't help but laugh. His girlfriend's cosmetics, from small items like lipstick to large items like skincare sets, were all bought by him. The skincare products I bought for her were all La Mer sets, the kind that cost tens of thousands of dollars a set. Even with this, she still has many complaints and feels unsatisfied. Yi Koen was very disappointed. When everything is measured by money, the relationship has completely deteriorated and becomes more like a transaction. Since it is a transaction, it depends on whether the other party is worth the price. When you go to the supermarket to buy things, you must check the prices clearly and compare prices from different stores. Everyone has a scale in their heart. Don't treat the other person as a fool. I don't care. If you really love me, just give me a red envelope of 5,200. Annie didn't notice the change in Yi Koen's expression and opened her mouth again. I drank another bowl of poisonous chicken soup. She felt that if Yi Koen loved her, he should give her a big red envelope, otherwise he didn't love her. Time and again, constantly asking for more, never feeling satisfied. But never thought about what you have paid for. Can you ask for unlimited things just by having a face and a body? No. This time, Yi Koen refused. He felt that his bottom line was being crossed again and again, and he could no longer tolerate it. It's not that he doesn't want to spend money on women, but when the other party takes the initiative to ask for money, he will feel cheap and low. What made him feel sick was that the other party was never satisfied and took all his efforts for granted. He is not looking for a girlfriend to live with, she is clearly a vampire. He was greedy, demanding without limit and never satisfied. He was like a vampire, constantly sucking blood from him. Just as Yi Koen opened his mouth to refuse, a prompt sound rang in his head. Ding! A super rich seed has been detected, and the system is binding the trillion super rich. Ding! Binding completed. Host, Yi Koen. Strength, 8. Agility, 7. Constitution, 8. Spirit, 7. Charm, 7. The peak attribute of ordinary people is 10. The super rich's reserve fund, trillions of Chinese currency. Yi Koen has read countless books and is a novel connoisseur like those handsome guys. So after being surprised, he quickly accepted the fact of the binding system. Ding! Detected that the host rejected the unreasonable request of a bad woman, rewarded with a well-behaved and capable personal female secretary. Description: become a super rich man and reach the pinnacle of life, starting with rejecting a bad woman. Chapter 2, slap the money-worshipping green tea and reward the 100 billion group. Yi Koen didn't care about the reward from his personal female secretary. Instead, he noticed the glaring word bad girl. Bad girl. It turns out that Annie is really a scumbag. Yi Koen didn't want to think so before, but the system has verified it, and she is sure that she is a scumbag. I spoiled her to the sky and treated her like my first love. I was so blind. What? You won't give me a red envelope? You can earn tens of thousands a day, but you won't even give me a 5,200 red envelope. You don't love me at all. Annie started to lose her temper again, with an ugly face, as if it was natural for Yi Koen to give her money. If you don't give her money, it means you don't love her. Another bowl of poisonous chicken soup was poured in. I wonder if she was brainwashed by Tian Yu and Mu again, or if this is just her nature. Ding! A green tea bitch is detected, and is morally blackmailing the host. Choice 1, be a bootlicker and send a 5,200 red envelope to the green tea bitch. Reward, a titanium alloy dog leash, valued at 9.9 yuan, free shipping. Option 2, give the money-worshipping green tea bitch a slap in the face and be rewarded with a group company worth over 100 billion. Oh shit. It is worthy of being called the billionaire system, a group company with a value exceeding 100 billion at a time. Rich. A titanium alloy dog leash for 9.9 with free shipping and a group company worth over 100 billion. How to choose? Those handsome guys who gave 5-star reviews made the right choice. Stop using the name of love to morally blackmail me. Yi Koen stood up and spoke coldly while looking at Annie. I won't give you a 5,200 red envelope. Not only will I not give you a red envelope this time, I will never give you a red envelope again. A bad girl will only take advantage of every opportunity and become arrogant because of the favor she receives. He takes your kindness to him for granted. She would lose her temper if she was not satisfied with anything. This kind of scumbag woman should not be tolerated. I should have rejected it harshly a long time ago. Slap her hard in the face. When Annie heard what Ji Koon said, she was completely stunned. Transfixed. Wooden chicken. In the past, Ji Koon doted on her in every way, giving her whatever she wanted and never refusing her. This gave her an illusion and she really thought she was the queen. She takes other people's kindness to her for granted and demands too much. No gratitude at all. Ji Koon, if you dare not give me a red envelope, I will break up with you immediately. After Annie was confused, she resorted to the killer move of breaking up. In the past, whenever she proposed to break up, Ji Koon would try to keep her and please her. This gave her another illusion that Ji Koon couldn't live without her. Let's break up. I treated you like my first love, but you tricked me everywhere, cheating me out of money and sex. You scumbag, green tea bitch. Ji Koon exploded. He finally saw the true face of this woman. They were just playing tricks on him, trying to defraud him of his money and sex. I gave my heart to her and treated her like my first love, but what I got in return was deception. I don't really want to break up with you. I was just joking. Let's not break up. When Annie saw that Ji Koon really wanted to break up with her, she panicked. I'm confused. She just wanted to threaten Ji Koon to give her money by breaking up with him, and she didn't really intend to break up. However, Ji Koon did not follow her routine. Not following the beaten path. Are you worried that after we break up, you won't be able to find someone who treats you as well as I do and is willing to spend money on you? Ji Koon sneered, having seen through the true face of this green tea bitch. Don't think your tricks are so clever that you treat others as fools. I love you, you are the queen. I don't love you, you are nothing. Ji Koon looked directly at Annie and said coldly. When men are sober and rational, they will never fall into the trap of the green tea bitch. The reason why you were cheated by a bad girl is because you gave your true love to the wrong person. However, some scumbag men and women take advantage of the other party's true love and devotion, and act unscrupulously, asking for excessive amounts of money and sex. No. I don't want to break up, please. Don't break up with me. Annie was stunned. She grabbed Ji Koon's hand and begged him desperately, refusing to break up. She was the one who proposed the breakup, and she was also the one who was afraid of the breakup. This kind of scumbag woman is a paper tiger. She doesn't want to break up. Is it because she loves Ji Koon? Of course not. What she loves is Ji Koon's money. She only loves herself. Roll. Ji Koon uttered a word and shook off Annie's hand. He has seen through this woman's true face and will never be deceived by her again. This is an extremely selfish green tea bitch, a scumbag who tries every possible means to get money from men. No. I don't want to break up. I don't want to break up. Ji Koon, don't think about getting rid of me like this. Seeing that her pleas were ineffective, Annie started throwing a tantrum, revealing her true nature as a bad woman. Ha, you're still trying to get a breakup fee out of me, right? We've been dating for less than a year, and I'm not even going to mention the over $1 million I've spent on you. You even swindled me out of over $1 million in cash and a Porsche. If I call the police, you'll have to give up all the money in the car, and you might even go to jail for fraud. You'd better take care of yourself. Ji Koon stared at Annie and said coldly. He has seen through the nature of this woman, who is just a green tea bitch who cheats people for money and sex. The reason why I was deceived by her before was not because her methods were so clever or her tricks were so deep, but because I treated her with my whole heart. This is fucked. When Annie saw that Ji Koon had completely seen through her thoughts, she was suddenly speechless, her face distorted, and she couldn't say anything for a long time. If Ji Koon really called the police, she would have to return the money and car she had cheated. But she was unwilling to give up. Ji Koon, are you kidding me? I'm telling you, if you don't give me the breakup fee, don't even think about getting rid of me like this. Anne's ugly face was completely exposed, and she started yelling loudly, attracting the attention of everyone in the restaurant. After all, she was still unwilling to give up Ji Koon, her cash cow, and wanted to cheat him out of some breakup fee. Ji Koon felt a chill in his heart. Millions are enough to feed a dog. This green tea bitch is so greedy that after her true face was exposed, she even had the nerve to ask him for breakup fee. Bad girl. This woman is such a scumbag. It's so shameless. Madam, you are suspected of fraud and extortion. Please return the proceeds of the fraud immediately and apologize to my boss. Otherwise, I will sue you. You will receive a lawyer's letter within 3 days. At this time, a beautiful woman in an OL business suit came over with a sharp look in her eyes and warned Annie. Who are you? And was shocked, looking at the young woman in front of her whose figure and temperament were superior to hers. I'm Mr. Yi Kuan's personal lawyer. He's my boss. The woman smiled, confident and calm. Private lawyer? How come I didn't know Yi Kuan had a private lawyer? And looked at the woman in front of her with suspicion. I don't need to explain this to you. Please return all the proceeds from the fraud to my boss and apologize to him, otherwise I will sue you. You will face a prison sentence of not less than 3 years and not more than 10 years. The woman spoke, her voice strong and powerful. This, Yi Kuan, you're not really going to sue me, are you? I've been with you for a year, after all. A year of my youth is worth millions, right? Annie was so frightened that her face turned pale and she begged Yi Kuan. She was still talking confidently and using all kinds of theories about being a scumbag. Roll. Looking at you makes me feel sick. Yi Kuan said coldly, completely disappointed with her. Okay. I'll leave right now. And panicked and grabbed her Prada bag and Porsche keys and tried to escape. Wait, you can take the bag, but leave the car keys. That Porsche is mine, how dare you take it? Yi Kuan said coldly. This woman is so shameless that she even wants to drive away his Porsche. Annie gritted her teeth, threw down the Porsche keys, grabbed her bag and ran away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of slapping the money-worshipping green tea bitch in the face and obtaining a group company worth over 100 billion. The author has something to say. Handsome guys gather together, the super rich is coming. Chapter 3 Kuanpeng Group worth 900 billion. Company name, Kuanpeng Group. Registered capital, 900 billion Chinese yuan. Company address, Kuanpeng Building, Lujiazui, Shanghai. Bonus, a security team and a luxury fleet. Oh shit. Give the money-worshipping green tea bitch a slap in the face and reward the Kuanpeng Group with 900 billion. Over 100 billion, it turned out to be 900 billion. I like this. I just like such a domineering system. I like it very much. Kuanpeng Building, the tallest building in Shanghai, has a total of 136 floors. The building alone is worth more than 100 billion yuan and is also an asset of Kuanpeng Group. Now, the entire Kuanpeng Group belongs to him. This is like Kuanpeng spreading its wings and soaring up to 90,000 miles. This is the super rich system. Too arrogant. Moreover, not only did he become the boss of the 900 billion group company, but he even had a security team arranged for him. This system was really thoughtful. Yi Kuan silently gave a thumbs up to the Yazio Shenhao system in his heart. At this time, the beautiful woman who rescued Yi Kuan came over. Hello, boss. I'm Chen Wenwen, your newly hired personal secretary. Chen Wenwen smiled and greeted Yi Kuan respectfully with an extremely respectful attitude. She has a beautiful voice and speaks softly. He is completely different from his previous sharp look when he angrily criticized the green tea bitch. This is a woman who is both cute and domineering. Ding! The host's personal secretary has completed his report. Yi Kuan was slightly surprised that he could check Chen Wenwen's personal information. It turned out that the beautiful woman who stepped forward was the personal secretary rewarded by the system. She has the beauty of a school belle and a devilishly proud figure. She has a graceful and exquisite body, with a curvy figure. She wears an OL professional suit, black stockings, and has a pair of sexy long legs. She looks like she walked out of a game comic. The key is 36D. This needs no explanation, those who understand will understand. This girl is absolutely magnificent. Personal female secretary? Yi Kuan was still a little confused, but he understood the female secretary. However, I don't quite understand what this close to the body means. Boss, I'm your 24-hour personal secretary. In addition to helping you with your daily work, I'll also take care of your daily life. Chen Wenwen puffed out her chest and gave Yi Kuan a charming, healing smile. Her unintentional action almost burst the 2 buttons of her white shirt. The amazing arc revealed is breathtaking. Stormy waves. And her identity turned out to be Yi Kuan's 24-hour personal secretary. It feels so good. Yi Kuan silently praised the female secretary's broad-mindedness. This is a woman who does great things. You did a great job just now. Yi Kuan praised Chen Wenwen. If Chen Wenwen had not stepped forward just now, he would still be harassed by that money-worshipping green tea bitch. He was still satisfied with Chen Wenwen's performance just now. Every boss wants a female secretary like this. You're welcome, boss. It's my duty and honor to help you solve your problems. Chen Wenwen smiled, appearing very humble. By the way, how much is your salary? Yi Kuan asked. He still didn't know how much salary he paid his personal secretary. It is necessary to understand this, after all, the salary will be paid by him as the boss in the future. Boss, I'm your 24-hour full-time personal secretary, and my annual salary is tens of millions. Chen Wenwen replied. With an annual salary of tens of millions, she is very fond of this job. Even in the international metropolis of Shanghai, it is enough for her to live a comfortable life. Well, from now on, your salary will be doubled. Yi Kuan said. He is now a super rich man with assets exceeding 900 billion. Is it okay to give your personal secretary a raise? Just willful and arrogant. The boss is so nice. I will continue to work hard and serve you wholeheartedly. Chen Wenwen was overjoyed, her heart was filled with excitement. Magnificent. With just one word from her boss, her annual salary increased from 10 million to 20 million. The surprise came too suddenly. Ding! The host shocked his personal female secretary, increasing her favorability and receiving a cash reward of 10 million. The funds have been deposited into the Shinhao Black Gold card. Oh shit! He gave his female secretary a raise and also received a 10 million yuan reward. It feels so good. It is worthy of being called the trillion-dollar godly system. Arrogant. When Yi Kuan was about to pay the bill, Chen Wenwen called the waiter from the private restaurant over for him. Sir, including the drinks, your total consumption is 8,800. The waiter said. The meal cost 4,000 and a bottle of wine was 4,008. The meal cost more than 8,000 yuan. If it were before, Yi Kuan might still feel a little painful. However, for him, a wealthy man with assets exceeding 900 billion yuan, it is just a piece of cake. When Yi Kuan swiped his card to pay, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! The host spent 8,800 yuan and received a tenfold cashback card. Cool. Although I spent 8,800 yuan, I received a tenfold cashback card. Great value. However, surprises continue. Immediately afterwards, the system triggered a new task. Ding! Triggering the mission, say goodbye to the past and start a new life of super rich. Test mission, embark on a shopping spree and spend 10 million in 3 hours. Explanation, a qualified super rich person should know how to invest money in himself and build himself into a high-quality super rich person with taste. Requirement, this 10 million must be spent entirely on yourself. Mission reward, charm +1, a duplex mansion worth over 500 million. Spend money and get rewards, cool. Whether it is charm value or luxury house, they are all good things. Especially the charm value, which can't be bought with money. Of course, he also wanted a duplex mansion worth more than 500 million yuan. Spending 10 million in 3 hours doesn't seem difficult. The key point of this task is to spend all the money on yourself. As long as you buy it for yourself, there are no limits. That's right. Why should you please others just because you have money? Isn't it nice to please yourself? Wouldn't it be nice to reward yourself? He should have invested his money in himself a long time ago. In the past, Yi Kuan gave all the good things to that green tea bitch. He buys clothes worth thousands or tens of thousands of yuan for others, but he himself only wears cheap clothes worth a few hundred yuan. He buys bags worth tens of thousands of dollars for others, but he is reluctant to buy a wallet worth only a few $1,000s for himself. He bought the other person a women's watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, but he was reluctant to buy a watch for himself. With his financial strength, he could have lived a very free and awesome life, but because of a bad woman, he became a fool. He won't do that kind of stupid thing again. Wouldn't it be great to invest money in yourself, improve your taste and image, and attract high-quality women? Wenwen, accompany me to go shopping at the IFC. Yi Kuan waved at Chen Wenwen and spoke in a domineering manner. It's boring to go shopping alone, so you can ask your personal secretary to come along. Okay, boss. Chen Wenwen smiled and nodded, being very obedient. She is Yi Kuan's personal secretary and will obey any orders from her boss. Chapter 4: Rolls-Royce Fleet, Wine and Beauties. After leaving the private restaurant, Yi Kuan took out the Porsche keys and was about to drive his own Cayenne. However, he saw 2 rows of Rolls-Royce Phantoms parked outside the door. It was so magnificent that it dazzled the eyes of countless passers-by. Oh shit! Who is so grand? So many Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Yi Kuan was shocked when he saw 6 Rolls-Royce Phantoms neatly lined up in 2 rows outside the door. 1 or 2 Rolls-Royces may not be a big deal. However, when 6 Phantoms are placed in front of you, it is quite visually impactful and shocking. One of the Rolls-Royce Phantoms in particular is a specially extended version, which is much wider than the ordinary Phantom and looks very luxurious and grand. At first glance, you can tell it's the boss's car. Which big boss owns such a fleet of Rolls-Royce Phantoms? Boss, please get in the specially made extended edition Phantom in the middle. At this moment, Jin Wenwen spoke respectfully to Yi Kuan and pointed to the most luxurious extended version of Rolls-Royce Phantom. Oh shit! No way! No way! These 6 Rolls-Royce Phantoms are all my cars? It turns out that I am the big boss who owns the entire Rolls-Royce Phantom fleet. Awesome! Too arrogant. However, Yi Kuan soon felt relieved after thinking about it. Now that he is a billionaire with a fortune of 900 billion, it's not too much for him to have a few Rolls-Royces, right? It turns out that this fleet of Rolls-Royce Phantoms is the one given by the system. The included fleet is so awesome, those other rich guys are trash. Ha ha ha. Yi Kuan was shocked in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface. Hold on. He needs to adapt to his new identity as a super rich man as soon as possible. With a fleet of Rolls-Royce Phantoms, he's too lazy to even drive a Porsche Cayenne. After all, driving yourself is not as comfortable as sitting in the back seat of a Rolls-Royce Phantom. In particular, he has a hot female secretary by his side. Boss, please get in the car. A driver wearing a black suit, white gloves, with a burly figure and sharp eyes respectfully opened the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom for Yi Kuan. Ding, the host's security captain Zhao Hu has completed his report. Name, Zhao Hu. Height, 190 centimeters. Appearance, 65. Loyalty, 95. Proficient in various fighting techniques, firearms, investigation, tracking. This burly driver turned out to be his security captain. Not bad, it makes him feel safe. Jukiani Group Company, one-stop service for bodyguards, secretaries, and fleet. It feels so good. Yi Kuan nodded slightly to Zhao Hu, then calmly sat in the back seat of the extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Chen Wenwen sat close next to Yi Kuan, and a faint feminine scent floated in the Rolls-Royce Phantom. He was sitting on a spacious and comfortable leather seat, with a luxurious and elegant starry sky ceiling above his head, and a beautiful and charming personal secretary sitting next to him. It's very boring. Simple and unpretentious. So, Yi Kuan opened the wine cabinet of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, took out a bottle of wine at random, and planned to have a drink. However, when he took a closer look, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. The wine in his hand was actually a bottle of 1990 Romanée Conti. You have to know that this is the 1990 Romanée Conti. This bottle of wine alone costs over 1 million. Moreover, this wine cannot be bought with money, but is provided in limited quantities to certain distinguished people. The 1990 Romanée Conti is generally a collection of the wealthy. Unless there is a significant occasion, people would not dare to take it out and drink it. Yi Kuan was very casual and asked his female secretary to open the bottle of Romanée Conti for him. Today is his first day as a super rich man, and he must drink a bottle of Romanée Conti to celebrate. Sitting in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, hugging his sexy female secretary, and drinking a glass of Romanée Conti wine, the air of this wealthy man immediately comes out. The key is that the back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom has absolute privacy. Pull the car curtain and you will create your own space. No matter what Boss Yi and his female secretary did in the back seat, the driver turned a deaf ear to them. 6 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, 2x2, drove towards the IFC Mall in Shanghai. Yi Kuan sat in the most luxurious extended version of Phantom in the middle. There were 2 Rolls-Royces leading the way in front, 2 Rolls-Royces escorting behind, and another Rolls-Royce guarding the side. It is so grand and magnificent, and this is what a presidential trip should be like. It was so powerful that it shocked the whole audience. This is much more awesome than any sports car racing down the street. Handsome guys drive sports cars, and big guys all drive Rolls-Royces. Holy crap! Which wealthy tycoon is traveling? So arrogant. 6 Rolls Royces, and all of them are phantoms. Amazing. Each of these Rolls Royce phantoms is worth tens of millions. Holy crap. Did you see that? That phantom in the middle is a custom-made, extended version. It's luxurious and one of a kind. Along the way, the fleet of Rolls Royce phantoms shocked countless passers-by and drivers. Ding! A fleet of Rolls Royce phantoms amazes passers-by, offering a reward of a domestically produced Hongqi supercar worth 30 million yuan. Hongqi Tang, a concept supercar with twin W16 engines and carbon fiber throughout, can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 1.9 seconds and reach a top speed of 360 km/h, limited to just one unit worldwide. This is one of a kind. The Hongqi Tang supercar has been stored in the system space and the host can retrieve it at any time. Oh shit. The reward was actually a Hongqi Tang supercar. Yi Koan was shocked. Hongqi Tang is a new concept supercar launched by the domestically produced Hongqi. Whether in terms of appearance or power, it is not inferior to the legendary car like Ferrari LaFerrari. The maximum speed is 360 km/h, even exceeding the Porsche 918. A must-like for this domestically produced magic car. Those super-rich protagonists all drive Lamborghini Veneno, Ferrari LaFerrari, Pagani Wingo, Bugatti, Zonda, and so on. It's everywhere. Handsome guys should drive domestic magic cars. I really like the Hongqi supercar. Now, he cannot take possession of the Hongqi Tang supercar, so he should first enjoy the luxury of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Yi Koan put his arm around Chen Wenwen's slender waist while sipping Romane Conti. It's very boring. The speed is very stable. Yi Koan sat in the Rolls-Royce Phantom and didn't feel a single bump. Come, Wenwen, have a drink with me. Yi Koan said to his female secretary Chen Wenwen. How can you drink alone? It would be more fun to drink with a beautiful woman. Okay, boss. Chen Wenwen smiled and poured herself a small glass of Romane Conti. This is a 1990 vintage of Romane Conti that costs over $1 million. One sip will cost you tens of thousands. Many wealthy people cannot drink this kind of famous wine. She was able to taste this good wine only because of her boss's help. The two of them clinked their glasses and drank together, which was a unique experience. Chen Wenwen's posture of holding wine is very elegant. When drinking, she takes small sips slowly, which is full of charm. Flaming red lips, luxury cars, and fine wine. After 2 glasses of red wine, Yi Koan suddenly felt a little dizzy. It's not the wine that makes people drunk, it's the people themselves. Boss, if you feel dizzy, just lean on me and rest for a while. I'll call you when we get to the IFC center. Chen Wenwen spoke with a smile and a gentle tone. So considerate. Okay, I'll take a break then. Yi Koan nodded, put down the wine glass, and leaned gently on Chen Wenwen's plump and delicate body. He really needs comfort now. It's not easy to heal after being hurt by a bad woman. Unless there is a gentle and well-behaved girl who is willing to comfort him wholeheartedly. Use her gentle hands to heal the wounds in his heart. Use her broad heart to give him a warm harbor. Boss, let me give you a massage. Chen Wenwen was very well behaved and sensible, and gave Yi Koan a massage considerately. She understood that the boss needed comfort the most at this moment. Girls who are considerate are the cutest. The author has something to say. Handsome guys gather. Chapter 5 Shopping Spree. Boss, we're here at the IFC shopping center. Arriving at the destination, Chen Wenwen leaned over and spoke softly. Are we here already? Yi Koan was also slightly surprised. He felt that time passed very quickly inside the Rolls-Royce. IFC is one of the top luxury shopping malls in Shanghai. Luxury brands such as Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Hermes, Prada, Dior, Gucci, Armani, Van Cleef Arpels and others all have stores here. Unlike ordinary shopping malls with bustling scenes of people coming and going, the IFC shopping center seems a bit deserted. There are actually not many people in the store, which is decorated extremely luxuriously. Because there are not many people who can afford to come to IFC for shopping, most of them are the so-called elites. If your wallet is not full, ordinary people really don't have the confidence to step into the IFC. This type of luxury shopping mall is positioned for a small number of high-end customers. Ordinary people would not go to the IFC shopping mall to wander around if they have nothing to do. Looking at those expensive luxury items and your empty wallet will undoubtedly be a huge torment and easily lead to a psychological gap. Yi Koen is considered a young and promising man, and he used to come to the IFC shopping mall quite often. However, he always bought things for his ex-girlfriend. Buy each other bags, shoes, clothes, jewelry. I just haven't bought myself a nice outfit. This time Yi Koen doesn't want to please anyone, he only invests in himself. From today on, he will live for himself and live freely. He wants to be a suave, unrestrained and uninhibited man. Yi Koen led Chen Wenwen into the luxury store and received an extremely attentive reception. There was no situation of being despised or ridiculed as in the novel. In fact, as long as you walk into a luxury store with your back straight, the salespeople will come to serve you attentively. They will treat you like a god, speak sweetly to you, and provide extremely thoughtful service. No matter you are rich or poor, when entering such a luxury store, you must not lose in momentum. Even if you only have a coin in your pocket, you should imagine yourself as a big boss with billions of assets. In that way, the aura will be created, and you can easily suppress the sales staff of those luxury stores and make them welcome you with a smile. Of course, a man must have money in his pocket to be truly confident and stand up straight. Yi Koen and Chen Wenwen first walked into a luxuriously decorated Gucci store. Displayed in the most conspicuous position in the store are several rows of the latest fashionable women's bags that have just participated in the International Fashion Week show. Any bag here costs tens of thousands. Sir, your girlfriend is so beautiful. Are you looking for a bag for her? We have the latest women's handbags that have just arrived. A female salesperson came over very attentively. Although Yi Koen was dressed very ordinary, he stood straight, looked radiant, and had a strong aura. He was accompanied by a stunning beauty. Generally speaking, people who bring beautiful women to luxury stores are most likely real customers who want to make purchases. In order to please beautiful women, such customers often spend a lot of money. Moreover, some dogs are willing to lick the goddess even if it means bleeding profusely. The price of licking a goddess once may be that you have to eat instant noodles silently in a deserted corner for several months. Despite this, there are still some people who are willing to be bootlickers. When the saleswoman saw that Yi Koen was accompanied by a stunningly beautiful woman, she subconsciously thought that he was buying a gift for his companion. I'm not buying bags, I'm looking at sunglasses. Yi Koen said lightly. He did not play by the rules. He went into the store not to buy women's bags, but to pick out a pair of fashionable sunglasses for himself. Now, he doesn't need to please any woman, just himself. Buy whatever you like. It feels so good. A handsome man is the most attractive. And being a bootlicker is humble. Oh, okay, our Gucci sunglasses are also very trendy. The female salesperson looked embarrassed, it seemed that the flattery was not targeted. She secretly glanced at Chen Wenwen again, a very beautiful and sexy girl. Could it be that this school beauty is not that gentleman's girlfriend, but his lover? However, even if the two are in a lover relationship, it should be the man who buys gifts to please the beauty. However, Yi Koen was very calm and free and easy, with no intention of trying to please the beauty at all. This actually greatly enhanced Yi Koen's charm. How could a man who could remain so calm beside a stunning beauty be an ordinary person? The female salesperson labeled Yi Koen a high-quality man in her mind. A truly high-quality man will not kowtow to a woman. Their target is a high-quality woman of equal status. Those giant baby girls and women with princess syndrome often only attract bootlickers and scumbags. High-quality men look down on them. Chen Wenwen is an extremely beautiful woman, but Yi Koen did not try to please her deliberately. Obviously, Yi Koen is the dominant one in their relationship. The female salesperson had a sharp eye and immediately went to serve Yi Koen attentively. Chen Wenwen noticed the saleswoman's look and just smiled without explaining anything. She followed Yi Koen very obediently and helped him choose glasses. This further verified the judgment of the female salesperson, and she became more attentive in serving Yi Koen. In the end, Yi Koen just picked out a pair of fashionable sunglasses with blue lenses. Not expensive, 8,600 yuan. There were no other products in the Gucci store that could attract Yi Koen, so the two of them left after swiping their cards. Then, Yi Koen entered the Armani store and started shopping. Although Yi Koen is not short of money now, he does not buy things indiscriminately like a nouveau riche. He only buys what he likes. The female salesperson enthusiastically recommended several fashionable items of the season to Yi Koen. The female secretary Chen Wenwen chose the matching clothes for Yi Koen, which was very thoughtful and considerate. Although Chen Wenwen is just a female secretary, she has a unique vision and a good sense of fashion, and the clothes she matches make Yi Koen very satisfied. Chen Wenwen, the female secretary, is quite capable. Yi Koen has a lot to say about this. In the end, Yi Koen spent more than 1 million yuan in the Armani store. The female salesperson who received Yi Koen was so happy that she treated Yi Koen like a god. She even bent her waist to 90 degrees when she was seeing him off. Big customers like Yi Koen, who can easily spend millions, are the high-quality customers that luxury goods sales companies like them try their best to grasp. Mr. Yi, this is my business card. Please let me know next time you visit Armani. I will do my best to serve you. The saleswoman deliberately lowered her collar to reveal the cleavage of her chest and enthusiastically handed over her business card. The business card contains the saleswoman's personal phone number and WeChat ID. Yi Koen did not refuse in person, but after taking the business card, he handed it directly to his female secretary Chen Wenwen without even looking at it. This made the saleswoman, who thought she was quite pretty, feel very disappointed. She also hoped that a wealthy man like Yi Koen could contact her privately, but it seemed that hope was very slim. Not to mention anything else, the appearance and figure of the beauty next to Yi Koen are not comparable to those of a luxury goods salesperson like her. Her appearance score is also 7 points, and it can reach 8 points after putting on makeup. She has a hot body and dresses fashionably. She is a goddess in the eyes of some losers. However, in Yi Koen's eyes, she was completely insignificant. I can only be considered a mediocre fan. Handsome boy, click on the author's avatar to read all the author's books. Chapter 6, Green Tea vs. Fake Rich Second-Generation Scumbag. Boss, you look so handsome in this outfit. Chen Wenwen stared at Yi Koen with her beautiful eyes, her eyes full of little stars. Successful men are the most attractive, and Yi Koen is a handsome guy. After changing into a fashionable brand, Yi Koen's handsome temperament was undoubtedly revealed. Very handsome. Yes, he's as handsome as those handsome guys who added this book to their bookshelves. Just like those handsome guys who gave 5-star reviews, he is rich and powerful, and he is approachable. You mean I wasn't handsome before? Yi Koen deliberately put on a stern face and said. No. Boss, even if he's wearing flip-flops or beach shorts, he's still the most handsome. Chen Wenwen immediately changed her tone and started to act cute. No matter when, the boss is the most handsome. That's more like it. Yi Koen rubbed the secretary's head. As a personal secretary, she is very capable and can be both cute and domineering. I like it very much. Boss, let me take these bags. Seeing Yi Koen carrying various bags, Chen Wenwen offered to help. Yi Koen didn't say anything and gave Chen Wenwen a few bags. The main reason was that it was inconvenient for him to carry too many bags by himself. Fuck. That man actually let such a delicate beauty carry his bags for him. He's totally inhumane. If I had a girlfriend as beautiful as this, I would definitely take the initiative to carry her bags and go on a shopping spree for her. That's right, girls are all little princesses. How can we let little princesses carry bags? This kind of person is a straight man, he has no gentlemanly manners at all. A few jealous men and women couldn't help but feel jealous when they saw such a stunning beauty like Chen Wenwen carrying several bags in her hands and following Yi Koen obediently. At this moment, 4 bodyguards in black suits approached Yi Koen. Let's get the things to the car first. Yi Koen waved to the bodyguards and said. Yes, boss. Several bodyguards quickly took the various bags from Yi Koen and Chen Wenwen. Holy crap! He's accompanied by several bodyguards in suits and ties when he goes out to buy things. He's a real boss. I've only seen him on TV. How inhumane. What's wrong with a beautiful woman carrying a bag? Give me a super rich man, and I'll be willing to carry cement. Yi Koen ignored the surprise of those people and led Chen Wenwen into the Hermes store. Suddenly, Chen Wenwen moved closer to Yi Koen and held his wrist affectionately. Just when Yi Koen was wondering why the female secretary suddenly became so proactive, he saw his green tea ex-girlfriend. There was also a pot-bellied man next to her. He didn't look very old, but he had gained weight prematurely. Lu Bai, today I'm giving you a chance to become your regular girlfriend. As long as you buy me this latest Hermes bag, I'll agree to be your girlfriend. And said with a haughty look, pointing at a Hermes bag. The man next to her is called Lu Bai, a rich second-generation man, and one of Annie's backup men. After her true identity was exposed by Yi Koen and she was dumped, she immediately found a rich second-generation backup to take her place, and even brought the backup to a luxury store to buy a bag. And wants to prove that she is marketable. Even if Cohen didn't want her, there were plenty of people who were eager to love her and buy her bags and gifts. This bag is too expensive, it costs 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. Is it okay not to buy it? However, Lu Bai frowned and shook his head, not wanting to be the scapegoat. When he picks up girls, he always buys high-quality imitations, never the real thing. Today, Annie suddenly said that she wanted to give him a chance to become a regular employee and asked him out for dinner and a movie, but ended up bringing him to the IFC shopping center. He was asked to pay for this, and he felt like he had been tricked. The tricks of a bad woman are too deep, and it's hard to guard against her. Didn't you say you were a rich second generation? You can't even afford a bag worth over 20,000 yuan? It turns out you don't love me at all. Annie looked suspicious, staring with dead eyes, as if she would not give up until she bought it. Moreover, she brought out the usual theory used by green tea bitches. If you love me, you have to buy me things. Only by being willing to spend money on her can you prove that you love her. If you are reluctant to spend money on her, or if you don't spend enough to meet her expectations, then you don't love her. Everything is measured in terms of material things. However, she did not understand what it meant to have insatiable desires, and she just blindly satisfied her own desires. But they don't understand what mutual respect and giving are. To put it bluntly, she is a green tea who only knows how to ask for things. My monthly allowance is only 30,000 to 50,000 yuan. I bought you a bag worth over 20,000 yuan. Am I crazy? Lu Bai is very smart and is the type who won't release the eagle until he sees the rabbit. After he realized that he had fallen into the trap of the green tea lady, he was determined not to pay. This Lu Bai can barely be considered a rich second generation, and his family assets are probably tens of millions. However, he didn't have much money at his disposal. He has nothing to do and just lives on the little pocket money given by his family. To put it bluntly, he is just using the halo of a rich second generation to pick up girls everywhere, and it seems glorious on the surface. The cost of picking up girls for him is very low. Asking him to buy a bag worth more than 20,000 yuan for a woman is absolutely impossible. Whenever a woman asks him to give her a gift worth more than 3,000 yuan, he will directly classify her as a green tea and will not take any loss. I've seen a lot of these second-generation rich green tea girls, they are all very cunning. Say sweet words for free. But there is no way to ask them to spend real money to lick women. This kind of rich second-generation scumbag is not as easy to fool as an honest man. Honest men give up everything they have to satisfy bad women, but in the end they are often cheated of their money and sex, left bruised and battered, and ultimately lose both their money and their lives. What is even worse is that the scumbag woman cheated him of his money but not his sex. Didn't you say you loved me? You couldn't even bear to buy me a bag worth over 20,000 yuan. You're such a loser. You really disappoint me. I was wrong about you. Bah, scumbag. Annie was very angry when she heard that Lu Bai was unwilling to buy her a bag. Before, Lu Bai kept saying that he loved her, made all kinds of vows, sweet words, and compliments to her, saying that he was willing to do anything for her. Even if it means climbing a mountain of swords or diving into a sea of fire, I will do it. As a result, he turned against me as soon as I brought him to buy a bag. A rich second generation like Lu Bai is too unreliable. She just asked to buy a bag worth tens of thousands of dollars. Is that too much? He refused to pay more than 20,000 yuan, and still wanted to pick up girls. Annie immediately labeled Lu Bai a scumbag. Although Lu Bai is indeed a scumbag, he hasn't started to lose his temper yet. Before this, it was Lu Bai who was trying to please her. It's just that I'm unwilling to pay her with real money. Tisk, what's this about vows of love? You believe it just because I said it. With over 20,000 yuan, wouldn't it be nice for me to go to the club and have tea with some young models? Why should I spend it on you? Who knows, you're just some trash that's been passed around a few times. Lu Bai was hit by green tea and couldn't help but sneer. He showed a disdainful expression and began to fight back. This green tea girl wants to cheat him out of a bag worth more than 20,000 yuan before he even has sex with her. Impossible. He wouldn't fall for that trick. Even if he succeeds in seducing such a woman, he will pull up his pants and deny it. It's impossible to get him to pay the bill. You bastard. When Annie heard Lu Bai say such harsh and explicit words, her face turned green with anger. This Lu Bai posts pictures of luxury cars and mansions on his WeChat moments all day long. He flies around and travels everywhere, stays in 5-star hotels, and spends tens of thousands of dollars on a meal. She thought Lu Bai was a wealthy second generation with strong financial resources. She just happened to be dumped, so she wanted to give Lu Bai a chance to become his regular employee. I didn't expect Lu Bai to be so ungrateful that he wouldn't even buy her a bag worth more than 20,000 yuan. That's right, she thought Lu Bai was ungrateful. You can't even afford a bag worth over 20,000 yuan. You're just a fake rich second generation, a poor jerk, and a scumbag. Annie was so angry that she slapped Lu Bai's fat face. Bang! Lu Bai was slapped hard in the face, and he was furious and wanted to do evil. The green tea bitch failed to trick him and became angry and hit him. He absolutely cannot tolerate this. We are all scumbags who have made up the same scumbag circle. Scumbag men and scumbag women are the same. Why should he indulge the scumbag girl? Bang! Lu Bai slapped Annie hard in the face, causing her to stagger. The slap was so hard that it left 5 red fingerprints on her face. Bah! Green tea bitch, you won't let me fuck you, but you still want to trick me. After Lu Bai slapped Annie, he spat at her. He has seen a lot of green tea. This was the first time he had encountered someone who could trick others and then beat them up with such impunity. Fatty, you dare to hit me. I'm going to fight you. And is a very aggressive person and won't tolerate any loss. After being beaten, she became hysterical and rushed up to Lu Bai like a madman, scratching him until his head was bleeding. Fuck, bitch. You're a psychopath. Lu Bai was also a person who would not suffer any loss, so he immediately punched Annie and the two of them started fighting in public. Chapter 7 Mission completed, reward received. Boss, your green tea ex-girlfriend and her backup are fighting. Should we go up and help? Chen Wenwen hugged Ji Kuan's arm, looking like she was enjoying the fun. The boss is young, promising, handsome and stylish, so why did he fall for that green tea bitch's trick before? As long as the boss opens his mouth, any kind of woman can be found. There are so many high-quality women out there, it's really bad luck to mess with this kind of green tea. Fortunately, the boss woke up in time and saw the true face of the green tea bitch. Go up and help? Help me step on it a few times? Yi Kuan was also speechless. He is not a saint, so he naturally won't sympathize with the green tea girl and the spare tire fighting each other. I didn't expect to see such a farce when I came to the shopping mall to buy things. Annie is indeed a scumbag. After being dumped, she immediately found a rich second-generation backup to take her place. This kind of green tea girl, like a scumbag, will raise a lot of fish. Usually showing off on social media, checking in at various luxury hotels, going in and out of high-end restaurants, flying everywhere, traveling everywhere. She also disguised herself as a high-end independent woman, but in fact it was all for fishing. She spends all the money she cheated from men, but still pretends to be an independent woman. Being a whore, she wants to be a saint. She even dreamed of catching a rich husband and marrying into a wealthy family in this way. This kind of scumbag woman, no matter what the outcome, it is all her own fault and does not deserve any sympathy at all. However, the fat man was also very shrewd and did not fall into the trap of the green tea girl. Because of their circle, the second generation of rich people have been influenced by it and have seen too many green tea girls. It is actually very difficult for green tea girls to trick the rich second generation and cheat money from them. Because many rich second generations appear to be living in luxury houses and driving luxury cars, but in fact they have very little money in their pockets. They can spend a little money to deceive those green tea girls who want to hook up with rich second generations and marry into wealthy families. What's more, there are many fake rich second generations now, who are all in disguise, just like those socialites who share purchases. They don't have much money themselves, and they even try to cheat women out of their money and their bodies. Routines, all routines. Perhaps because of his lack of strength, Lu Bai was unwilling to spend a lot of money to meet the unreasonable demands of the green tea girl. Neither he nor green tea was willing to suffer any loss. They both felt that they had been deceived and tricked by the other, so they had a big fight and ended up fighting. Since ancient times, deep affection cannot be retained, only routines can win people's hearts. However, there are times when routines fail. Green tea doesn't usually end well. Sooner or later, you will have to pay for what you have done. A green tea girl can deceive 8 or 10 honest people, but if she meets a ruthless person, she may be ruined. Or you may be disgraced and despised by everyone. Or maybe both sides will perish together. Wasn't it reported a while ago that a female Aquaman cheated people for money and sex, and someone made her into a 66-page PPT, which made her famous overnight and went viral on the entire internet? Moreover, green tea usually does not think that they have done anything wrong. Because green tea costs money and is shameless. They just want to live a more luxurious and high-end life. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with them using their abilities and bodies to cheat money from men? They just want to be the best, and what's wrong with using dishonorable means to get to the top? Even if you are exposed and your reputation is ruined, you can still survive. Even continue to look for honest people to take over. However, if you meet a ruthless person, then both you and yourself will be destroyed, and the story will be completely different. We should be kind. A little more sincerity, a little less routine. Boss, I mean to step on them again. This kind of green tea is the most abominable. Chen Wenwen gave a wicked smile, and looked a little bit sinister. Forget it. Although I won't sympathize with the green tea, I won't kick someone when they're down. Yi Kuan shook his head. Where's the security? Where's the security? The fat man and An had a fight in the Hermes store and were ridiculed by a crowd of onlookers. However, the two of them fought fiercely, scratching and hitting each other, their eyes red with anger, and they didn't care about other people's eyes at all. The two men fought each other and suffered heavy losses, staging a farce. Soon, a store clerk came over to stop them and called security. When Annie was forcibly taken away by the security guard, she happened to see Yi Kuan in the crowd and showed a look of astonishment. Then, she actually broke free from the security guard and rushed towards Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan, can we not break up? I won't do this again. Please don't break up with me. I know I was wrong, I won't do this again. Never again. Annie hugged Yi Kuan's thighs and begged. At this time, her hair was disheveled, her body was covered with slap marks, fingerprints, and footprints, her clothes were torn, and she looked miserable, like a ghost. Without Yi Kuan, she is really nothing. No one will spoil her like Yi Kuan does. She was never a queen. I am not destined to be a princess, but I have all the princess syndromes. We have already separated and there is no going back. Please respect yourself. Yi Kuan shook his head, unmoved. Now that you have seen the other person's true face, there is no possibility of turning back. When Annie wanted to continue to pester, two tall and strong bodyguards blocked her way. In the end, Annie and the fat man were both kicked out by the mall security. After leaving the shopping mall, it is unknown whether the two will fight again. The green tea girl versus the pseudo-rich second-generation scumbag is evenly matched. Boss, shall we continue shopping? Seeing that Yi Kuan seemed to be in a bad mood, Chen Wenwen asked. Go on, of course, keep shopping. Yi Kuan smiled. He wants to say goodbye to the past and start a new life of luxury. Then, Yi Kuan bought a men's wallet and a bottle of men's perfume in the Hermes store. Then, he took Chen Wenwen to go shopping in various luxury stores in the IFC. Buy whatever you like. Just be casual and don't worry about the price. This feeling is really great. More than an hour later, Yi Kuan was dressed in fashionable brand clothes from head to toe. From the sunglasses on his head, to the clothes on his body, the leather shoes on his feet, and his wallet, everything looked brand new. A man's equipment is more about quality than quantity. Yi Kuan only bought 3 or 5 sets of equipment. It wasn't too expensive, costing less than 2 million. The expensive thing is the watch on his wrist, a Patek Philippe worth more than 8 million. It is said that poor people play with cars and rich people play with watches. This watch is as good as a Lamborghini. In fact, Yi Kuan is not interested in watches and is not keen on luxury watches. He just wanted to complete the system's task as quickly as possible so that he could get the reward. Yi Kuan changed into a new set of clothes, and he looked energetic and fashionable, like a handsome man who could charm thousands of girls. He is just like those handsome guys who gave him 5-star reviews, handsome and wealthy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for investing 10 million in himself. Ding! The host used the tenfold spending rebate card and received 100 million in funds. Ding! Host's charm +1, currently increased to 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a penthouse duplex villa in Building A, Kunpengipin, Shanghai Bund, with a market value of 880 million. The reward prompt sounds sounded one after another, making people excited and their blood boil. Chapter 8 Kunpeng First Class Mansion. 100 million financial reward. It feels great already. Not to mention the reward of a Kunpeng First Class duplex mansion worth 880 million yuan. Kunpengipin Mansion is located on the Bund. It has a unique location and overlooks the entire Bund scenery of Shanghai. It is a top-level mansion that is more luxurious and expensive than Tangchenipin. Most importantly, his charm value has also increased. Charm cannot be bought with any amount of money. It is a temperament and aura that radiates from the inside out. Of course, men with money will be more attractive. Let's go back to Kuanping rank 1. Yi Koan said to Chen Wenwen that he couldn't wait to go back to Kuanping's first-class luxury house to take a look. The Rolls-Royce Phantom drove Yi Koan and Chen Wenwen directly into the basement of Kuanping Ipin. The basement of Kuanping Ipin is filled with luxury cars, including Rolls-Royce Phantom, Aston Martin, Mercedes-Benz Maybach, and various supercars. It feels like entering a super large luxury car show. The size of the luxury cars in the basement shows the financial strength of the owner of Kuanping Ipin. The price of any luxury house in Kuanping Ipin is over 200 million. The owners who can live in Kuanping Ipin are either rich or noble. Yi Koan and Chen Wenwen took the elevator together to the 66th floor, the top floor of Kuanping Ipin. Entering the living room of the mansion, what catches your eye is the huge floor-to-ceiling windows with a 270-degree view, as well as a variety of top-notch luxury matching furniture. There is also a valuable piano in the living room. The decoration design of the entire mansion is very fashionable, trendy, and tasteful. The most important thing is that it is extremely luxurious. Wow, so beautiful. The view is incredible. The Oriental Pearl Tower is across the street. Sitting at home, I can overlook the entire Bund at night. Chen Wenwen was even more excited than Yi Koan. It was the first time she had seen such a luxurious and huge mansion. This is the most luxurious house in Shanghai, bar none. Yi Koan smiled. Not to mention those detached villas, just talking about luxury houses, Kuanping Ipin is the best in the entire Magic City. And he felt great just to become the owner of this mansion. The view here is truly unbeatable. Whether in the living room or the bedroom, you can enjoy the beautiful Bund in Shanghai. In the Bund of Shanghai, where every inch of land is valuable, owning such a large, top-notch luxury house makes me feel like my life has reached its peak. Chen Wenwen followed Yi Koan to tour the entire mansion, including the huge garden on the roof and the open-air private swimming pool. The entire top floor is Yi Koan's private space, and even a helicopter can be parked there. Yi Koan was already thinking about when to buy a few helicopters. After all, for a super rich man like him, driving a luxury car is too common. Boss, can I also live in Kuanping's first-class mansion? After walking around and returning to the mansion, Chen Wenwen still felt like she was dreaming. So luxurious. This is a house that only the super rich can live in. And Boss Yi is that super rich man, and she benefited from it. Of course, you are my personal secretary, so of course you can live here. You can choose any room you want. Yi Koan smiled. Chen Wenwen, the personal secretary, has a loyalty rating of 96 and is a school beauty. She is considerate, gentle, and attentive to him. Naturally, he was willing to let Chen Wenwen live in Kuanping's first-class luxury house. Wouldn't it be boring to have such a big mansion without a beautiful woman to accompany you? After a short time together, he was quite satisfied with Chen Wenwen, his personal female secretary. Boss, I'm your 24-hour personal secretary. Chen Wenwen smiled charmingly. She has a beautiful face, a sexy figure, and her every frown and smile is full of charm. Little secretary. Yi Koan directly pushed Chen Wenwen against the wall. So domineering. Chen Wenwen is worthy of being a school beauty with a face value of 92. She has a beautiful face, delicate features, fair skin, and skin that is so smooth that it seems to be blown away. Boss, are you hungry? How about I make you something to eat first? Chen Wenwen suddenly panicked and ran away in a hurry. Yi Koan laughed. How dare such a little guy tease him? Have you ever had a boyfriend? Yi Koan asked Chen Wenwen. No. I've never been in a relationship. I've been single since I was born. Chen Wenwen did not hide anything and told the truth. Forehead? I didn't expect it. Chen Wenwen, this charming and sexy female secretary, is actually still a blank slate. She is worthy of being the personal female secretary assigned to him by the system. She is as pure as water. Chapter 9. The entire Kuanping rank belongs to Yi Koan. Ha, your silly look is actually quite cute. Yi Koan reached out and pinched Chen Wenwen's delicate face and said with a smile. Chen Wenwen is really a girl who can be cute, domineering and sexy. Let's go eat first. I'm a little hungry. Yi Koan said. Well, boss, I'll make you something delicious. Chen Wenwen breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Boss, the refrigerator at home is empty. There is no food at all." After Chen Wenwen searched the refrigerator and kitchen, she found that there was no food at home, not even rice. It is true that even a good cook cannot cook without rice. "Let's buy the ingredients tomorrow and eat outside first," Yi Kuan said. He had just moved into Kunping, so of course he hadn't prepared any ingredients. He was considering hiring a few maids or something. After all, the mansion is so big that it would be difficult for Chen Wenwen alone to manage it. Moreover, Chen Wenwen's identity is her personal secretary, not a maid. Kunping community has supporting high-end clubs, gyms and restaurants. Yi Kuan had never been there, so he could take Chen Wenwen there to have a look and learn about the supporting facilities of Kunping community. Yi Kuan and Chen Wenwen came to the lobby on the first floor and found the housekeeper of the community. The housekeeper was wearing a blue uniform, had a slim figure and a youthful appearance, and looked like a stewardess. In fact, the housekeepers of Kunping Mansion are selected according to the standards of flight attendants in terms of appearance, and then they undergo rigorous training before they can take up their posts. "Beautiful lady, where is the community restaurant?" Yi Kuan asked the community housekeeper in a casual tone. "I only saw her name written on her badge, Wang Jingtong. She is at least 172 centimeters tall, has a dignified demeanor, and has a great figure and appearance." "Sir, which floor are you the owner of?" Wang Jingtong saw that Yi Kuan looked a little unfamiliar, as if she had never seen him before, so she couldn't help but ask. "Top floor." Yi Kuan uttered two words lightly. Top floor." When Wang Jingtong heard Yi Kuan say that he lived on the top floor, her voice trembled. You are the chairman and boss of Kunpeng Group." Wang Jingtong's body was trembling as she stared at Yi Kuan with excitement. The top-floor duplex of Kunping Mansion is reserved for the owner to live in and is not for sale to the public. In other words, Yi Kuan is the mysterious boss of Kunpeng Group. She finally met the legendary big boss, who turned out to be so young and handsome. Yi Kuan nodded slightly, acknowledging his identity. When he saw the name Kunpeng First Class Luxury Villa, he already knew that this most luxurious community in the entire Magic City was actually the property of Kunpeng Group. In other words, the entire Kunping luxury residential community belongs to him. He is the big boss behind the scenes. "Chairman Dong." "Chairman, I'll go notify the leader to come and greet you." After Wang Jingtong confirmed Yi Kuan's identity, she trembled with excitement. She quickly straightened her clothes, worried that her makeup would not look good today. "Anyway, I'm very excited." "No, just tell me the location of the restaurant," Yi Kuan said lightly. It was just a meal, he didn't want to make a big fuss, so keeping a low profile was the right thing to do. "Oh, okay. Wang Jingtong quickly pointed out the location of the community restaurant to Yi Kuan. "Thanks." After Yi Kuan thanked her, he went to the restaurant with Chen Wenwen. "Oh wow. The boss is so handsome, so young, and so approachable." After Yi Kuan left, Wang Jingtong still stared at his back with a crazy look on her face. Kunping restaurant is equivalent to a 5-star standard. Yi Kuan and Chen Wenwen had a very low-key meal in the restaurant. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Yi Kuan received a call. It was a call from Lin Su, a buddy of his from college. After graduation, they all stayed in Shanghai and would occasionally get together. "Brother Kuan, it's been a while. Let's go out for a few drinks tonight. I know a new, upscale nightclub that's huge. It's almost holiday time, so let's go out and have some fun," Lin Su said on the other end of the phone. This guy is a rich second generation, his family is well off, but he is not domineering. He is very loyal, generous, and magnanimous. He just likes to pick up girls and go to bars. He basically knows which bars in Shanghai are fun. "Okay, let's get together." "What bar?" "Send me the location," Yi Kuan said. This newly opened bar is called TX Bar. Principal Wang and many celebrities go there. It's a lively place with lots of beautiful women. "I'll treat you tonight, bro." When Lin Su heard that Yi Kuan was willing to come out, he couldn't help but say excitedly. After hanging up the phone, Lin Su quickly sent Yi Kuan the location of TX Bar, which was not far from the Bund. Chapter 10 God-Level Driving Skills, Kunpeng Short Video. In the underground parking lot of Kunping, a cool blue supercar slowly opened its butterfly doors, stunning the eyes. This is the domestically produced Hongqi Tang concept supercar, limited to just one in the world. So it's yours, boss. Chen Wenwen looked at the Hongqi Tang supercar in front of her with shock. This supercar has a cool appearance and is full of technology. It is even more stylish than the legendary car like the Ferrari LaFerrari. When the butterfly door of Hongqi Tang is opened, it looks like a blue butterfly with its wings spread out, which makes people fall in love with it at first sight. So beautiful, so dreamy, so cool. Do you also recognize this Hongqi Tang sports car? Yi Kuan smiled. He also thought that girls like Chen Wenwen didn't know anything about cars. Since Huawei started making cars, domestic cars have developed rapidly. Nowadays, some top-of-the-line models of domestically produced cars are in no way inferior to those imported luxury cars. What's more, the price is more affordable and there is no need to pay those expensive import taxes. Of course I know him. At the last Shanghai International Auto Show, the Hongqi Tang supercar was on display for 3 days, causing a huge sensation. The official price of the Hongqi Tang is 30 million Chinese yuan. It is one of a kind in the world. At the auto show, wealthy people from all walks of life were vying to buy the Hongqi Tang supercar. One even offered 80 million yuan, but still couldn't get the car. Rumor has it that it's been bought by a mysterious wealthy person. It turns out that person is the boss. Chen Wenwen looked at Yi Kuan with admiration. It turns out that the boss likes domestically produced cars. Ding! Gained plus 99 admiration from Secretary Chen Wenwen. Admiration value is the currency of this super-rich system, which can be used to exchange goods and participate in lotteries. Let's go and experience this amazing domestic car. Yi Kuan smiled and got into the driver's seat of Hongqi Tang. Chen Wenwen also sat in the passenger seat in an elegant posture. At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly rang. Ding! A school beauty has been detected sitting in the passenger seat of the magic car. Reward the host with God-level driving skills. In an instant, a large amount of driving knowledge appeared in Yi Kuan's mind, and he directly mastered God-level driving skills. Oh shit! Chen Wenwen, the campus beauty, sat in the passenger seat and was actually rewarded with God-level driving skills. This is so awesome! You know, although he is also an experienced driver, he is still a long way from God-level driving skills. It was a surprise. When Yi Kuan started the magic car and held the steering wheel, he suddenly had a magical feeling of being one with the car. At this moment, he is the god of driving. Hold on tight, the boss will take you flying. Yi Kuan lightly stepped on the accelerator, and the magic car rushed out like a nimble cheetah, extremely agile. Outside Kunping Yiping community, the Hongqi Tang becomes the most beautiful car on the streets of Shanghai. Yi Kuan drove the magic car at lightning speed and soon arrived outside the TX bar. There were many luxury cars outside the bar, especially Porsche, Ferrari, and Lamborghini sports cars, which could be seen everywhere. However, as soon as Yi Kuan's Hongqi car appeared, it shocked the whole audience. Holy crap! This is the Hongqi Tang concept supercar from the auto show. Limited to just one, it costs tens of millions. Awesome, this car is so cool. I didn't know domestic cars could be this good looking. It's more than just good looking. The Hongqi Tang's track test results are even better than the Porsche 918. It's definitely a domestically produced masterpiece. For a moment, the Hongqi Tang supercar became the focus of the entire audience, attracting the onlookers' admiration and admiration. Ding! Worship value plus 66. Ding! Worship value plus 88. Ding! Worship value plus 99. Yi Kuan drove the domestic magic car for a short circle and immediately gained a lot of admiration from the crowd. Hey, brother Kuan, are you here yet? Yi Kuan had just parked the car when his buddy Lin Su called him. I'm here. I just parked the car. Xiao Linzi, where are you? Yi Kuan said. When they were in college, Lin Su was one of his followers, and Yi Kuan always called him Xiao Linzi. Although Lin Su was a rich second generation, he has no temper in front of Yi Kuan. I just arrived too, right in front of the bar. Lin Su said that there was a beautiful internet celebrity-looking girl standing next to him. Soon, Yi Kuan brought Chen Wenwen to the door of the bar and saw Lin Su. Fuck. Brother Kuan, the beauty next to you is so pretty. Is she your new girlfriend? When Lin Su saw Chen Wenwen beside Yi Kuan, he couldn't help but scream. Chen Wenwen's appearance is already at the level of a school beauty, and her body is extremely hot. No matter where she appears, she can immediately stun the audience. Secretary. Yi Kuan spoke lightly. Female secretary? Brother Cohen, you're awesome. You're truly my idol. I'm so humbled and I admire you so much. Lin Su was astonished, then gave Yi Cohen a thumbs up with an expression of admiration. Less than a year after graduating from university, Brother Cohen already has a female secretary, and she is a stunning beauty. Brother Cohen is Brother Cohen, so awesome. Although he is a rich second generation, he doesn't have a female secretary. In the past few days, he spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on the live broadcast website before he was able to make an appointment with a female anchor. However, after meeting her, I found that she was much worse in real life than in the video, and could not be compared with the beauty of Chen Wenwen's level at all. Suddenly, he felt that the female internet celebrity next to him was no longer attractive. Ding! Gained Lin Su's admiration plus 666. Not surprisingly, Lin Su contributed a certain amount of admiration to Yi Cohen. Call Brother Cohen. Lin Su said to the internet celebrity looking beauty next to him. My brother Cohen made millions in the capital market during his college years. He's a real talent. My pocket money throughout college was earned by him. Lin Su still admires Yi Cohen very much. During college, when most of his classmates were busy dating or playing games, Yi Cohen had already entered the capital market and started making a lot of money. Moreover, Yi Cohen is not a rich second generation, he has made his fortune entirely from scratch. Hello, Brother Cohen, my name is Wu Dan, and I'm a female anchor on Kunpeng Short Video Live. Please take care of me. When Wu Dan heard that Yi Cohen was so awesome, he immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Yi Cohen is not only handsome, but also can make money. This kind of person is the kind of person that female anchors need to cling to. Kunpeng Short Video Live broadcast? Yi Cohen was slightly surprised. This Kunpeng Short Video Live broadcast should also be a subsidiary of Kunpeng Group. In other words, this is also his company. How many companies are there under the Kunpeng Group? Even Yi Cohen himself doesn't know this. Perhaps when he has time, he will go to the Kunpeng Group headquarters to take a look. Yes, Brother Cohen, this Kunpeng Short Video Live broadcast has only recently emerged. Although it cannot currently compare with the three giants of Mayan Short Video, Shark Live, and Tiger Live, Kunpeng Live is backed by Kunpeng Group and is rising rapidly. Lin Su also said this. He often watches short video live broadcasts and gives tips to female anchors. He seems to be very familiar with Kunpeng Short videos. Really? Then I'm going to download a Kunpeng Short video. Yi Cohen smiled. He, the big boss of Kunpeng Group, has not even downloaded Kunpeng Short videos. Tell me, can you believe it? I have to download it. There are a lot of interesting videos on Kunpeng Short Video, and there are also many beautiful anchors. Lin Su said. After a few brief chats, they walked towards the TX bar together. Chapter 11. The most luxurious bar in Magic City. The Bund bars in Shanghai are bustling with lights and vibrant colors. At this time, the nightlife has just begun. Brother Cohen, let me tell you, this TX bar is the largest, most expensive, most luxurious, and top-notch bar in the entire Magic City. When talking about TX bar, Lin Su began to talk incessantly and seemed very excited. TX bar has also hired celebrities as spokespeople. Many top-tier second-generation rich people, including Principal Wang, are regulars at this TX bar. Oh. Seems pretty impressive. What's the price of the booth? Yi Cohen asked. He seldom goes to bars, so he doesn't know much about this TX bar and isn't very clear about the consumption trends. At TX bar, the lowest price for the worst booths starts at 30,000. The minimum consumption in Zone 1 is 100,000. The minimum consumption in Zone 0 is 300,000. The minimum cost for the Supreme Zone is 1 million. Lin Su said. This bar is so expensive, with a minimum entry of 30,000 yuan, and ordinary urban white-collar workers really can't afford it. Most of the people who can come here to consume are rich second generation and wealthy people. Oh. This is the most luxurious bar in Shanghai, but it doesn't seem that expensive. Yi Cohen said indifferently. Now that he is a billionaire worth 900 billion, he really doesn't care about this little bit of spending. Even before binding to the system, he could afford it. Brother Cohen, you're the boss. My monthly allowance is only over 100,000. Lin Su curled his lips and said. He knew that Yi Cohen could make hundreds of thousands of dollars in the capital market in just a few minutes. Rich second generations like him envy Yi Cohen's ability to make money. Okay, which section did you reserve a seat for? Yi Kuan changed the subject. Brother Kuan, I've reserved a seat in section 1. This bar is so damn popular. Except for the Supreme area, all other seats are almost completely sold out. They have been reserved long in advance. Lin Su said that he had finally managed to book a seat in Area 1 through the bar marketing. Other bars rely on marketing to beg customers to make reservations. At TX Bar, customers have to establish a good relationship with the marketing department before they can book a seat. It's so fucking popular. There are many rich second generations who come to TX Bar to spend money, and naturally there are a lot of beauties, all gathered in groups. This makes the bar's business even more popular. I guess the owner of TX Bar made a lot of money. Suddenly, there was a commotion ahead, as if some big internet celebrity had appeared, attracting a crowd of onlookers to watch the fun. Oh shit. Principal Wang, that one in front is Principal Wang Kong. I heard he recently got a new internet celebrity girlfriend. Lin Su pointed at a figure in front of him and said in surprise. He heard that Principal Wang often came to TX Bar to play, but he didn't expect to meet him in person this time. You know, in addition to being a top rich second generation, Principal Wang is also a super internet celebrity. Wherever he appears, he often attracts onlookers and heated discussions. Yi Kuan looked forward and saw a man in pajama-style clothes walking towards the aisle of TX Bar. He was accompanied by a long-legged female companion dressed in cool clothes. There were many people watching around. Yi Kuan just glanced at it casually and then looked away. Although Principal Wang can be considered a super rich second generation in China, it is just average for him. Yes, it's just so-so, ordinary. Now, Yi Kuan owns the Kunpeng Group worth 900 billion. Old Wang is not as rich as him, let alone little Wang. Unconsciously, the super rich second generation in the eyes of ordinary people became commonplace in his eyes. When a few people entered the TX Bar, they heard explosive electronic music. The bar is large and divided into several distinct areas. Many beautiful women in scantily clad nightclubs were walking around, swaying their bodies wildly to the electronic music. The more expensive the area, the more beautiful the women are, the better their figures are, and the less they wear. Lin Su led a few people towards Area 1. Then, a bar marketing person came towards Lin Su with an unhappy look on his face. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, your booth has been taken away. The marketing person said to Lin Su with an apologetic look on his face. What the hell? Who the hell dares to take the seat I reserved? Lin Su was immediately furious. He had invited Brother Cohen and a female internet celebrity to come over to play tonight, but the reserved seats were taken away by others. How could he not be angry? I'm sorry, Master Lin, Master Xiao from the Supreme District has spoken, and I can't do anything about it. Marketing said with a bitter face. There are some people he cannot afford to offend. So, he chose to offend Lin Su. These nightclub marketing also depends on the customer. I don't care if he's a little less than Mr. Xiao or a lot of other people, he can't take my seat. Lin Su is not someone to be trifled with. He is also a rich second generation and has a bad temper. Not only does he not provoke others, but others also take advantage of him. How could he bear this? Soon, Lin Su rushed to the booth in Area 1. I saw a few young men and women sitting in the booth in Area 1 that originally belonged to him, drinking. One of the fat guys had a lot of scratches on his face and neck, and some of them were covered with band-aids, which looked very funny. Fuck, isn't this guy the backup for that green tea girl? Yi Kuan recognized the fat man at a glance. He was the rich second-generation spare tire who had fought with his green tea ex-girlfriend in the IFC shopping center. It's really a narrow road for enemies to meet. I meet this fat guy here. Fuck, Lu Bai, it turns out it's you, a jerk. How dare you snatch the seat I reserved? Lin Su obviously also knew Lu Bai and yelled at him rudely. Although Lu Bai can be considered a rich second generation, he is only of a lower class level. He is good at showing off his wealth, but his family doesn't actually have much assets. You know, even the rich second generation are divided into different levels. Lin Su, this booth was reserved for me by young Master Xiao. If you have the guts, go find young Master Xiao and argue with him. Lu Bai glanced at Lin Su and showed no intention of giving up his seat. Although he is not considered to be among the rich second generation, he hangs out with Xiao Xiao. He had a fight with a green tea bitch in the mall today and was feeling very depressed. He was about to drink to drown his sorrows. I don't care who you are, young Master Xiao. You can't take my position. Get out of here. Seeing that the fat man had no intention of getting up, Lin Su couldn't help but get angry. Hey, isn't this young Master Lin? Why, you don't even give me, Xiao Tian Yuan, face? At this time, a young man with earrings walked over from the Supreme area. His name is Xiao Tian Yuan, the eldest son of the Xiao group. His family assets are worth hundreds of billions, and he is one of the top rich second generations in Shanghai. He is a rich second generation who likes to spend money. He spends a lot of money in bars and has made many friends. Young Master Xiao, I reserved this booth a long time ago. Lin Su looked a little ugly. The Xiao family's businesses span all walks of life, and they have extensive connections in Demon City, so he doesn't dare to offend them easily. However, he was unwilling to suffer this injustice. It would be too cowardly to remain silent when someone took his seat. Chapter 12, 1,000 Cups of Drinking Skills, I want to book the whole place. Lin Su was very unwilling to have his booth taken away by Xiao Tian Yuan. Mr. Xiao, I reserved this booth. I invited a friend here today, so please give me some face. Lin Su said to Xiao Tian Yuan. Yi Koan was right next to him. It would be so embarrassing if someone took his seat away like this. Xiao Tian Yuan glanced at Yi Koan and felt that he looked unfamiliar. It was obvious that he was not from the top second-generation circle in Magic City. These second-generation rich people all have their own circles. People in the same circle or at the same level will also give each other face. When encountering someone of a higher level than oneself, one will give in and even deliberately try to make friends with or curry favor with them. When they meet people of lower rank than themselves, they often look down on them or even deliberately suppress them. Xiao Tian Yuan is one of the richest second-generation people in Shanghai. Seeing that Yi Koan is obviously not in the same circle as him, he naturally would not give him this face. However, when he saw Chen Wenwen next to Yi Koan, his eyes lit up. Beautiful, so beautiful, she is a top-notch beauty. In particular, her body is so hot that any man who sees her will be unable to resist getting excited. My lady, my name is Xiao Tian Yuan, the eldest son of the Xiao group. I've reserved a seat in the Supreme area. Are you interested in coming over for a drink? Xiao Tian Yuan directly targeted Chen Wenwen and started flirting with her. The girls who come to the bar are generally very open-minded, and most of them are materialistic and want to hook up with a rich second-generation man. He directly revealed his identity as the eldest son of the Xiao family and reserved a seat in the Supreme area. Few girls could resist this temptation. Yi Koan's eyes turned cold. This Xiao Tian Yuan actually dared to flirt with his female secretary in front of him. A bit bold. However, his attempts to flirt with Chen Wenwen were doomed to be in vain. Sorry, I'm not interested in you. Chen Wenwen had a cold expression and decisively rejected Xiao Tian Yuan's invitation. So what if he is the eldest young master of the Xiao family? Compared with Mr. Koan, he is just a younger brother. The second generation of rich people cannot be compared with the first generation of rich people. They are not in the same league at all. Xiao Tian Yuan was obviously stunned, as if he had not expected that he would be rejected by this beautiful woman after revealing his identity. This kind of situation rarely happens to him. However, he was the son of a multi-billion-dollar group after all, and he did not continue to pester Chen Wenwen after being rejected. Lin Su, don't say that I, Xiao Tian Yuan, am bullying you. I am a VIP guest in the Supreme area and have the privilege of choosing a booth first. Unless you also reserve a seat in the Supreme area, I cannot give this booth to you today. Xiao Tian Yuan turned and said to Lin Su. Chen Wenwen's ruthless rejection made him feel very embarrassed, and he could not give this booth to Lin Su. Otherwise, what dignity would he, the eldest son of the Xiao family, have? Book a table in the Supreme area? Lin Su couldn't help but frown. The minimum consumption in the Supreme Zone was 1 million. Although he is a rich second generation, he has not yet inherited the family business and does not have much money at his disposal. What? You can't even afford the Supreme Zone? Then stop embarrassing yourself in the TX bar and get out of here. Xiao Tianyuan glanced at Lin Su and Yi Koan and couldn't help but sneered. He is a rich second generation who likes to spend money and also likes to show off. If he meets someone who is richer and more powerful than him, he will indeed give in. When he meets someone who is not as rich as him or has a lower status than him, he will sometimes step on him harshly. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Yi Koan's mind. Ding! Triggering a random mission, slap Xiao Tianyuan, the eldest son of the Xiao family. Mission rewards: 1. Ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. 2. A 10x cashback card for alcohol and beverage purchases. Oh shit. The skill of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Yi Kuan felt a little happy. Are you planning to make him a wine immortal? The skill of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk seems to be of little use at ordinary times, but it is very useful at critical moments. For example, having the ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk can make him feel at home in a bar or nightclub. If you can't afford it, don't force yourself. TX bar isn't for you. Seeing that Lin Su's face turned red and he didn't speak for a long time, Xiao Tianyuan couldn't help but show contempt. He waved his hand and was about to leave the booth in a casual manner. Wait, isn't it just the Supreme area? Lin Su was angry. Isn't it just the Supreme Zone with a minimum consumption of 1 million? Today, even if he had to grit his teeth, he had to fight for it and not lose face in front of Brother Cohen. Wait. I've got the whole place tonight. Yi Cohen stopped Lin Su and spoke first. What? Book, the whole place? Everyone present thought they had misheard. TX Bar is the most expensive and extravagant bar in Shanghai. To book it out for a night would cost at least 10 million. Brother Cohen, don't be impulsive. I know you want to vent your anger on my behalf, but there's no need to book the entire place. It's really too expensive. Lin Su was both shocked and moved. Brother Cohen must have seen him being bullied and couldn't help but take action. But there's really no need. Wouldn't it be nice to use 10 million to buy a Lamborghini? Did I hear you correctly? You said you wanted to rent out the entire TX bar? Xiao Tianyuan also stopped and stared at Yi Cohen in surprise. Even he doesn't dare to spend more than 10 million to book the entire TX bar. Booking the entire bar is much cooler than booking a seat in the premium area. Yi Cohen ignored Xiao Tianyuan and said to the salesperson next to him, I've booked the entire TX bar tonight. I'll pay for all the drinks. But I have a condition. First, everyone in this booth needs to get out. I don't want to see them at the TX bar tonight. Yi Cohen pointed at the fat man Lu Bai sitting in the booth and said, Let me get out? Do you have that much money? How dare you book out the entire TX bar? Lu Bai was also shocked. He now recognized Yi Cohen as Annie's green tea ex-boyfriend. That green tea girl was dumped by Yi Cohen, so she found him as a backup. However, he didn't believe that Yi Cohen could really book the entire TX. Sir, are you sure you want to book the entire TX bar? The marketing guy also looked surprised and suspicious. Yi Cohen was not a regular at the TX bar, and he was not sure whether the other party was joking. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Call your boss. Yi Cohen waved his hand and spoke domineeringly. When he raised his hand, he inadvertently revealed the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. Suddenly, the bar marketing was dumbfounded. In order to develop his eye for quality, he paid special attention to top-notch luxury cars and watches. What Yi Cohen was wearing was clearly the Patek Philippe diamond watch worth more than 8 million. Even Xiao Tianyuan's eyes fixed, revealing a cautious look. Anyone who can wear a Patek Philippe watch worth more than 8 million is at least on the same level as him. Boss, I'll take you to the Supreme area and wait. I'll have someone notify the general manager to come greet you. The bar marketing manager immediately became extremely respectful towards Yi Cohen and others. However, the most he could notify was the bar's general manager. As for the mysterious boss behind the TX bar, even he had never seen him before, so naturally he had no ability to invite him. A large number of new characters are waiting to appear. If you want to customize your own character, please leave a message in the book review section. The author has something to say. Please leave a message in the character's book review section as early as possible, don't miss the opportunity. Chapter 13 Goddess Level Beauty, Chang Wutong. Yi Cohen, Lin Su and others were taken to the Supreme area with great respect by another bar staff. This is the most prime location in the entire TX bar. Not only are the seats the best, but the view is also the best. Young Master Yi, Young Master Lin, please wait a moment. Our general manager will be here soon. The bar staff said respectfully. Order some wine first. Yi Cohen said lightly. Now that we're already seated in the Supreme area, we can't just sit here and wait. We must serve some wine first. Okay, Mr. Yi, what would you like to drink? Marketing said respectfully. Xiao Linzi, come and have some. Yi Cohen asked Lin Su to bring some wine. How about a Shunlong suit first? Lin Su hesitated for a moment and asked Yi Kun. The so-called dragon set is the champagne spade ace set. The Shenlong set comes in 6 colors, black gold, gold, pink, and violet, and the price is 88888. No matter which bar you are in, if you order this dragon set, all kinds of light signs will light up, triggering cheers and making you the coolest guy in the whole bar. God dragon set. Wu Dan, who was beside Lin Su, couldn't help but get excited when he heard that he had to order the dragon set. This is the Shenlong set worth 88,888 yuan. She takes a photo and posts it on WeChat Moments, which is enough for her to brag about for a while. How can one Shenlong suit be enough? Be more confident and get 10 Shenlong suits first. Yi Kun patted little brother Lin Su on the shoulder and said with a smile. A Shenlong suit only has 6 bottles of champagne spade ace, which is not enough to drink. 10 dragon suits. The marketing was both surprising and delightful. One Shenlong set costs 88,888 yuan, and 10 Shenlong sets cost 888,888 yuan. Only the super rich dare to play like this. Brother Kun, you're too rich. You already have 10 dragon sets at the start. Lin Su was shocked and stared at Yi Kun with admiration. Even though he is a rich second generation, he wouldn't dare to order the magic dragon set like this. Wu Dan was even more dumbfounded. Today she finally saw what a super rich person was. I thought it was awesome to order 1 Shenlong suit, but Ji Xiao ordered 10 Shenlong suits right away, and without any pressure at all. This is a true rich man. She must take a few more photos and show them off. Just having a drink with Master Yi today is enough for her to brag about for the whole year. Young Master Yi, the black and gold version of the Ace of Spades is limited to only a few thousand bottles worldwide. We still have some in stock at our TX bar, and we're only offering it to our most distinguished guests. I'll have someone prepare the dragon set right away. The bar staff said attentively. The black and gold version of the Ace of Spades is not available in most bars, but is available in TX bar. However, it is only available to certain distinguished special customers. Young Master Yi wants to book the entire TX bar, so of course he is one of the most distinguished customers. On the other side, Xiao Tianyuan next door was sitting on the sofa in the Supreme area with a gloomy expression. Master Xiao, that Master Yi wants to kick me out of the TX bar. This is not giving you face, it's a slap in the face. Fatty Lu Bai said with a sad face that it would be too embarrassing to be driven away. He is Xiao Tianyuan's #1 lackey and can only ask Xiao Tianyuan to protect him. Today, he was really unlucky. He had a fight with that green tea bitch during the day, and was kicked out when he went to the bar to drink in the evening. It's all that bitch's fault. Now, Lu Bai hates Annie to the core. It's like not only failing to steal something, but also getting yourself smelly. Shut up, as long as you stay with me, no one can kick you out. Xiao Tianyuan said coldly. Even if Yi Kun booked the entire bar, he couldn't kick everyone out. Moreover, he is also the supreme VIP of TX bar, who dares to drive him away. At this moment, the 10 dragon suits ordered by Yi Kun were brought up by some bar staff wearing glowing glasses and strange costumes. There were groups of people behind, holding all kinds of shining light signs and electronic fireworks, pushing transparent champagne cabinets, and it was quite a grand scene. Along the way, it attracted countless eyes and caused cheers and exclamations. Fuck, 10 sets of Shenlong suits, he's the richest man in the Supreme District. Awesome. I wish I could go over to that rich guy and get a card and take a picture with him. The Supreme area where Yi Kun and Lin Su were located became the focus of the entire venue. 6 bottles of spade ace of different colors were opened, and Yi Kun and Lin Su began to drink casually. The taste of this spade ace is better than ordinary champagne. However, it may not be that delicious. All I drink is loneliness and boredom. Yi Kun was still waiting for the owner of TX Bar to come over so that he could slap Xiao Tianyuan in the face. At this moment, there was another commotion in the crowd. I saw a very beautiful and slim lady walking towards the Supreme area surrounded by many bodyguards. She walked with a breeze, full of aura and very cool. As soon as she appeared, she immediately became the focus of the whole audience. Who the hell is she? She's got so many bodyguards following her, and she's so beautiful, she's like a goddess. See? The general manager of TX Bar is following her carefully. Could she be the legendary mysterious boss of the TX Bar? I heard that the boss behind the TX Bar is an extremely cool and beautiful woman. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the cold and beautiful woman walked to the Supreme area. Chang Yueshi, the female president of Chan Group? Xiao Tianyuan stood up directly from his seat in the supreme area with a look of surprise in his eyes. Chang Yueshi is the mysterious boss behind the TX bar. However, Xiao Tianyuan knew that she had another identity, that is, the female president of Chang Group and also the eldest daughter of the Chang family. She is cool, mysterious and intelligent, and the Chang Group grows rapidly under her leadership. Xiao Tianyuan often comes to TX bar to spend money and spends a lot of money just to have a chance to get close to the eldest daughter of the Chang family. However, he had never seen Chang Yueshi in TX bar before. Miss Chang, my name is Xiao Tianyuan, the heir to the Xiao Group. I have admired you for a long time. When Xiao Tianyuan saw Chang Yueshi coming over, he immediately went over to her and instantly turned into a bootlicker. However, Chang Yueshi didn't even look at him and walked straight past him. She was so aloof that she ignored the eldest son of the Xiao family. This made Xiao Tianyuan very embarrassed and he was petrified instantly. Chang Yueshi walked straight to Yi Kuan's side, stretched out a jade hand, and said, I am Chang Yueshi, the owner of TX Bar. I heard that you wanted to see me? At this moment, her expression was still very cold and elegant. Ding! A goddess-level beauty has been detected. Name, Chang Yuetong. Appearance, 97 goddess level. Height, 172 centimeters. Measurements, 88, 60, 92. Chest, 36D. Favorability, 10. Personality, charming, generous, heroic. Yi Kuan couldn't help but be surprised. The woman in front of him was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Her appearance is as high as 97, reaching the goddess level, and her figure is also very perfect. However, her name is clearly Chang Yuetong. Why does she call herself Chang Yueshi? Moreover, although she looks very cold and beautiful, the system describes her as charming, generous, and heroic. Something is wrong. This is so wrong. The author has something to say. If you want the character, please leave a message in the book review area. Chapter 14, Hold the Goddess's Hand for 10 seconds. Although Chang Yuetong tried her best to pretend to be cool and elegant. However, the charm in her expression could not be concealed no matter what. That's right, her coldness was a disguise, and Yi Kuan had seen through everything. Chang Yuetong and Chang Yueshi's names differ by only one character, so he guessed that the two should be sisters. This Chang Yuetong is a bit naughty. However, Yi Kuan had no intention of exposing Chang Yuetong's identity. Yi Kuan stared at Chang Yuetong's beautiful face and gently held the hand she extended. Very soft. Very slippery. My name is Yi Kuan, and I plan to book the entire TX bar tonight. Yi Kuan spoke, a handsome smile appearing on his lips. He was confident and calm, and did not show any intimidation because of Chang Yuetong's beauty and status. He is not like Xiao Tianyuan, who acts like a bootlicker when he sees Chang Yuetong. Such men are more attractive. Just as Yi Kuan held Chang Yuetong's hand, the system prompt sound suddenly rang. Ding! Triggering a random task, hold the hand of Goddess Chang Yuetong for 10 seconds. Reward, 5 points of Constitution. Damn, hold Chang Yuetong's little hand for 10 seconds and you will be rewarded with 5 points of physical fitness. System, you are a bit naughty. However, this reward is really exciting. You know, his total physical fitness is only 8 points, and the peak physical fitness of an ordinary human is only 10 points. Completing this small task of shaking the goddess hand will reward you with 5 points of Constitution. It feels so good. This task must be completed. So Yi Kuan held Chang Yuetong's soft and boneless little hand tightly and refused to let go. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Chang Yuetong gently pulled her hand away, but found that she couldn't pull it back, and her eyebrows couldn't help but frown. However, because only 3 seconds had passed, she couldn't be sure whether the other party was holding her hand intentionally. I want to book the entire TX bar, but I have a request. Yi Kuan noticed that Chang Yuetong was about to pull her hand away, and couldn't help but speak. Divert her attention by talking and making requests. It's only been 3 seconds, hold on. Can't let go. The customer is king. Since Mr. Yi wants to book out our TX bar, of course you can make a request. Please speak up. Chang Yuetong's attention was indeed diverted, and she tried her best to act like a female CEO. For seconds, 5 seconds. Another 2 seconds passed. Tonight, I'll pay for all the drinks for all the customers who come to TX bar. Yi Kuan said, still holding Chang Yuetong's jade hand. Moreover, he deliberately slowed down his speaking speed. 6 seconds, 7 seconds, 8 seconds. Time seemed to pass very slowly, but it bought Yi Kuan another 3 seconds. At this time, Chang Yuetong made a move to pull her hand away again. Because a normal handshake will not exceed 5 seconds. She and Yi Kuan's handshake lasted a long time. I want that fat guy in Xiao Tianyuan to get out of the TX bar. Yi Kuan finally stated his request. At the same time, he looked very excited and held Chang Yuetong's little hand tightly. I won T, let go. Hold on tight. 9 seconds. 10 seconds. KO. Done. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of holding the hand of the goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong for 10 seconds. Ding. Reward 5 points of physical fitness. Congratulations to the host for increasing his physical fitness to 13. In an instant, Yi Kuan's body seemed to be injected with magical energy, and his physical condition improved instantly. It feels so good. A strong physique is the real strength. Yi Kuan instantly felt full of energy. Full of vitality. Full of energy. Full of energy. He felt that even if he jumped for 3 days and 3 nights, he would not feel tired. Most importantly, physical fitness is enhanced and combat effectiveness is greatly improved. Chang Yuetong felt both embarrassed and annoyed when she saw Yi Kuan holding her hand with an intoxicated and enjoyable look on his face. Fortunately, Yi Kuan let go of her hand in time, so she didn't get angry. At this time, Xiao Tianyuan, who had been paying attention to Yi Kuan's situation, also heard what Yi Kuan said. What? You want me to get out of the TX bar too? Xiao Tianyuan rushed over and said with a look of dissatisfaction. Just now, he saw Yi Kuan holding his goddess hand tightly, and he felt very unhappy. But Yi Kuan wanted to drive him out too. This made him feel embarrassed in front of his goddess. The other guests can stay, but they have to leave. I booked the entire TX bar, so this isn't too much to ask, is it? Yi Kuan ignored Xiao Tianyuan and spoke to Chang Yuetong. It doesn't seem too much. Chang Yuetong looked thoughtful, then nodded in agreement. She was not the owner of a TX bar and had no experience in dealing with such matters. However, she felt that what Yi Kuan said made sense. They spent more than 10 million to book the entire TX bar, so what's wrong with kicking out a few annoying people? This is a very reasonable request. Moreover, she also knew that it was Xiao Tianyuan who caused the trouble first, so there was nothing wrong with Yi Kuan's counterattack. Instead, she felt that Yi Kuan was very domineering. Boss Chang, I'm the eldest son of the Xiao family, a regular at the TX bar, and I'm also a VIP in the Supreme District. You can't kick me out. Xiao Tianyuan became anxious. If he were to be driven away today, he would lose face greatly, and his prestige in the circle of the second generation in Shanghai would be greatly reduced. Your consumption in the Supreme area is free today. Please leave the TX bar and do not set foot in it again tonight. Chang Yuetong imitated her sister, put on a cold look, and made a decision directly, without giving any face to Xiao Tianyuan, the eldest son of the Xiao family. At this moment, the system's beautiful prompt sound rang in Yi Kuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of slapping Xiao Tianyuan in the face. Reward 1, ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Reward 2, a card that gives you 10x cash back on alcohol and beverage purchases. Cool. The task of slapping Xiao Tianyuan in the face was completed so easily. We have to thank Chang Yuetong, the boss of TX Bar. Chang Yuetong did a really great job, he liked this girl very much. I like it very much. No, I don't accept it. Isn't it just booking the entire TX bar? I, Xiao Tianyuan, can book the entire place too. When Xiao Tianyuan heard that Chang Yuetong wanted to kick him out, he couldn't help but get anxious. However, it's just a private booking of the entire place. As the eldest son of the Xiao family, he is capable of booking the entire place. Isn't it just spending money? Who is afraid of whom? If you want to play the role, please leave a comment in the book review section. The sooner you leave a comment, the sooner you will have the chance to appear. Chapter 15, 100 million to book the theater, slap in the face. Xiao Tianyuan loves to spend money the most. As the eldest son of the Xiao family, a multi-billion-dollar group, he is the one who spends the most money and is the most generous every time he comes to a nightclub or bar. Therefore, there are many second-generation brothers from Shanghai following behind him. Yeah, isn't it just booking the whole place? Isn't it just spending money? Our young master Xiao can also book the whole place, and he can offer a higher price. Xiao Tianyuan's number one lackey Lu Bai jumped out and said. When it comes to spending money, young master Xiao has never been afraid of anyone. Yes, Mr. Xiao can also book the entire TX bar. Several of Xiao Tianyuan's rich second-generation followers also expressed their support behind the scenes. This Yi Kuan is not from the second-generation circle of Shanghai. I don't know where he came from, but he actually dared to compete with young Master Xiao for more money. He simply doesn't know his place. They guess that Yi Kuan might be the second generation from some small place. A strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Only when they arrive in Shanghai will the second generation from these small places realize that they don't have enough money. That's right, I'm willing to pay 20 million to book the TX bar for one night. On the condition that they get out. Xiao Tianyuan twisted his mouth, stretched out two fingers, and glanced at Yi Kuan with disdain. At this moment, he found the feeling of spending money to show off again. 20 million. He is willing to pay 20 million to show off. He believed that at this moment he was the most handsome guy in the audience. He believed that Miss Chan Yueshi would definitely be impressed by his dominance. Chan Yuetong didn't say anything, but looked at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes. Now, Yi Kuan has not paid the money, so theoretically Xiao Tianyuan can offer a higher price to book the entire place. Before, Yi Kuan was very confident and wanted to book the entire TX bar. Now, how will you respond to Xiao Tianyuan's provocation? How about it? Our master Xiao is willing to offer 20 million to rent the entire place. Do you dare to offer a higher price? If you don't have the money, get out of TX bar. You little jerk, you dare to compete with Master Xiao for money? If you want to spend money, you are not qualified enough. The lackey Lu Bai jumped out again and shouted. Before, Yi Kuan threatened to book the entire theater and kick him out, which made him hold a grudge against him. Now, Xiao Xiao had the upper hand, and he immediately stood up and shouted like a clown, as if he had paid for the entire bar. Fatty, who are you calling a jerk? Watch out for your stinky mouth getting torn to shreds. Lin Su pointed at Lu Bai's nose and said angrily. This fat guy doesn't have any special abilities, but he's a first-rate lackey and he's also very mean. What? You have no money and yet you dare to act cool? You are just little bastards, I'm talking to you. Lu Bai looked like a villain who had succeeded in his career and was relying on the power of others. Speak politely and don't cause trouble in the TX bar. Chang Yuetong frowned slightly and spoke coldly. The several strong bodyguards behind her took a step forward, ready to take action at any time to stop the trouble. Seeing that Chan Yueshi seemed to be angry, Xiao Tianyuan couldn't help but become nervous. Bang! Xiao Tianyuan slapped Lu Bai hard on the head and taught him a lesson. Fatty, don't use vulgar language. We are all civilized people. This fat guy has such a poor vision. The female president Chan Yueshi was standing right next to him and dared to talk nonsense, which was destroying his majestic image. He decided not to bring the fat guy along to play next time. Mr. Xiao, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Lu Bai immediately nodded and admitted his mistake, then stepped aside. How about this? I'll offer 20 million to rent out the entire TX bar. If you dare to offer a higher price, I'll match it. Whoever backs down is a grandson. Xiao Tianyuan looked at Yi Kuan provocatively. Today he must show the status of the top second generation in Shanghai and use money to win over Yi Kuan. He never hesitates to spend money. He is the richest man in the entire TX bar. Ding! Triggering random mission, slap Xiao Tianyuan in the face again. Quest reward, strength +3. Oh shit. He just felt that he had not yet satisfied enough by slapping Xiao Tianyuan in the face. It actually triggered the task of slapping Xiao Tianyuan in the face again. Although the mission reward is a bit small, only 3 points of strength. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, and this one must be slapped in the face. Yi Kuan calmly took a sip of Spade A champagne, then slowly extended a finger. What's the meaning? 10 million? No way, it's definitely not 10 million. Is it 100 million? Everyone present was shocked. Is Yi Kuan going to offer 100 million to book a bar for an entire night? Impossible. 100 million, I'll give you 100 million. At this time, Yi Kuan spoke. He was going to spend 100 million to rent out the TX bar. Because he has a 10-fold alcohol and beverage rebate card, he can earn back 1 billion yuan by spending 100 million yuan. You can also slap Xiao Tianyuan in the face. Why not? The whole audience was shocked. Petrified. Uproar. Explode. Crazy, he's crazy. He actually spent 100 million to book a night at the TX bar. 100 million can buy more than a dozen supercars. Even in this city where every inch of land is valuable, it is no problem to buy a luxury house. And Yi Kuan actually spent 100 million to book a bar. Besides, shouldn't everyone increase their bids round by round? Yi Kuan did not play by the rules at all and directly spent 100 million. If Yi Kuan is not crazy, then he is a real rich man. At this moment, Xiao Tianyuan was stunned. Although he is one of the top rich second generations in Shanghai, his family assets exceed 100 billion. However, most of those assets are virtual assets such as real estate and stocks, not cash. He simply didn't dare to spend 100 million to book the entire venue, and he couldn't come up with the money right away. Of course, if he really wants to raise money, he can definitely do it. However, he is just a second generation rich, not a first generation rich. His dad would definitely break his legs and put him in solitary confinement for a few months. So, Xiao Tianyuan got scared. Chapter 16, Yi Xiao pays for all the expenses. Mr. Xiao, how about we all pool our money and raise the price? Yes. Master Xiao, you can't give in. Beat him. Several of Xiao Tianyuan's followers spoke up. These people are all second generation rich and very concerned about their reputation. If they pool their money together, it will definitely be more than 100 million. Xiao Tianyuan glanced at Yi Kuan and saw that he looked calm and composed, so he couldn't help but shook his head. Yi Kuan can easily spend 100 million, but who can guarantee that he won't spend 200 million? So what if these rich second generations pool their money? You've already lost in terms of momentum. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the fact was that he was crushed. Crushed thoroughly. Young Master Yi, I admit defeat. If you can really come up with 100 million, I will admit that I am your grandson. Xiao Tianyuan glanced at Yi Kuan and admitted his mistake. When you meet someone who is more powerful and domineering than you, it is not shameful to admit defeat. These top rich second generations are generally able to bend and stretch. He is not stubborn and will not fight to the death with others. Especially when encountering a boss who is more domineering than himself, he will often give in decisively. However, he still wanted to see whether Yi Kuan could really swipe out 100 million yuan. Yi Kuan smiled faintly, took out a black gold bank card and handed it to the general manager of the bar. There is only 100 million in this black gold card. If Xiao Tianyuan had raised the price again, he might have admitted defeat. However, he directly offered 100 million, which shocked this group of rich second generations with his momentum. They dare not raise the price at all. The bar general manager carefully took the black gold bank card from Yi Kuan. The material of this card is very special. It feels very heavy when you buy it. I wonder what material it is made of. He had never seen this kind of black card before. But this is not important. The key is whether there is money in the card. Soon, the bar staff swiped 100 million yuan from the black gold card. Mr. Yi, please keep your bank card. The bar general manager respectfully handed the black gold card back to Yi Kuan. Now, you are the most distinguished guest of TX Bar. The entire TX Bar is reserved for you tonight. You are the one who makes the decisions. The bar's general manager said attentively. Someone like Yi Kuan, who can easily spend 100 million to book a whole bar, must be the big shot he needs to curry favor with. Shan Yuetong also looked at Yi Kuan with admiration and became very curious about him. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong's favorability towards the host increases by +10. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong's favorability towards the host increases by +10. Ding! The goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong's favorability towards the host has increased to 30. Chan Yuetong's favorability towards Yi Kuan directly increased by 20 points. Young Master Yi is really courageous. Come visit me often and I'll treat you to a drink. Chang Yuetong gave Yi Kuan a charming smile and said generously. Okay, as long as you are in TX, I will come again. Yi Kuan smiled. The goddess-like beauty Chang Yuetong shook hands with him for 10 seconds and contributed 5 points to his physical fitness. If their relationship gets closer, will there be any rewards? Like hugging? Like kissing? What will be rewarded? Yeah, you'll see me again. After leaving a word, Chang Yuatan left with her bodyguards. At this moment, the whole place was quiet and the music in the bar stopped. Then, the exciting sound of the bar DJ rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, I have exciting news for you. The TX bar has been booked by Master Yi from the Supreme District. Young Master Yi will pay for all the drinks tonight. Let's party. Let's get high. Suddenly, the whole audience exploded. Awesome. Master Yi from the Supreme District has booked the entire place. Holy crap. This is the legendary story of young Master Yi paying for everything. Arrogant. So damn arrogant. Countless admiring gazes were cast at Yi Kun in the Supreme Zone, and screams continued. Especially those coolly dressed beauties in the TX bar, their eyes were looking at Yi Kun with extremely fiery passion, as if they couldn't wait to throw themselves into his arms. If such a rich man could just look at them, they would be so excited that they couldn't close their legs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shocking the entire crowd. Reward, Spirit +5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching Spirit level 12, breaking through the limits of ordinary people. In an instant, Yi Kun felt refreshed and full of energy. Moreover, his observation and perception abilities have been significantly improved. It feels so good. At this time, Yi Kun waved to the general manager of TX Bar. Does Master Yi have any other instructions? The bar's general manager asked respectfully. Yi Kun spent 100 million to book the entire theater, so he must have other requirements. As the general manager, he had to stay and entertain them personally. Spread the word. Any beautiful woman with a beauty score of 80 or above can enter the TX bar for free tonight. As for men, don't let them in anymore. Yi Kun spoke lightly and set a new rule for the bar. In addition to the customers who are already present, the customers who want to enter the TX bar later can only be beautiful women with a beauty score of 80 or above. As for how to screen out beauties with a beauty score of 80 or above, it is left to TX bar. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll make the arrangements. The bar manager nodded. All free. If no rules are set, the TX bar will definitely be packed tonight. Set up rules so that beautiful girls can come in and play for free. Tonight, all the beautiful girls in Shanghai with good looks and good figures will definitely rush to TX bar like crazy. If you like this book, please add it to your bookshelf and give it a 5-star rating. The author has something to say. If you want to play the role, please leave a message in the book review section. Chapter 17, Do It Until You Are Convinced. Yi Kun turned his gaze to Xiao Tianyuan and looked at him with a teasing look. He was still waiting for this young Master Xiao to admit defeat and contribute some strength to him. Young Master Yi, you are too domineering. I, Xiao Tianyuan, surrender. I will drink 3 cups as punishment and admit my mistake. As Xiao Tianyuan spoke, he asked someone to bring a wineglass and fill it with Ace of Spades champagne. He admitted defeat today. Yi Kun was indeed richer and more domineering than him. Wait, since you are admitting your mistake, you should be sincere. Yi Kun stopped Xiao Tianyuan from drinking champagne, turned to the bar manager and said, bring out 10 bottles of Louis XIII. Good. The bar manager nodded and told the staff to get the drinks. Louis XIII is a very expensive foreign liquor sold in bars, with a bottle costing tens of thousands. Usually when someone goes to a bar and wants to show off, they will order a bottle of Louis XIII and put it on the booth, and then they 1T open it, just to show off and pick up girls. Yi Kun casually ordered 10 bottles of Louis XIII, just like an ordinary person ordering beer. Young Master Yi, isn't this a bit too much? Xiao Tianyuan frowned, his face looking very ugly. The other party obviously didn't want to let him go and wanted him to toast with foreign wine. Yes. You've gone too far. Young Master Xiao has already admitted his mistake, so why are you being so aggressive? We are all well-known second-generation members of the Demon City. We are not to be trifled with. Don't push us too far, or we'll mobilize our connections and make sure you can't even gain a foothold in the Magic City. At this time, Xiao Tianyuan's lackey Lu Bai jumped out again and shouted. Yi Kun glanced at the fat man Lu Bai with disdain, then his eyes turned cold and he looked at Xiao Tianyuan and said, is this what you meant? He really doesn't take this group of rich second generations seriously. That fat guy Lu Bai is a scumbag and doesn't even have the qualifications to talk to him. Xiao Tianyuan seemed to have some vision and could barely talk to him. If Xiao Tianyuan doesn't appreciate his kindness, he doesn't mind getting rid of him. Xiao Tianyuan shuddered when he saw Yi Kun's look. A big shot like Yi Kuan, who can easily spend 100 million to book a bar, is obviously of a higher level than him. He didn't dare to offend easily. The fat guy was so bold that he actually dared to threaten the other party. Isn't this causing trouble for him? Bang! A crisp sound. Xiao Tianyuan slapped Lu Bai hard, making him stagger. Master Yi is talking to me, it's not your turn to interrupt. Bang! Xiao Tianyuan slapped Lu Bai again, causing the corner of his mouth to bleed. You fat bastard, you have no sense at all, get out of here. Xiao Tianyuan kicked Lu Bai to the ground. The more he looked at Lu Bai, this lackey, the more he felt that he was hateful and had no vision. This kind of short-sighted lackey should just get as far away from home as possible. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao, I was wrong. Lu Bai lay on the ground and begged, tears and snot streaming down his face. He flattered the wrong people several times today, which caused young Master Xiao to punch and kick him. Fuck, there's no point apologizing to me, apologize to Master Yi. Xiao Tianyuan kicked Lu Bai again. If he hadn't been implicated by that fat guy Lu Bai today, he wouldn't have had to be slapped in the face by young Master Yi. Moreover, he lost face in front of the goddess. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. So, Xiao Tianyuan kicked Lu Bai hard a few more times, taking out all his anger on him. Young Master Yi, I was wrong, I was wrong. I was blind and didn't recognize the real talent. Lu Bai curled up on the ground, wailing for mercy. Get lost. Yi Kuan waved his hand, signaling Lu Bai to be a bastard. This fat guy is not a good person. He is a backup plan for his green tea ex-girlfriend. It can be regarded as an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Thank you, Master Yi. Thank you, Master Yi, for forgiving me. Lu Bai quickly got up and fled in panic. He is just a lackey who is relying on the power of others to bully others. Now, Xiao Xiao has admitted his weakness in front of Yi Kuan, so how could he dare to provoke Yi Kuan? At this time, 10 bottles of Louis XIII liquor had been sent down by the hotel staff. Master Yi, do you really want me to toast with some foreign wine? Xiao Tianyuan looked very unhappy. He has admitted his mistake many times and lowered his stance, so why is young Master Yi still unwilling to let him go? Mr. Xiao, I know you're not convinced yet. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll drink as much as you drink. I'll drink all of you by myself. Do you dare? Yi Kuan glanced at Xiao Tianyuan and the others and spoke in a domineering tone. The System S reward has not arrived yet, which means that the degree of slapping Xiao Tianyuan in the face is not enough. This Xiao Tianyuan was just unwilling to accept the fact. Today he must be convinced. What? You drank all of us? Are you sure you're not kidding? Xiao Tianyuan was shocked. Yi Kuan actually said that he wanted to drink alone, but there were 7 or 8 of them. Even the whiny mortal wouldn't dare to make such a boast. You have to know that they are regulars at nightclubs and bars, and they all have a good alcohol tolerance, and some of them are even very good drinkers. Brother Kuan, you're at a disadvantage for drinking with so many people by yourself. Count me in. Lin Su also stood up. Although he didn't know why Yi Kuan dared to make this request that was obviously disadvantageous to him, he believed that Yi Kuan would not do anything without confidence. Boss, add me. Chen Wenwen also stood up. Although she is a woman, the boss is in the front line, how can she stand by and watch? She also wants to lend a helping hand to her boss. Brother Cohen, count me in too. Even Wu Dan stood up and volunteered. Today, Yi Kuan let her see what a real rich man is. Now, there is a chance to show off in front of the rich man, how can she miss it? Yi Kuan looked at Chen Wenwen, Lin Su and Wu Dan and nodded. They came together and formed a temporary small group, so it was only natural that they should advance and retreat together. Although he could drink the entire opponent down by himself, there was no need for him to step forward alone. How about this? There are 4 of us here, and we're going to drink with 8 of you. Do you dare? Yi Kuan picked up a bottle of Louis XIII and looked at Xiao Tianyuan jokingly. He planned to have a drinking contest and beat these rich second generations directly. The author has something to say. Handsome guy with skirt. Chapter 18, Never get drunk after drinking 1,000 cups, the rich really knows how to have fun. There are 8 of us here, and only 4 of you are drinking? Xiao Tianyuan smiled. There was actually such a good thing. He thought young Master Yi was going to force him to drink the foreign wine alone. Then he would naturally be unhappy. As a result, Yi Kuan said that he would have a drinking contest with them, and he would have a smaller number of people against a larger number. There are 8 people on their side, and all of them can drink, which is obviously beneficial to them. Young Master Xiao, have a drinking contest with them and beat them. Yes, it's just drinking. We have never been afraid of anyone. The several rich second generations around Xiao Tianyuan couldn't help but get ready to fight, thinking that this was a great opportunity to fight back against Yi Kuan. There were 8 of them drinking against 4 opponents, so there was no reason for them to lose. Okay, then let's have a drinking contest. Master Yi, how do you decide? Xiao Tianyuan also gritted his teeth and said, if they still give in this situation, they will have no chance of staying in the second generation circle in Shanghai. That's easy, Louis XIII, full, cheers. Yi Kuan said as he poured a bottle of Louis XIII into his glass. Then signaled the bar staff to fill each glass. Cheers, with Louis XIII. Xiao Tianyuan's mouth twitched involuntarily. It is not easy to toast this pure Louis XIII without any drinks. However, there is no turning back now, and we have to have a drinking contest. Master Yi, let me toast you first. Xiao Tianyuan was quite generous. He raised a glass of Louis XIII and gulped it down in one gulp. When he was halfway through drinking, his face had turned red, but he still gritted his teeth and drank it. Mr. Yi. I'm done drinking. It's your turn. Xiao Tianyuan turned the wine glass over to indicate that he had drunk it all. Without saying a word, Yi Kuan raised a full glass of Louis XIII and drank it in one gulp. He has the skill of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and drinking Louis XIII is almost like drinking water. No problem, drink as much as you want. Then, Chen Wenwen, Lin Su and Wu Dan each had a glass of Louis XIII with the rich second generation they were facing. Yi Kuan drank 4 more cups by himself and toasted the 4 rich second generations sitting opposite him. During the second round of drinking, Yi Kuan let Chen Wenwen take a rest and drank a glass for her. By the third round of drinking, 2 people from Xiao Tianyuan's side had already fallen, and Lin Su was almost unable to hold on. 1 cup after another, round after round, until someone falls down or quits voluntarily. Not long after, all the rich second generations on Xiao Tianyuan's side were drunk. Only Yi Kuan remained calm and composed. It was as if he was drinking plain water instead of foreign liquor. The skill of not getting drunk after drinking 1,000 cups is very powerful. Young Master Yi. Xiao Tianyuan is convinced, wholeheartedly convinced. I am your grandson, please spare me. After vomiting several times, Xiao Tianyuan finally admitted defeat and begged for mercy, his words becoming incoherent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of slapping Xiao Tianyuan in the face again. Reward, strength +3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing his strength to 11, surpassing the limits of ordinary people. In an instant, Yi Kuan felt a magical energy injected into his body, full of strength, and his muscles seemed to become stronger. 11 points of strength has already exceeded the peak level of ordinary humans. In other words, the power of his punch now is at least at the level of a boxing champion. It feels so good. Then, Yi Kuan checked his basic information again. Name, Yi Kuan. Strength, 11. Agility, 7. Constitution, 13. Spirit, 12. Charm, 8. Note, the peak attribute of ordinary people is 10. Super rich reserve fund, trillions of Chinese currency. Available amount of money, 10000000000. Skills, God-level driving skills, can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Props, none. Super rich points, 1. Note, every 100 million spent will earn you 1 Shinhao point. God of wealth points can be used to improve the 4 basic physical attributes of strength, constitution, agility and spirit, and cannot be used to improve charm. System, add my godly rich points to agility. Yi Kuan muttered to himself. He originally wanted to use the super rich points to enhance his charm. Unfortunately, charm cannot be increased using super rich points. The reason why I choose to use the rich points to improve agility is because I don't want to leave any shortcomings. Now, his strength, physique and spirit have surpassed the peak level of ordinary humans. Only agility, not yet reached 10 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending a divine rich point to increase agility to 8. At the same time, a piece of news quickly spread among the young people in Shanghai. I heard that the most expensive TX bar in Shanghai has been booked out by a super rich guy. Holy crap! They say the price for booking the entire venue is as high as 100 million. I'm shocked. This is the real rich man. It is said that beauties with a beauty score of over 80 can enter the TX bar and drink and play for free. Holy crap! The rich man really knows how to have fun. In the freshman dormitory of Shanghai Film, Television and Drama Academy, several cool beauties in pajamas and shorts are playing short videos and browsing their moments. Suddenly, a beautiful woman screamed, "Everyone, look! The most expensive bar in Shanghai, TX, has been booked out by a super rich guy tonight. Anyone with a beauty score above 80 can drink and play for free. There are even celebrities there, it's super exciting. The TX bar is super expensive, with a minimum bill of tens of thousands. I can't afford to go there without someone treating me. Just scan your face and you can play for free. Sisters, what are you waiting for? Let's go. I don't like drinking and clubbing. I mainly want to meet some super rich people." In addition to some pretty female students, there are also some urban female white-collar workers who think they are good-looking, all rushing to the TX bar. Some want to drink and play for free, and more want to take the opportunity to get to know the rich man. What if a wealthy person takes a fancy to you? Wouldn't you be able to become a phoenix? Looking for character names. We need all sorts of pretty girls. Please leave a comment in the book review section with the character's characteristics and name. The author has something to say. If you want a role, please leave a message. Chapter 19 School Beauty, Yang Yanai and Tangro. Tonight, the TX bar is full of fun and there are many beautiful women. And Yi Koan is destined to be the most handsome guy in the audience. As soon as he sat there, countless beauties' eyes converged on him, each of them wanting to throw themselves into his arms. However, outside the supreme area stood a whole row of black-clad bodyguards arranged by the bar, with such an imposing aura that ordinary people could not even step in. The super rich man is not someone that those slutty bitches can approach just because they want to. Yi Koan also set a rule that only school beauties can come to the supreme area to toast him. Beauties below the school bell level, serious customers only. The rich man is so cool. At the beginning, there were always some vulgar women who thought they were pretty and came to harass him, fantasizing about being noticed by the rich man Yi Koan. Therefore, Yi Koan made the rule that only beauties who are not school beauties should not be disturbed. "Brother Koan, you're so rich. You've completely defeated Xiao Tianyuan and the other rich second generations with just your sheer physical strength. You're my lifelong idol." Lin Su raised his wine glass and looked at Yi Koan with admiration. Xiao Tianyuan is the top second generation in Shanghai. He is usually very arrogant, but he was completely subdued by Brother Koan. In the end, not only did he admit his mistake, he was also carried out after getting drunk. Yi Koan's ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk also shocked everyone. Ding! Gained Lin Su's admiration critical hit plus 666. Now, Lin Su has become Yi Koan's most loyal little fan. "Young Master Yi, you've shown me what a truly wealthy person looks like. I offer you a toast." Wu Dan also toasted Yi Koan and threw him a wink intentionally or unintentionally. She is a female anchor with millions of fans and a goddess in the eyes of ordinary people. However, in front of Yi Koan, she did not dare to act like a goddess at all, but instead tried to please Yi Koan deliberately. Random. Yi Koan raised his glass, clinked it gently with Lin Su and Wu Dan, and took a sip of Spade champagne. At the same time, several beauties from the Drama Academy were constantly stealing glances at the supreme area where Yi Koan was. They learned through their circle of friends that the TX bar was booked by a wealthy man, and any beautiful woman with a beauty score above 80 could come and play for free. So, all 4 people in their dormitory came. They were from the Shanghai Drama Academy, and their dormitory happened to be full of beauties, so they easily got admission. As soon as I entered the TX bar, I found that all the drinks were free, and there were so many beautiful women on the scene, and the atmosphere was very lively. Is that handsome guy in the black shirt the wealthy man who booked the entire TX bar? He's so handsome, so cool, and so young. See? The table is filled with Ace of Spades champagne and Louis XIII liquor. The price of those liquors alone is over $1 million. It would be nice if I could go into the supreme area and take some photos to post on WeChat moments. Let's go and meet the rich man. But, there seems to be a bodyguard over there. These girls were also very bold. After discovering that Yi Koan was handsome and young, they decisively walked towards the supreme area. It's not always possible to meet such a young, handsome, and wealthy man. However, as soon as they reached the supreme area, they were stopped by several bodyguards in black. Sorry, Master Yi said that only school beauties with a beauty score of 90 or above can go through. The black-clad bodyguard glanced at the 4 beauties in front of him. Only campus beauties can get through? Several girls were shocked. The rich man's standards were too high. Suddenly, 2 of the girls looked disappointed. They are all beauties at the level of class beauties or department beauties, but they are not yet at the level of school beauties. In the eyes of ordinary people, they are already the most beautiful women, but they don't even have the qualifications to enter the supreme zone to meet that super rich man. I was shocked. However, there are still 2 girls who hold their heads high and chests puffed out, like proud swans. Because they have all reached the level of school beauties. Don't worry, after we go in, we will ask that Master Yi to let you in too. If he doesn't want to, we'll just take a few pictures and come out. The 2 campus beauties also comforted their other 2 companions. Wait a moment, I still need to go over and inform Master Yi. One of the bodyguards said cautiously. Then he walked towards Yi Kun. Master Yi, 2 campus beauties want to toast you. The bodyguard said in Yi Kun's ear. Are you sure she's a school beauty? Yi Kun raised his eyebrows. Before, these bodyguards brought some vulgar women, which made him very suspicious of their aesthetic taste. Young Master Yi, I guarantee she'll be a school beauty this time. She's so beautiful. The bodyguard patted his chest and assured. Okay, bring it over and let me see it. Yi Kun nodded and said. Soon, 2 slim and fashionable beauties came over hand in hand. One of them was dressed sexy and walked in front with her head held high. The other one was dressed innocently and followed behind timidly. Young Master Yi, we are freshmen from the Magic City Drama Academy. Can we take a few photos here? The sexy girl stared at Yi Kun for a while before speaking. She appeared calm on the surface, but was actually very panicked inside. The handsome guy in front of her is a wealthy man who spent 100 million to book the entire TX bar. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. Oh? What are your names? When Yi Kun saw the 2 girls, his eyes immediately brightened. They are not the kind of vulgar girls, and their looks are definitely at the level of school beauties. My name is Yang and I. The sexy and charming girl spoke. Ding! A school beauty has been detected. Name, Yang and I. Appearance, 94 school beauty level. Yi Kun glanced at Yang and I and nodded slightly. Her beauty score is 94 and her figure is curvy. Especially she has a pair of peach blossom eyes, which makes her look more charming. My name is Tang Ro, and I'm a freshman in the dance department. At this time, another girl with an innocent appearance also spoke, her voice a little timid. Chapter 20, Golden Spear Skill. Name, Tang Ro. Appearance, 96 goddess level. Age, 18. Height, 169 centimeters. Measurements, 85, 60, 90. Chest, 34C. Favorability, 30. Features, delicate and soft body. Tang Ro's appearance score is as high as 96, reaching the goddess level. Moreover, she has a delicate body. As expected, she is a girl from the dance department. Ding! Triggering a random task, inviting Yang and I and Tang Ro to sit down and have a drink. Reward, agility +5, 1 chance to draw a random prize. This triggers the quest. Sure enough, Yi Kun's guess was correct. When encountering a beauty who is above the school beauty level, the chances of triggering tasks and receiving rewards are very high. Yang and I and Tang Ro are both campus beauties and goddess level beauties respectively, so their looks and figures are naturally top-notch. However, the lighting in the bar is a bit dim, and the view is not very clear, but it has a hazy beauty. Yi Kun stared at Yang and I and Tang Ro, patted the seat next to him, and said with a smile, taking pictures is no problem, you guys sit down and have a drink together. He knew very well that since Yang and I and Tang Ro came over on their own initiative, they certainly didn't just want to take pictures and leave, they must want to sit down and play. After all, being able to sit down and drink with a wealthy person is a rare opportunity in itself. Okay, Master Yi. When Yang and I heard Yi Kun invite them to sit down, she couldn't help but look very excited and pulled Tang Ro to sit next to Yi Kun. They are all goddesses who are high and mighty in school, and have countless lickspittles around them. However, there is really no chance to meet someone of this level of super rich. At most, you'll meet those rich second generations at school who drive luxury cars worth millions, but they don't have financial freedom. The second generation of rich people just spend their family's money, and they are still a long way from being the real rich people. Yang and I stared at the ace of spades champagne of various colors on the table, and her eyes became hot. A Shenlong set costs 88,888 yuan. The rarely seen Shenlong champagne is placed here casually, just like ordinary beer. It's very rich. This is what a rich man is. Yi Koen noticed Yang Ni's eyes, so he casually took a bottle of pink spade champagne, poured 2 glasses, and handed them to Yang and I and Tang Ro respectively. This champagne is pretty good, let's have a drink. Yi Koen smiled and said casually. Master Yi, I toast to you. Yang and I was not at all nervous and raised his glass to toast Yi Koen. Tang Ro hesitated for a moment and also picked up the wine glass. Whatever you want, no need to toast. Yi Koen smiled. A few of them clinked their glasses lightly and took a sip. At this moment, the system's beautiful prompt sound rang in Yi Koen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of inviting Yang and I and Tang Ro to sit down for a drink. Ding! Reward, agility plus 5. Congratulations to the host for increasing your agility to 13, surpassing the limit of ordinary people. A random lottery opportunity will be awarded once. It was such an easy task to complete. The system is really like cheating. It feels great. System, I want to draw a lottery. Yi Koen muttered to himself, planning to use up this chance to win the lottery. Suddenly, a huge turntable appeared in his mind, with all kinds of dazzling rewards on it. A beauty card. A health card. A lucky charm. A bad luck charm. A peach blossom talisman. 2 personal maids. Golden spear skill. Super rich points plus 1. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Inside the huge roulette wheel are all the goodies that money can't buy. I wonder which prize those handsome guys who follow the book want the most. Beauty card, a handsome guy like him doesn't need such a thing as a beauty card. He is very handsome and has money. However, beauty cards can be used by women, and this is a good thing that can make any woman crazy. The health card is good. Yi Koen is now as strong as a bull and very healthy. However, if you draw a health card, you can give it to your parents or elders, which is definitely a good thing. There is no need to talk about the lucky charm. If you draw it, you will be lucky. As for the bad luck charm, you can use it on your enemies. Just put a bad luck charm on anyone you dislike. It must be awesome. Peach blossom charms are also good things. If you have a peach blossom talisman, your romantic luck will come immediately. The personal maid is pretty good, and there are 2 of them. The golden gun never falls. This is good. This is definitely a magical skill that all handsome guys want to obtain. In addition to the above prizes, there are many other good things in the big turntable. If you want to know what prizes you want to see in the wheel, leave a comment here. The author will interact with the handsome boys for a long time and select prizes from them to appear in the book. Those dazzling prizes made Yi Koen envious. Host, do you want to start the lottery? The system prompts. The lucky draw begins. Suddenly, the big turntable in Yi Koen's mind began to spin slowly, and then accelerated. Stop. As Yi Koen called for a stop, the turntable in his mind started spinning slower and slower, and finally the pointer stopped on a prize. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a health card. Prize description: once you use the health card, minor illnesses will be cured and major illnesses will not occur. One health card can maintain good health for a year. Health cards can be used for yourself and others. Although I didn't get the golden gun skill, I feel a little regretful. However, the health card is also good and can be used by parents. Modern people are in sub-health and have various illnesses. With a health card, you can avoid all diseases. Young Master Yi, there were originally 4 girls from our dormitory who came here together, but the other 2 couldn't come to the Supreme area. Can they come over and play with us? After sitting down and drinking a glass of wine, Yang and I plucked up his courage and asked. I know this might be a little presumptuous, but if I can't? Yang and I said a little nervously. She originally wanted to say, forget it if it's not possible. After all, young Master Yi was already giving them face by inviting them, the 2 school beauties, to drink. Why should she treat her 2 classmates to drinks? Master Yi set a rule that only beauties above the school beauty level are allowed to enter the Supreme area. Yang and I smiled coquettishly and said. She originally thought that a wealthy man like Yi Koen must be arrogant, have a strange temper, be self-centered, and difficult to get along with. Unexpectedly, Yi Koen was very easygoing and talked and laughed with her. Yi Koen just smiled. He has a good temper, but it depends on who he is with. Soon, Yang and I and Tang Ro's two female classmates were led into the supreme area. They were all at least class beauties. Yi Koen greeted them and motioned for them to sit down as well, which made them feel flattered. Young Master Yi, can we take some photos and send a short video? Yang and I asked. Drinking with the rich in the Supreme Zone, taking some photos and posting them on short videos can attract a lot of traffic. Okay, which short video website do you post it on? Yi Koen nodded and asked. Posted on Kunpeng Short Video. This short video website has been very popular recently, and it can also be live streamed. The four of us in the dormitory all use Kunpeng Short Video and occasionally live stream it. Yang and I said. They are all students of Shanghai Drama Academy and have accumulated a lot of fans by making short videos. Moreover, live streaming can also make money. Although they are only freshmen, they have already earned tuition and living expenses by making short videos, taking advertisements, and live broadcasts. This allowed them to taste the sweetness of making short videos and live broadcasts. Self-media such as short videos and live broadcasts are a new and rapidly emerging trend. As long as you catch the right opportunity, even a pig can take off. Besides, they are all beauties. Tonight, all four of them from the dormitory went out and rushed to TX Bar to shoot short videos to gain followers. Then you guys go ahead and shoot. I'll download a short video of Kunpeng. I can follow your account. Yi Koen smiled. This Kunpeng short video belongs to Kunpeng Group. He is the big boss behind the scenes, and you must download a Kunpeng short video to play with it. Really? Young Master Yi is following our Kunpeng account. That's great. Yang and I, Tang Ro and others were overjoyed when they heard that Yi Koen, the wealthy man, wanted to follow their accounts. You know, if the rich people just give them some support, they can take off immediately. Young Master Yi was able to book out the entire TX bar for 100 million yuan, so he is definitely a wealthy man. Yang and I, Tang Ro and several other girls took out their mobile phones and excitedly started taking photos and shooting short videos. Yi Koen opened an application and started downloading Kunpeng short videos. Soon, Yi Koen downloaded the Kunpeng short video software, and then followed Yang and I and Tang Ro's Kunpeng short video accounts. Yang and I's account name on Kunpeng short video is NINI. Tang Ro's account is called Sharo. While drinking with a few beauties, Yi Koen casually flipped through the short videos of Yang and I and Tang Ro. Yang and I takes the sexy route and will shoot some hot dances and situational skits in her short videos. She is a student of the acting department of Shanghai Drama Academy. She has good acting skills and is very versatile. Tang Ro takes the pure route. Her major is classical dance, so most of her short videos are of her dancing classical dance. In the short video, she dances gracefully and agilely, like an elf. Moreover, the body flexibility is amazing. Various splits are shown off. It's popular. My short video is popular. Suddenly, Yang and I screamed. I saw that the short video she just shot has received tens of thousands of likes and quite a few comments. Holy crap! This is the TX bar in Shanghai. I heard it was booked out by a mysterious tycoon for 100 million. Holy crap! 10 dragon suit sets and 10 bottles of Louis XIII. The value of the wine on the table alone is over $1 million. Fuck! Only beauties with a beauty score of 80 or above can enter TX for free. I was rejected because I'm ugly. Holy crap! NINI is drinking with the super rich guy, is this true? I want to watch the live broadcast, I want to see the super rich. I want to see the rich man. Ding. Worship value plus 10. Ding. Worship value plus 10. Ding. Worship value plus 10. As short videos become more popular, the system prompts that the admiration value is constantly increasing. Young Master Yi, can I do a live broadcast? Many fans have asked me to do it, they all want to see the super rich. Yang and I asked Yi Koen. You can do the live broadcast, but I won't be on camera. Yi Koen said. He is not a public figure and has no need to show up in public. Being low-key is the right way to go. All right. Yang and I was happy when she heard that she could start live streaming. However, it is a bit regrettable that the wealthy Yi Koen is not in the picture. Soon, Yang and I opened the Kunpeng live broadcast. Hundreds of people quickly poured into the live broadcast room. Hello everyone, I'm live streaming from the TX bar. Sitting on my left is my best friend Sharo, and on my right sits Yi Xiao. He's the wealthy tycoon who booked the entire TX bar for 100 million tonight. However, he's very low-key and doesn't want to show up. Yang and I talked freely in front of the live camera. Ding! Triggering the mission, become the number 1 on NI's list. Task reward, charm +1. Note, the maximum charm value is 10. Once the charm value reaches 9, it will trigger the charm aura of everyone loves you, and flowers bloom when you see them. The beauty's favorability towards the host will increase rapidly. Oh shit! This reward is actually to increase charm. You should know that the charm value cannot be increased using the rich points, and the maximum limit is only 10. Everyone loves him and flowers bloom when he sees them. This charming halo, I want it. Yi Kuan immediately entered the Kuanping short video live broadcast software and gave his account a name start with a Kuan. Why is it named starting with a Kuan? Because he received the Kuanping group as a system reward at the beginning. Kuanping Live is his company, which has the word Kuan in its name. Moreover, his name also contains the character Kuan. He has a special affinity with this Kuan. Start with a Kuan, which can take on all sizes, and then transform into a Pang, soaring straight up and having a bright future. It feels so good. Chapter 22, a super rich platform, a 1 million gift. When Yi Kuan entered NI's live broadcast room, he saw many people giving her small gifts. I want a hug. I want a hug. I want a hug. Asking for a hug is the smallest gift on Kuanping Live, 1 hug for 1 diamond. The exchange rate between diamonds and huaxia coins in Kuanping Live is 1:1. Some people use Superstar Face to get 10 diamonds. Someone gave Muamua 52 diamonds. Someone gave me a cannon for 100 diamonds. NI is worthy of being the school belle of Shanghai Drama Academy, and many people give her gifts. However, few people give gifts worth more than 100 diamonds. NI, let that rich guy appear on camera, and I'll give you a lightning supercar. A noble title sends a barrage for the administration of Regent. A lightning supercar costs 1,888 diamonds. And only by spending 1 million on Kuanping Live can one obtain the noble title of Regent. Emperor, 3 million. Super Emperor, 10 million. God level Emperor, 50 million. Top Emperor, 100 million. God, 300 million. Phantom God, 500 million. God of War, 1 billion. The richest God of War, 10 billion. Trench. So extravagant. The rich God of War actually wants to spend 10 billion. Yi Kuan, the big boss behind Kuanping Live, was shocked. I'm sorry, the super rich boss refuses to appear on camera. NI apologized to the Regent manager. NI, I'll give you 10 elopements to the moon, and you'll let the rich man appear on camera. The administrator with the noble title of Regent was relentless and sent out another barrage of comments. An elopement to the moon costs 5,000 diamonds. 10 elopements to the moon would be worth 50,000 diamonds. That is 50,000 yuan. The Regent is so domineering. We want to see the rich man. We want to see the rich man. Some netizens also joined in the fun, wanting to see the rich man who spent 100 million to book the entire TX bar. Young Master Yi, they want you to appear on camera, is that okay? Yang and I looked at Yi Kuan with pleading eyes. Yi Kuan shook his head. Joke. Can you see the super rich just because you want to? You spend 50,000 yuan and want him to appear on camera, but he is not that cheap. Sorry, the super rich boss refuses to appear on camera. Yang and I could only apologize again in the live broadcast room. Yi Kuan didn't want to appear on camera, and she could do nothing about it. Is it possible that she is trying to seduce Mr. Yi just for a gift worth 50,000 yuan? Is this super rich guy fake? Yeah, why doesn't that super rich guy give NI gifts? Tisk, he's not even number 1 on the list, how can he be called a super rich man? When the viewers in the live broadcast room saw that the rich man refused to leave, they all started to make a fuss. Everyone, stop talking nonsense. The rich boss and I just met, and he just followed my Kuanping account. Seeing the netizens making a fuss, Yang and I was worried that Yi Kuan would be angry, so he hurriedly explained. Oh wow, the super rich followed NI's account, let the super rich be on the list. Only when he is number 1 on the list will I believe he is truly a super rich man. The number 1 on the list is an emperor, who has given NI over 1 million. At this time, Yi Koen was recharging money in the background. The Kunpeng short video live broadcast software can be recharged up to 10 million at a time. Yi Koen recharged 10 times before he reached 100 million. I'm determined to be number one on the list, and I. Come and fight me if you don't agree. Start with a Koen. Yi Koen posted a barrage in NI's live broadcast room. He now has 100 million diamonds in his account, and he has the heroic spirit of looking down on everyone and wanting to challenge him, the rich man. Fuck. This Koen is just a level 0 civilian at the beginning, yet he has the audacity to claim the top spot. Little Kunken, stop bragging. The number one guy on the list is an emperor. That's right, Little Kunken, wait until you become emperor, then come and compete for the top spot. When the viewers in the live broadcast room saw that the Koen that started the game was just a level 0 small account, they couldn't help but start to mock it. Oh shit. You actually called me Little Koen, I can't stand it. Then, Yi Koen directly clicked on the gift column and began to check the gifts. 520, 520 diamonds. Super 666, 666 diamonds. Love you for 10,000 years, 1314 diamonds. Lightning Supercar, 1888 diamonds. Elope to the Moon, 5,000 diamonds. Royal Banknote Gun, 6666 diamonds. Grand Ceremony Spade A, 7777 diamonds. Royal Flush, 8888 diamonds. Dream Home, 9999 diamonds. Love Rocket, 10,000 diamonds. Holy Rocket, 100,000 diamonds. Nether Rocket, 500,000 diamonds. Super Battleship, 1 million diamonds. Cupid, 3 million diamonds. Eternal Heart, 5 million diamonds. Peak God of War, 9.99 million diamonds. Yi Koen was stunned that the amount of gifts from Kunpeng's live broadcast was so huge. A gift from a top God of War costs 9.99 million diamonds, which is equivalent to 9.99 million Chinese yuan. Trench. So extravagant. But I like it. Kunpeng platform is where the super rich should come. This is worthy of being a product of his Kunpeng group. The more gifts he gives, the more he earns. It feels so good. How come the Koen at the beginning isn't number one? Did it run away? Starting with a Koen, quickly reaching the top of the list, then let's see the horizon. When the viewers in the live broadcast room saw that a Koen had lost its voice at the beginning, they couldn't help but start to make a fuss. The next moment, an extremely cool Super Battleship special effect filled the entire screen. A Super Battleship gift is worth 1 million diamonds, which is 1 million Chinese yuan. Yi Koen doesn't play games. Giving out gifts worth 1 million right from the start, this is what a rich man should do. Suddenly, the whole audience was shocked. Petrified. Bunker. Explode. Holy crap. At the start, a Koen instantly spawned a super battleship. This is $1 million gift. Awesome. After a Koen sent out a warship at the beginning, the noble rank was directly upgraded to regent. Holy crap. 1 million gifts were given out, and it's being reported on every platform. That's amazing. Awesome. It turns out that a Koen at the beginning is a real boss, really rich. After Yi Koen spent 1 million diamonds to buy a battleship, it immediately caused a sensation. All platforms are exploding. Countless people rushed into NI's live broadcast room at the same time. In less than a minute, the number of people in NI's live broadcast room quickly increased from a few hundred to tens of thousands. Ding. Worship value critical hit plus 666. Ding. Worship value critical hit plus 888. Ding. Worship value critical hit plus 999. For a moment, the admiration value increased wildly. Thanks to Big Boss Koen for the gift of a super battleship at the beginning. NI was completely stunned. Someone actually gave her a gift worth 1 million. The most expensive single gift she has ever received is a sacred rocket worth 100,000 yuan. I have never received a super battleship worth 1 million yuan. I was shocked, surprised, and happy. This is the most extravagant and coolest novel by a wealthy man, so the live stream gifts are also super generous. Handsome guy, please leave a comment in the book review section. The author has something to say. The most luxurious and coolest novel by a wealthy man. Chapter 23. Everyone loves him, and flowers bloom when he sees them. Holy crap! Is it really possible that a Koen can be ranked first at the beginning? The top guy on the list gave NINI over $1 million in gifts. With just one coin and a battleship at the start, he could instantly knock the top guy off the board. Holy crap! A super battleship costs 1 million Chinese yuan. Can we just buy it like that? Starting with a coin, he almost took the top spot in 1 second. NINI's live broadcast room exploded. Countless fans are paying attention to whether a coin can take the top spot in seconds at the start. The super battleship, which cost 1 million yuan each, directly ignited the entire live broadcast room. However, Yi Kuan has lost interest in the super battleship. Because the Kunping platform has gifts that are more expensive and more luxurious than super battleships. Then continue to blow up the whole place. This time I'm going to give the most expensive gift to the top god of war and shock everyone. Yi Kuan set his sights on the gift from the peak god of war worth 9.99 million diamonds. A peak war god, worth 9.99 million Chinese yuan. It's equivalent to a Lamborghini. It's so inhumane. This is a super gift tailor-made for the super rich. It's exclusive to the super rich. The Boss S cards. As Yi Kuan's fingers slid gently, the next moment, a god of war with golden light special effects descended from the sky, mighty and domineering, filling the entire screen and blinding everyone's eyes. Fuck. Peak god of war. A gift from the god of war worth 9.99 million yuan. Holy crap. That blinded my titanium dog eyes. Inhumane. I kneel down to the boss. Boss Kuan, you're so generous. Boss Kuan, I'll send my sister to your bed, can you give me a god of war? The upstairs person is thinking about something. Do you like loli? My sister is good at acting cute. Ding. Super critical hit of worship value plus 6,666. Ding. Super critical hit of worship value plus 7,777. Ding. Super critical hit of worship value plus 8,888. Super critical hits appear crazily. The entire live broadcast room exploded. Send out a peak war god, and the entire platform will broadcast it for a full 3 minutes. For a time, countless netizens and anchors rushed into NINI's live broadcast room. Holy crap! What kind of luck did NINI have? A wealthy man actually gave her a 9.99 million peak war god. The last time I saw the super rich god of war was a month ago when the super rich Shitong swiped it out. It caused a huge sensation at the time. NINI was spotted by a Kuan boss at the beginning. She's about to take off. Those platform anchors looked at NINI's live broadcast room and shed tears of envy and jealousy. Then, some female anchors followed Yi Kuan's account and quietly sent him private messages. Yang and I was even more shocked. She actually received a gift from a Kuan, the god of war, at the beginning. This is an exclusive gift for the rich man worth 9.99 million. Just from this wealthy war god, she can get a share of nearly 5 million in income, becoming a small wealthy woman in one fell swoop. Moreover, she gained countless fans overnight. Yang and I was overwhelmed by the huge surprise and stared at the god of war special effects on the screen in a daze. Tang Rou and her 2 roommates looked envious and screamed. He started with just a Kuan and gave out only 2 gifts, but he became famous in one battle. One is a super battleship worth 1 million, and the other is a wealthy war god worth 9.99 million. The degree of its arrogance is horrifying and breathtaking. Moreover, after starting with a Kuan gave away more than 10 million in gifts, his noble rank was directly upgraded to Super Emperor, making him the new rich man on the platform. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming number 1 on Yang Ni's list. Mission accomplished. Ding! Reward charm plus 1. Congratulations to the host for increasing your charm to 9. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the everyone loves you, flowers bloom when you see them charm aura. Explanation: you will be the most handsome guy in the crowd. Beautiful women will be affected by your charm aura and their initial favorability towards you will increase by 30. Other people's first impression of you will also be greatly improved. Oh shit. This charming aura that makes everyone love it and flowers bloom is really a good thing. From then on, he and those readers who followed the book and gave it 5-star reviews became the most handsome guy in the crowd. It feels so good. At this time, Tang Rou looked at Yi Kuan and glanced at him inadvertently. Ding! Tang Rou glanced at the host and was impressed by his charm. Favorability increased by 30. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Tang Ro's favorability towards the host has increased to 60, rewarding her with a +5 constitution. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing his physical fitness to level 18. Oh shit! Tang Ro only glanced at him once and her favorability increased by 30 points. Sure enough, she was influenced by the charming aura of everyone loves her and flowers bloom wherever she goes. This aura of charm is absolutely amazing. Moreover, the favorability of the goddess-level beauty reached 60, and she was actually rewarded with 5 points of physical fitness. That's great. Then, Yang and I also looked up at Yi Kuan. Ding! Yang and I glanced at the host and was impressed by his charm. Favorability increased by 30. Ding! Campus Beauty Tang Ro's favorability towards the host has increased to 70, rewarding strength +5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing his strength to 16. Young Master Yi, you are the rich man who gave me the peak god of war gift, right? Yang and I stared at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes. Today, only the wealthy Yi Kuan followed her Kuanping account. Apart from Yi Kuan, who else would give her gifts worth more than 10 million? It can't be such a coincidence, it must be a gift from him. Moreover, in her eyes, Yi Kuan's charm was infinitely magnified at this moment, making her feel excited. That's right, I bought you the super battleship and the super rich god of war. Yi Kuan nodded slightly and admitted it directly. He doesn't need to do good deeds anonymously, but also needs to gain favor with Yang and I. Ding! Yang Ni's favorability towards the host increases by +10. Ding! Yang Ni's favorability towards the host increases by +10. Ding! Yang Ni's favorability towards the host has increased to 90, rewarding constitution +10. Ding! Congratulations! The host's physical fitness has increased to 28. Ding! Once the beauty's favorability towards the host exceeds 90, she will actively pursue the host, aggressively attacking them, and is very willing to have physical intimacy with them. Oh shit! The favorability reaches 90, and even beautiful girls chase after you. Awesome! This is simply cheating. What is it like to be pursued by a beautiful woman? Oh wow! Yi Kuan is so handsome. So charming. My heart is beating so fast. Is this the electric shock feeling of falling in love with someone? At this moment, Yang and I suddenly felt as if she had been electrocuted. There was a hint of tenderness and charm in her eyes as she looked at Yi Kuan, and her heart was beating like a deer. She really wanted to get close to Yi Kuan. If there weren't other people present, she would have thrown herself into Yi Kuan's arms. At this moment, she had already fallen in love with Yi Kuan. Love is like a tornado, it comes suddenly and catches people off guard. Yi Kuan spent over 10 million on gifts, so he must like her. Brother Yi, let's go to the dance floor and dance. Yang and I took the initiative to hold Yi Kuan's hand and walked to the center of the dance floor. Isn't this charming aura awesome? If you want the role, go to the book review section and leave a comment. The author has something to say. Handsome guys gather together and join the Shinhao family. Chapter 24, Rich List. In the dance floor, Yang and I pressed her delicate body against Yi Kuan and they danced passionately, which was extremely hot. On the contrary, Yi Kuan was still a little hesitant. Brother Yi, don't be so reserved, put your hands on my waist. Yang and I pressed her delicate body against Yi Kuan and spoke in his ear. In fact, because their bodies were too close, her proud pair of towering peaks were pressed tightly against Yi Kuan. However, the dance floor was so crowded that no one paid attention to this detail. Yi Kuan only felt an amazing softness and elasticity in his chest. Then they separated quickly and didn't keep pressing on each other, otherwise it would have been suffocating. Well, since the beauty asked for it, Yi Kuan naturally wouldn't feel embarrassed. He gently hugged Yang Ni's soft waist and swayed his body to the explosive electronic music in the bar. Come on, swing. Let us rock together. Yi Kuan had never been to a disco before, so he seemed a little clumsy. But it doesn't matter, no one here cares whether you dance well or not, just dance to the music. What's important is that feeling of letting go. Moreover, he has Yang and I, the campus beauty of the drama academy, by his side, who will interact with him closely. This feels much better than just dancing alone. Watching others dance is like watching a group of demons dancing wildly. However, if you go out and dance yourself, it's easy to get excited. It mainly depends on the atmosphere on the scene. Everyone, let's get excited. The live DJ is very good at creating an atmosphere, the lights are dazzling, and the music is explosive. Swing. Let us rock together. However, before he had danced for long, Yi Kun realized something was wrong because more and more beauties were coming towards him. They twisted their bodies wildly around Yi Kun, throwing him seductive glances, trying to attract his attention. Most of them are beauties with a beauty score of over 80, including sexy and intellectual urban female white-collar workers and slightly green young female students. They have been eyeing the wealthy Yi Kun for a long time, but were previously stopped outside the Supreme area by bodyguards. Now that he saw Yi Kun coming down, he naturally tried his best to attract his attention. Moreover, Yi Kun has opened up the charming aura of everyone loves him and flowers bloom when he sees them, which has a fatal attraction to them. Soon, Yi Kun fled the dance floor area, mainly because the beauties were too enthusiastic and he could not handle it. Being too charming is not necessarily a good thing, as he was almost overwhelmed by all kinds of beauties. It's better to go back to the Supreme area so that I won't be disturbed. At this time, Tang Ro was competing with others in Kunping's live broadcast room. Moreover, she was run over. Because there is a top emperor in the opposite live broadcast room, a rich man who has given gifts totaling more than 100 million. Regent, 1 million. Emperor, 3 million. Super Emperor, 10 million. God-level Emperor, 50 million. Top Emperor, 100 million. Even though Yi Kun spent over 10 million on gifts, he was still only a Super Emperor. There are so many wealthy people on the Kunping platform. It is said that the total amount of gifts given by the mysterious number 1 female tycoon has exceeded 10 billion, and her noble title is God of War. The Kunping platform even set up a noble title of Most Rich God of War for her, worth 10 billion. This is an almost impossible goal, just to give the number 1 goddess the motivation to continue giving gifts. Because she has no opponent. The Kunping platform has a Kunping Rich List, which ranks the top 30 people based on the total amount of gifts they have given. Yi Kun clicked on the rich list and started checking it out. He wanted to know who the rich people were on his Kunping platform. First place, Shitong 1.8 billion noble title, God of War. Second place, Xinshin 800 million noble title, Phantom God. Third place, Tianya Chitsi 600 million noble title, Phantom God. Fourth place, Prodigal Son 400 million noble title, God. Fifth place, MasterChef 350 million noble title, God. Emperor 6, Flash Girl 300 million noble title, God. Seventh place, Xinxing Tianyuan 200 million noble title, Top Emperor. Eighth place, Unexplained Sorrow 150 million noble title, Top Emperor. Ninth place, Home Alone 100 million noble title, Top Emperor. 10th place, Mao Mao 88 million, God-level Emperor. The rich people on the Kunping platform are really rich. Shiton, who ranks first, has already given away 1.8 billion in gifts. It is said that this goddess has been immersed in the game for more than a month because she is lonely among the masters and cannot find any opponents on the platform. Last time, she spent 99.99 million on 10 wealthy war gods in one breath, shocking the entire internet and being named the internet's number 1 female tycoon. She hasn't shown up since then. Because, invincible. I, Yi Kun, am here, and this goddess Shitong won't be lonely anymore. Yi Kun thought to himself. He is the big boss behind the Kunping platform. How could he let the goddess Shitong feel lonely because of her invincibility? He will start with a Kun and become the most powerful person on the Kunping platform. Yi Kun clicked on Tang Ro's live broadcast room. Suddenly, the Super Emperor's cool entrance special effects attracted everyone's attention. Holy crap! A Kun guy entered Shiro's livestream at the beginning. Boss Kun, are you going to help Shiro in the PK? There's a top emperor in the live broadcast room across from me, whose noble title is even higher than Mr. Kun's. The guy in the livestream opposite is Xinxing Tianyuan, number 7 on the rich list. He's already given away over 200 million in gifts. Even Boss Kun probably can't beat him. As soon as a Kun entered Shiro's live broadcast room at the beginning, it caused a heated discussion. Because I started with a Kun, I just got a super rich God of War tonight, which shocked the entire platform. Now, Kaiju Yizukan is very popular and even has many fans and followers. The person in the live broadcast room opposite is Xinxing Tianyuan, who is ranked 7th on the list of the richest people and is a veteran rich man. When Tang Ro saw a Kun enter her live broadcast room at the beginning, her heart beat faster. She looked up at Yi Kun, then timidly looked away. Ding! Triggering a random mission, help the goddess-level beauty Shiro win the PK competition. Task reward, Spirit +3, 1 chance to draw a random prize. Well, I just wanted to watch the live broadcast casually, but I triggered a random task. Sure enough, it is easy to trigger tasks on goddess-level beauties. Moreover, there is also a chance to draw a lottery in this reward. There are a lot of good things on the lottery wheel. Last time, he drew a health card, and there were other goodies that he was eager to get. For example, that magical skill. At this time, there is only 1 minute left in the PK. The live broadcast room opposite Sharo is occupied by a beautiful internet celebrity with a face. She is a big anchor with tens of millions of fans, and her online name is Senior Sister. She is really big. She's on par with Chen Wenwen. At this time, Sharo's PK bar was completely crushed. Because there is a guardian brother in the eldest sister's room, and that is Shunxing Tianyuan, who ranks 7th on the list of the richest men. In Sharo's live broadcast room, no one dared to fight with Shunxing Tianyuan. Start with a Koan boss, come and help goddess Sharo. Boss Koan, please, kill that Shunxing Tianyuan on the opposite side. The author has something to say. The handsome guy sent a free little gift to cheer up the author. Chapter 25, PK between the rich. Goddess Sharo is so pitiful, the PK bar has been crushed to the point where it is invisible. Shunxing Tianyuan is too arrogant. He claims that with him present, there's no way the senior sister will lose in a PK. Boss Koan, please, go slap that Shunxing Tianyuan in the face. Don't beg me. At the beginning, a Koan is only a super emperor. Shunxing Tianyuan is a top emperor. There are still 2 levels behind. Even if I only have 1 Koan at the beginning, I can't beat that one who travels far and wide. The onlookers in the live broadcast room were all looking forward to seeing a PK battle, hoping that a Koan would take action at the beginning to defeat the one who traveled far away. However, most people do not think that a Koan alone can defeat the opponent's Shunxing Tianyuan at the beginning. After all, Shunxing Tianyuan is the 7th richest man on the list, and he has given away a total of 200 million in gifts. At this time, the PK bar is 188 v 66666. Sharo was completely crushed. Yi Koan didn't waste any words and directly clicked on the gift bar to give out 10 grand spade. A grand ceremony spade 7777 diamonds. 10 grand spade aces equals 77,777 diamonds. Suddenly, Sharo's PK health bar exceeded that of the senior sister on the opposite side. Since it is a PK, it will be interesting if the fight goes back and forth. Therefore, Yi Koan did not kill the opponent directly with 1 blow, but gave the opponent a chance to overtake. Holy crap! A Koan boss attacked at the start. 10 grand aces of spades in 1 move, awesome. Sharo's PK bar has surpassed. Boss Koan is awesome. The onlookers waved their flags and cheered, cheering for Mr. Koan. The opponent's Shunxing Tianyuan was not willing to be outdone and immediately got 10 royal flushes. A royal flush of 88,888 diamonds. 10 royal flushes equal 888,888 diamonds. The senior sister's PK bar has come back again. A slight smile appeared on Yi Koan's lips, and he directly swiped out 50 love rockets. 1 love rocket is worth 10,000 diamonds. 50 love rockets equals 500,000 diamonds. Suddenly, cool love rockets were launched into the sky, filling the entire screen. The opponent Shunxing Tianyuan also sent out love rockets, which made the senior sister always have the upper hand over Sharo in the PK bar. Interesting. Yi Koan directly produced 10 sacred rockets. 1 holy rocket costs 100,000 diamonds, so 10 holy rockets are equivalent to spending 1 million diamonds directly. Suddenly, 10 extremely sacred super large rockets were launched into the sky, filling the entire screen. Holy crap! Boss Koan is awesome. These are 10 sacred rockets. Another gift worth 1 million. Shunxing Tianyuan will follow, right? After all, he is a big shot on the list of the richest men. The live broadcast room was extremely lively, with the onlookers leaving messages crazily. It was as if they were giving out gifts, so excited. Sure enough, the opponent Shunxing Tianyuan was very stubborn and directly sent out 2 nether rockets. 1 nether rocket costs 500,000 diamonds, and 2 nether rockets cost 1 million diamonds. The senior sister's PK bar once again surpassed Sharo. This made the senior sister opposite excited, and her chest kept rising and falling. It makes me dizzy. It's time to make the final move and knock out the opponent. Yi Koan didn't want to play the tug of war anymore, So he pointed his finger directly at the most expensive gift from the rich god of war. Suddenly, a majestic god of war descended from the sky, shining with golden light, mighty and domineering, filling the entire screen and blinding the eyes of all the onlookers. Fuck. See you again, the god of war. Awesome. A 9.99 million rich war god. When the god of war appears, who can compete with him? Boss Kuan is so domineering, he slaps the opponent Xin Xing Tian Yuan in the face. Suddenly, the entire live broadcast room exploded, and countless onlookers began to wave flags and cheer. At the same time, because the rich and powerful god of war descended from the sky and was broadcast on all platforms, countless people flocked to Shiro's live broadcast room. Holy crap! Boss Kuan is the god of war again. Boss Kuan is so domineering. From now on, I will be your loyal little fanboy. Will Xin Xing Tian Yuan admit defeat? The live broadcast room on the opposite side was also stunned by this rich and powerful god of war. Fuck. A koan at the beginning is too powerful, directly going to the god of war. Shouldn't it be done slowly? Just go straight to the god of war, how can anyone follow? Starting with a koan, no martial ethics. Boss Xinxing Tian Yuan, don't be a coward, be the god of war. The live broadcast room of the senior sister on the opposite side also exploded. At this time, in a luxury villa in Shanghai, Xiao Tianyuan was leaning on the bed with red ears, watching the live broadcast and sending gifts. That's right, he is none other than the internet tycoon Xin Xing Tianyuan, who has given out a total of 200 million in gifts. Today, he was showing off in the bar, but was severely slapped in the face by Yi Koen. In the end, he got drunk and was carried out of the TX bar. It was truly embarrassing. After arriving home, he felt dizzy again and vomited several times. After he was half sober, he felt more and more aggrieved. He, a top second-generation Shanghai tycoon who loves to spend money, was actually crushed in the field he is good at. Moreover, he couldn't even compete with Yi Koen in drinking. It's so depressing. So he went to Kunping Live to seek comfort and confidence. He is the 7th richest man on Kunping Live, and has given more than 200 million in gifts. Apart from the 6 rich people mentioned above, he is the most prestigious boss of Kunping Live. As long as he enters the live broadcast room, there will be cheers and countless onlookers will cheer for him, which makes him feel extremely satisfied. As usual, he entered the senior sister's live broadcast room to help with the PK. Originally, everything was going smoothly, and he easily crushed the opposing anchor as usual. Suddenly, a koan appeared at the beginning and competed with him for gifts. At the beginning, he didn't take the koan seriously. After all, the other party was just a super emperor, while he was a top emperor, 2 levels lower. However, at the beginning, a koan suddenly spawned a rich war god, which surprised him. He rarely gives gifts like the 9.99 million gift from the rich man and the god of war. He would only brush off the rich and powerful god of war when he was playing PK in some grand events. Boss Xinxing Tianyuan, don't be timid, use the god of war and kill the opponent. The onlookers in the live broadcast room started waving flags and cheering again, which made Xinxing Tianyuan excited. Yes, don't be timid. After being slapped in the face by Yi Xiao in the bar today, he can no longer admit defeat on the internet. He wants to recapture the thrill of spending money. So, Xinxing Tianyuan also selected a rich and powerful god of war. Suddenly, the senior sister's PK bar took the lead again. Master Xinxing Tianyuan is awesome. Master Xinxing Tianyuan 666, the guy on the other side is just a piece of trash, how can he be a match for Master Xinxing? However, before Xinxing Tianyuan could be happy for even a second, another rich and powerful god of war appeared on the opposite side. A golden and wealthy god of war descended from the sky, filling the entire screen and shocking the audience again. Handsome guys, click here to generate power with love. You can get a free gift to increase your fan points and get on the charts. The author has something to say. Where is the handsome guy? Chapter 26, a magical gift that can improve your favorability. Fuck, the second super rich god of war. Awesome. The god of war is so domineering. Boss Koan is awesome. He's already given away over 20 million gifts. Boss Koan is so domineering. He killed the opponent's Xinxing Tianyuan. When Yi Koen received the second gift from the rich god of war, the entire live broadcast room was in an uproar. This is a super rich war god with 9.99 million. He has won 2 in a row. Only the real super rich dare to play like this. At this beginning, Mr. Koen is definitely a wealthy man in real life. More and more people flocked into the live broadcast room to watch this PK battle. Does Xinqing Tianyuan dare to follow? With a gift from a wealthy war god, the senior sister's PK bar will be able to surpass. At this time, there are only 10 seconds left in the PK. Xinqing Tianyuan, you are a top emperor, defeat the opponent, don't be afraid. The onlookers started cheering again. It's not your own money anyway. It's so exciting to watch the rich people give out gifts. Just swipe it, I'm a god who can travel far and wide, so why should I be afraid of a fight? Xiao Tianyuan gritted his teeth and swiped out another rich war god. The gift of 9.99 million is a bit painful for him, but it is not a big deal. Just grit your teeth and brush it out. The key is that he cannot lose the PK and lose the title of the big boss Xinqing Tianyuan. On the other side, Xiaoro's live broadcast room. Everyone was shocked to see that Xinqing Tianyuan had given out another gift from the rich god of war. Xinqing Tianyuan is worthy of being the 7th-ranked super rich man on the rich list. He has actually followed 2 rich war gods in a row. More than 20 million gifts were given away just like that. Boss Cohen, kill him, don't be a coward. Give gifts to the rich and powerful. Boss Cohen, slap Xinqing Tianyuan hard in the face, don't stop. The onlookers cheered and looked forward to seeing a more intense battle between the rich. Yi Kuan smiled. He was giving gifts to his own platform. Although the money used is real money, the platform also makes money. The money earned will eventually fall into his pocket. He never loses no matter how he brushes. It can also increase the popularity and revenue of the Kunping platform. It feels so good. So, Yi Kuan placed his finger on the gift of the super rich god of war, and lightly tapped it, and gave away another super rich god of war. Suddenly, a golden and wealthy god of war descended from the sky and filled the entire screen. Shocked the audience again. Holy crap! This is the 3rd gift from the god of war that a Koan has spawned at the beginning of the game. Over 30 million worth of gifts were just thrown away like that. Boss Koan is so domineering. Too extravagant. A new super rich man is about to be born. The live broadcast room exploded, and countless people were excited. My scalp is tingling. Creepy. Rich and inhumane. Xiao Tianyuan was also shocked when he saw that a Koan spawned the 3rd rich god of war at the beginning. It's too extravagant to have only one Koan at the beginning. It was just an ordinary PK, but he directly won more than 30 million. He was crushed by Yi Kuan in real life, so is he going to be slapped in the face on the internet as well? He is not convinced. He is unwilling to accept it. More than 20 million has already been spent. Can't give up. Don't be a coward. At this time, Xiao Tianyuan was also blinded by rage and was in a difficult situation. So, he clicked on the gift from the rich man and the god of war on the gift column. However, a prompt popped up indicating insufficient balance. Damn, he spent more than 20 million, and there are no more diamonds. It's too late to recharge at this time. Moreover, even if he continued to recharge, he might not be able to defeat the opponent who started with only one Koan. PK time countdown. 3, 2, 1. The PK time ended, and at the beginning, a Koan defeated Xinqing Tianyuan, helping Xiaoro win the PK battle. Holy crap! At the very beginning, a Koan defeated Xinqing Tianyuan, who was ranked 7th on the rich list. Holy crap! Just an ordinary PK, and both sides combined spent over 50 million. Awesome! A Koan earned over 30 million at the start. A new super rich person has emerged on Kunping Live. Boss Koan is so domineering, please accept my knee. Boss Koan, I'm dressing up as a woman to act cute. Can you give me some gifts? The live broadcast room was boiling and exploding again. Ding! Super critical hit of worship value plus 6,666. Ding! Super critical hit of worship value plus 8,888. Ding! Super critical hit of worship value plus 9,999. The worship value is super critical and crazy with combos, soaring rapidly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and helping the goddess level Beauty Tang Ro win the PK competition. Ding! Reward spirit plus 3, congratulations to the host for raising your spirit to 15. Ding! A random lottery chance will be awarded. In an instant, Yi Kuan felt refreshed and full of energy, and his mental perception became stronger. System, I want to draw a lottery. Yi Kuan muttered to himself. It's time for the exciting lottery draw again. Suddenly, a huge turntable appeared in his mind. There are all kinds of magical gifts on the turntable. One like increases your favorability by 1 point. A love letter increases favorability by 1 point. A cup of bobo milk tea increases your favorability by 3 points. An aphrodisiac talisman increases favorability by 5 points. One inspiration capsule increases favorability by 9 points. A character summon card increases favorability by 19 points. Oh shit! All the gifts in the big turntable have changed, becoming magical gifts that can increase favorability. Anything that can increase favorability is definitely a good thing. I want them all. Oh oh. Handsome guy, I want them all. Oh oh. Host, do you want to start the lottery? Start. Following Yi Kuan's command, the huge wheel in his mind began to rotate, from slow to fast, and turned into a tornado wheel. Stop. The speed of the big turntable gradually slowed down, and finally stopped, and the pointer pointed to an inspiration capsule. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning an inspiration capsule. Explanation: as long as the opponent takes an inspiration capsule, their favorability towards the host will increase by 9 points. Inspiration capsules are only effective for people with a favorability below 90. If the favorability has reached 90, it will have no effect. Oh shit! I actually got an inspiration capsule. Take an inspiration capsule and your favorability will skyrocket. It feels so good. Ding! Tang Ro's favorability towards the host increases by plus 10. Ding! Tang Ro's favorability towards the host increases by plus 10. Ding! Tang Ro's favorability towards the host has increased to 80. Tip: once the goddess level beauty's favorability towards the host reaches 90, she will throw herself into the host's arms and reward him with 20 points of physical fitness. Oh shit! Tang Ro's favorability is only 80, even with the inspiration capsule it is only 89. It's a bit of a pity. It's better to keep the inspiration capsule and don't use it. Then, Yi Kuan checked his basic information again. Name: Yi Kuan. Strength: 16. Agility: 13. Constitution: 28. Spirit: 15. Charm: 9. Note: the peak attribute of ordinary people is 10. Super rich reserve fund, trillions of Chinese currency. Available amount of money, 900 million. Skills: God level driving skills, never get drunk after drinking 1,000 cups. Halo: everyone loves you, flowers bloom when you see them, a halo of charm. Items: a health card, an inspiration capsule. Super rich points, 1. At this moment, the music stopped and the person on the podium shouted in an exciting voice. Please welcome the most beautiful DJ queen in this bar, and have the whole audience scream. Handsome boys and fairies, please voluntarily give free gifts to the author to boost their fan base and increase their favorability with the author. The author has something to say. The handsome guy took it upon himself to buy the free love-generating gifts and topped the list. Chapter 27: Drinking and Talking About Life with Goddess Chang Yuetong. Please welcome the most beautiful DJ queen in this bar, and have the whole audience scream. Following a burst of screams from the audience, a sexy and charming female DJ walked onto the stage. Beautiful. Shine the whole place. Hey, isn't that the bar's owner, Chang Yuetong? How did she become the DJ queen? Yi Kuan was also surprised. The beautiful DJ on the stage was none other than the goddess-like beauty Chang Yuetong whom I had met before. It turns out that she also has another identity as the DJ queen. Then, Chang Yuetong started DJing. Her movements were graceful, her expression was charming and sexy, and the electronic music set the whole audience on fire. The whole audience screamed and cheered. The whole place exploded. At this moment, Chang Yuetong is the focus of the audience and the brightest star, and is the well-deserved DJ queen. Ding! Triggering a random mission, invite DJ Queen Chang Yuetong to the Supreme Emperor's private room for a drink and a chat. Quest reward, strength plus 5. Well. Another random task was triggered on the goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong. It feels so good. Yi Kuan waved his hand and called the general manager of TX Bar. Does your bar still have a Supreme Emperor box? Yi Kuan asked. He was currently sitting in a premium booth, but there should be more expensive and luxurious private rooms in the bar. Young Master Yi, the most expensive room in our bar is the Supreme Emperor Box, which costs 5 million per night. However, Master Yi has booked the entire TX bar and has the right to use the Supreme Emperor Box. The bar general manager said respectfully. Yi Koen spent 100 million to book the entire TX bar, so naturally he had the right to use the best Supreme Emperor Box. Okay, then take me to the Supreme Emperor's Box. Yi Koen said. Okay, Mr. Yi, please. The bar general manager said respectfully, leading the way himself. Yi Koens greeted Lin Su and Chen Wenwen, then walked towards the Supreme Emperor's Box. The Supreme Emperor Box is the most luxurious box in the entire bar, which can accommodate at least 50 people dancing and partying at the same time. And the location is the best in the whole venue, only 3 or 5 steps away from the DJ. Yi Koen sat in the luxurious box of the Supreme Emperor, drinking Ace of Spades champagne, and admired the DJ Queen Chang Yueton's music from close range. She had a beautiful face, sexy and charming, delicate collarbone, slender waist, fair skin, and an extraordinary temperament. Moreover, she has a unique temperament, with a bit of mystery, a bit of charm and a bit of dynamism, which makes people want to approach her, understand her and explore her. Beautiful, so beautiful. Chang Yuetong is indeed a goddess-level beauty rated 97 points by the system. Yi Koen couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Then, he waved and said to the bar's general manager, after the DJ session is over, please invite the DJ Queen to the Supreme Emperor's Box for a drink. Okay, Mr. Yi. The general manager nodded and left the Supreme Emperor's Box. Yi Koen continued to drink champagne while watching Chang Yuetong DJ. Not only is she beautiful, but her DJing moves are also very cool, which lit up the whole audience. A moment later, Chang Yuetong finished DJing and was invited into the Supreme Emperor's Box. Then, Chang Yuetong glanced at Yi Koen, and her beautiful eyes lit up. Yi Koen exudes a sense of mystery and special charm that makes people feel good about him. I like it very much. Ding! The goddess-like beauty Chang Yuetong glanced at the host, and was influenced by her charming aura of being loved by everyone and making flowers bloom. Her favorability increased by 30. Ding! Congratulations to the goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong for raising her favorability towards the host to 60. Ding! Reward, Spirit plus 10. Congratulations to the host for raising their spirit to 25. In an instant, Yi Koen felt refreshed, and couldn't help feeling very happy and comfortable. Young Master Yi, we meet again. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Chang Yuetong. Chang Yuetong smiled and stretched out her jade hand towards Yi Koen, appearing very graceful and elegant. When they met again, her favorability towards Yi Koen greatly increased, and she felt that this man was very charming. Yes, nice to meet you again. My name is Yi Koen. Yi Koen and Chang Yuetong shook hands gently and said with a smile, it turns out that Miss Chang is such a good DJ. It's very exciting and great. DJing is my hobby and my profession. By the way, you can just call me Yuetong. Chang Yuetong smiled. She is the second daughter of the Chang group and has a twin sister named Chan Yueshi. Unlike her sister who was a cold and domineering female CEO, she lives her life freely, is generous and heroic, and likes to make friends. Well. Yuetong, don't call me Master Yi, just call me Yi Koen. Please take a seat. Yi Koen smiled and invited Chang Yuetong to sit down and drink together. Chang Yuetong's every frown and smile is full of charm and is very charming and attractive. Especially when watching it up close, it gives you a heart-pounding feeling. Then, Yi Koen poured a glass of champagne for Chang Yuetong. The two of them clinked their glasses lightly. Yi Koen, you seem to have a good alcohol tolerance. You drank all of Xiao Tianyuan's second generations and carried them out of the bar, but you were not hurt at all. Chang Yuetong stared at Yi Koen in surprise. She knew that Yi Koen, Xiao Tianyuan and others toasted with Louis XIII liquor. As a result, all 8 people on Xiao Tianyuan's side were knocked down, but Yi Koen was still in high spirits. It's magical. Ha ha. I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Yi Koen smiled and said. He has the skill to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and 10 Xiao Tianyuans are no match for him. You haven't joined the Magic City Supercar Club yet, right? I haven't seen you before. Chang Yuetong asked. Yi Koen seems very mysterious. No one has heard of his name in the second generation circle in Shanghai, but he can spend 100 million to book the TX bar. I'm not in any club. Yi Koen shook his head. He also just got a Hongqi supercar today. Then you can join the supercar club in Shanghai. I'm a senior member and can recommend you to join. We can play with cars together when we have time. Chang Yuetong smiled. Okay. Yi Kuan nodded. He has god-level driving skills and is already a driving god. That Xiao Tianyuan is also a member of the Magic City Supercar Club, and he just spent over 70 million to buy a Pagani Phantom Sun. I guess he'll ask you to race him. Chang Yuetong said. Xiao Tianyuan has a high-profile personality and likes to spend money. After being slapped in the face by Yi Kuan in the TX bar today, he will definitely get back at Yi Kuan in other occasions. These second-generation rich people are very concerned about their reputation and will not give in easily. Unless you are much stronger than him and completely crush him, he will be convinced and even submit to you and admit defeat. In racing, he's no match for me, because I'm the god of racing. Yi Kuan smiled. He has god-level driving skills, who can compete with him. Not to mention the rich second-generation Xiao Tianyuan, there is no one in the whole of China who can surpass him in driving skills. It's invincible. Really? Then I'd like to see your driving skills. Chang Yuetong smiled, charming and attractive. Special thanks to handsome CYGGDY for sending the 2-character summoning talismans and inspiration capsules. He's so awesome. The characters will be arranged. The author has something to say. Handsome guys gather together. The old book has been renamed The Rich God of War. I'm invincible from the start. Chapter 28, Yi Xiao will play DJ and blow up the whole audience. Yi Kuan and Chang Yuetong drank and talked about life in the Supreme Emperor's box, and their relationship quickly became much closer. Chang Yuetong is not only beautiful, sexy and charming, but also has a very generous and heroic personality. It is very comfortable and pleasant to be with her. She is a very charming girl. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of inviting Chang Yuetong to drink and chat about life. Ding! Reward the host strength plus 5. Congratulations to the host for increasing his strength to 21. In an instant, Yi Kuan felt a magical energy injected into his body, making him stronger and more powerful. It feels so good. His current strength is twice that of a peak human being. He can probably kill a cow with one punch. With one hand, he could lift a girl up high and spin her around. Ha ha. Excuse me, I'm going to DJ again soon. Chang Yuetong stood up from her seat and said. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Yi Kuan's mind. Ding! DJing for goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong once, and rock the house. Reward, god-level DJing skills. Well. DJ on behalf of Chang Yuetong once and be rewarded with god-level DJ skills. DJing is a very unpopular skill. Through drinking and chatting with Chang Yuetong just now, he knew that DJ playing is also divided into multiple technical levels. New Rookie DJ. Veteran DJ. Junior DJ. Intermediate DJ. Advanced DJ. Top DJ. Ace DJ. Goddess God level DJ. Superstar DJ. And the Supreme DJ Queen. The system directly rewards you with the DJing skills of a god-level DJ, which is already very powerful. The DJing skills of this god-level DJ are enough to participate in large-scale tours and control large venues with tens of thousands of people. This DJing technique can definitely make the whole audience excited. Yuetong, how about letting me DJ for you once? Yi Kuan called Chang Yuetong and said. You can DJ too? Chang Yuetong stared at Yi Kuan in surprise, unable to believe it. DJing is a relatively unpopular skill that most people don't know. Even if some people can DJ occasionally, their skills are just average and it is difficult for them to control the whole venue. Ha ha. I'm a DJ level DJ. I guarantee I can rock the house. Yi Kuan smiled. He is an all-round male god, and there is no skill he doesn't know. Driving and DJing, he is proficient in everything. Really? Then I'll wait and see. I'm all ears. Chang Yuetong smiled, her beautiful eyes moving around, revealing a look of great anticipation. If Yi Kuan could even DJ, she would definitely be impressed. Wait until I blow up the whole place. Yi Kuan smiled, very confident. Soon, the passionate and generous voice of the rapper came from the bar counter. Please welcome the most handsome DJ Yi Xiao to the stage, and the whole audience will scream. Amidst screams from the audience, Yi Kuan made a brilliant appearance. Fuck. Isn't he the wealthy Mr. Yi who booked the entire TX bar? Shocked. Master Yi can actually DJ. Awesome. My man can do anything. When the audience saw Yi Kun appear on stage, they became even more crazy and screamed continuously. Especially some female white-collar workers and female students, screaming wildly. Yi Kun placed his hand on the DJ player and took a deep breath. Ding! Reward the host for God-level DJing skills. In an instant, Yi Kun's mind was filled with a lot of DJing techniques and experience, and his level quickly reached the level of perfection. It's pretty awesome. Does young Master Yi know how to DJ? Why haven't you started yet? He's not going on stage just for fun, is he? He has no DJ skills. The bright light shone on Yi Kun, and everyone's eyes were on him, expecting him to light up the whole place. At this moment, he was the center of everyone's attention. The next moment, Yi Kun's fingers moved, as if dancing on a DJ player, very agile. His fingers move so fast it's dizzying. His technique is so superb that it is breathtaking. He looked very focused, immersed in it, and his charm was irresistible. He was the most handsome guy in the audience. As his fingers danced quickly, all kinds of wonderful and explosive electronic music excited the whole audience. The beautiful melody and dynamic music make your scalp tingle. Holy crap! Master Yi really can DJ. And his moves are so cool. Awesome! Master Yi is the most stylish and handsome man. That's so exciting. Yi Xiao, I love you. Love you. Love you. The whole audience screamed. The cheers continue. The whole audience was excited. The whole place exploded. Set the whole audience on fire. At this moment, everyone climaxed. Ding! Gain 666 crit bonus to admiration. Ding! Gain 777 crit bonus to admiration. Ding! Gained 888 crit bonus for worship. Ding! Gained 999 crit bonus for worship. In an instant, Yi Kun also reaped a wave of admiration from the audience. It feels so good. Chan Yuetong was also stunned by Yi Kun's graceful, skillful, and superb DJing moves. Yi Kun actually knows how to DJ. And the technology has reached the level of perfection. It's amazing. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Chan Yuetong's favorability towards the host increases by +10. Ding! Chan Yuetong's favorability towards the host has increased to 70. At this moment, Goddess Chan Yuetong's favorability towards Yi Kun increased again, and she became even more curious about him. Yi Kun was so charming, as if he could do anything, which attracted her deeply. She wants to know more. Learn more about this mysterious and fascinating man. What an interesting person. Chan Yuetong stared at Yi Kun with her beautiful eyes and showed an extremely charming smile. She is rarely interested in a man. Yi Kun is very charming and gives her a different feeling. I feel a little bit moved. It's not even love. Just very curious. Chapter 29, Transferred 100 million yuan to my family, Centennial Celebration. Yi Kun excited the whole audience with his superb DJing skills and gained a lot of admiration. He was the most handsome man in the audience, causing countless beautiful girls to scream wildly. It also made Goddess Chan Yuetong look at him with admiration, and she felt a sense of excitement and curiosity. Then, Yi Kun and Chan Yuetong exchanged contact information and made an appointment to go wild racing together next time. Then, Yi Kun returned to the booth in the Supreme area. Boss, you can DJ too. That's amazing. The whole audience was cheering and screaming for you just now. Female Secretary Chen Wenwen stared at Yi Kun with admiration. At this time, she was already a little drunk and her face was flushed. Not only does the boss have superb driving skills and can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, he also has mastered the unpopular DJing technique to perfection, which blew the whole audience away. Such a boss is so handsome and his charm is irresistible. Is there anything the boss doesn't know? Brother Kun, you're such a hidden talent. DJing is so exciting, it got the whole crowd going, it's amazing. Lin Su also looked shocked and adoring. The two had been classmates for 4 years in college, and he had no idea that Yi Kun was so arrogant and omnipotent. First, he spent 100 million to book the entire TX bar. Then, he displayed his magical ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and got Xiao Tianyuan and several other top second-generation people in the Magic City drunk. Then he showed off his superb DJing skills, which blew up the whole audience. He was shocked as if he had gotten to know Yi Koen all over again. "Brother Yi, you are so handsome and charming, even more handsome than a celebrity. I was screaming and cheering for you just now." Yang and I hugged Yi Koen's arm, looking excited. After spending a short night together, she was completely stunned by Yi Koen, and was even more dazzled and bewitched by his handsomeness. Her favorability towards Yi Koen has now reached 90, which means she is willing to actively pursue him and throw herself into his arms. Yi Koen is handsome, charming, versatile, and a super rich man. An ordinary girl, even a school belle, cannot resist his charm. "Brother Yi, you are really great, super awesome." Tang Ro, who had been very quiet before, became bolder after drinking a few glasses of wine. Her favorability towards Yi Koen reached 80, which meant she liked him very much and was almost pursuing him. In her eyes, Yi Koen is very charming and manly, a man who makes her heart beat. These are all basic operations, not worth mentioning. Yi Koen smiled. He has many more skills. Basic operation, don't be stupid. However, being surrounded by all kinds of beauties like this is also very troublesome. At this moment, Yang Ni's delicate and hot body was pressed tightly against him. The pair of full breasts rubbed against his arms from time to time, and they felt surprisingly soft and elastic, which made him feel itchy. This Yang Ni is a little devil, who keeps throwing herself at Yi Koen while being distant and close at the same time, actively seducing him. Although Tang Ro was not as hot and bold as Yang Ni, she also took the initiative to approach Yi Koen and had slight physical contact with him. She studied dance and her body is incredibly flexible, which is fascinating. The few of them kept partying until after 2 in the morning. Except for Yi Koen, everyone else was a little drunk. Especially Yi Koen's female secretary, who was drunk and had already fallen on the table, and Lin Su was almost unconscious. "I drank too much during the drinking contest before, and I couldn't hold on any longer. So Yi Koen took the initiative to leave TX bar. When we left the bar, several Rolls-Royce Phantoms were already waiting for us. Yi Koen directly arranged a Rolls-Royce Phantom to take Yang and I, Tang Ro, and the other 3 girls back to school. This made Yang and I and Tang Ro feel flattered and a little disappointed at the same time. Yi Koen didn't take them out for a midnight snack, nor did he have any intention of taking them home. He just sent them back to school. After Lin Su left the bar, he became more sober and able to move around, so Yi Koen no longer needed to make any arrangements. Yi Koen and Chen Wenwen returned to Kunping's first-class mansion in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. As for his Hongqi supercar, bodyguards also helped him drive it back to the underground parking lot. The female secretary was very drunk. After she came back and sobered up briefly, Yi Koen let her sleep in the guest room. Yi Koen slept soundly on the big bed in the master bedroom. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, he received a call from Chen Jinghuan, his beautiful college counselor. It turns out that today is the centenary anniversary of his alma mater, Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. The school will notify some outstanding students who have graduated to participate in the school anniversary activities. Yi Koen earned his first pot of gold in college, and could barely be considered an outstanding graduate of his class. That's why Counselor Chen Jinghuan called to inform him. Before, Chen Jinghuan had already sent him a message to inform him once. It's just that Yi Koen forgot. Then, Yi Koen called home again to inquire about his parents' health and chat about family matters. When Yi Koen heard that his father's old cervical pain had recurred, he decisively used the health card on his father. When Yi Koen heard that his mother was planning to buy a big house in the eastern new city, he waved his hand and directly transferred 100 million yuan to her. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. When he was a freshman, Yi Koen was able to earn his own tuition. By the time he was in his sophomore year, he had already earned his first million. When I was a junior, I bought a Porsche on my own. With sufficient capital, he made money in the capital market at an increasingly faster pace. Therefore, even if he transferred 100 million to his parents, although the 2 elders were surprised, they could completely accept it. Afterwards, Yi Koen got up, ate the breakfast prepared for him by Chen Wenwen, and drove the Hongqi supercar directly to Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Special thanks to handsome CYGGDY for the Shior gift, handsome Kinga Bogaik for the character summoning talisman, and other lovely book friends for the small gifts. You are all the most handsome guys and have given the author great motivation. Chapter 30, The Most Beautiful Girl in School, The Invincible Golden Spear Skill. As soon as Yi Koen entered the University of Finance and Economics driving a Hongqi supercar, he caused a lot of admiration. Holy crap! This is the legendary Chinese Hongqi Tang supercar, which was once unveiled at the Shanghai Auto Show. I heard this Hongqi supercar is priced at 30 million yuan. It's limited to just one in the world, one of a kind. This domestically produced car is awesome. A lot of awesome seniors returned for this school anniversary event. I don't know which class this senior is from, but he actually drove a Hongqi Tang supercar. When students from the University of Finance and Economics saw the Hongqi supercar driving into the campus, they were filled with envy and admiration. Ding, congratulations on getting worship value plus 55. Ding, congratulations on gaining adoration value plus 66. Ding, congratulations on getting worship value plus 99. The admiration value increased rapidly. After Yi Kuan parked his Hongqi supercar in the school parking lot, he contacted Chen Jinghuan, his beautiful college counselor. Yi Kuan, this way. The beautiful counselor Chen Jinghuan waved at Yi Kuan. Today, she is responsible for welcoming outstanding returning students. Yi Kuan looked forward and saw a beautiful woman with long flowing hair standing not far away and waving at him. It was the beautiful counselor Chen Jinghuan. Ding! A school beauty has been detected. Name, Chen Jinghuan. Appearance, 94 school beauty level. Height, 166 centimeters. Measurements, 86, 62, 88. Chest, 34 c. Favorability, 50. Personality, gentle and generous. Chen Jinghuan was originally the campus beauty of the University of Finance and Economics. After graduation, she stayed on campus and became a counselor. Not only is she very beautiful, but she is also gentle and generous, and is the object of admiration and secret crush of many boys. Yi Kuan had a good impression of Chen Jinghuan when he was in college. Quiet. Yi Kuan approached Chen Jinghuan and said with a smile. When they were in college, Yi Kuan often teased Chen Jinghuan and always called her Jingjing. However, she has a good personality and never gets angry. Hey! Yi Kuan, you've become more handsome again, and you have a unique charm. Chen Jinghuan looked at Yi Kuan with surprise. Yi Kuan is more mature and manly than when he was in college. Moreover, there is a unique aura about him, which is hard to describe, but it is very attractive and makes people want to get close to him. In fact, when she looked at Yi Kuan for a second longer, she suddenly felt her heart beating like a deer. Ding! Campus beauty Chen Jinghuan glanced at the host for a second longer, and was influenced by the charming aura of being loved by everyone and flowers blooming when they see them. Favorability plus 30. Ding! Campus beauty Chen Jinghuan's favorability towards the host has increased to 80, rewarding agility plus 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your agility has increased to 23. Strength, 21, agility, 23, constitution, 28, spirit, 25. In an instant, a magical energy surged into the body. Yi Kuan felt that his muscle lines were more perfect and his body was more agile. This is the direct benefit of improving agility. It's cool to let a beautiful woman improve her favorability and be rewarded with basic attributes. Jinghuan, you only just realized how attractive I am. Do you regret not pursuing me back then? Now I'm giving you a chance to pursue me. Yi Kuan and Chen Jinghuan joked that they just like teasing her. You're so conceited, you're still so indecent. Chen Jinghuan rolled her beautiful eyes at Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan worked very hard and was very outstanding in college, but he was a bit cynical and liked to joke around. Let's go. There are many outstanding alumni in the auditorium. Let's go there too. Chen Jinghuan and Yi Kuan walked side by side towards the school auditorium. Along the way, this handsome man and beautiful woman attracted the attention of many students. After entering the school auditorium, Yi Kuan saw some alumni gathered in groups of 3 or 5, chatting and laughing. Especially after those who graduate and enter society, the more successful they are, the more people will surround them. Among them, some business tycoons, heirs to family businesses, heads of large companies and other important figures were all surrounded by the crowd like the moon surrounded by stars. Suddenly, Yi Kuan saw a familiar beautiful figure in the crowd. She was the #1 campus beauty in college, known as the most beautiful girl in the University of Finance and Economics, Yang Yijuan. At this time, Yang Yijuan was surrounded by many successful men and elites like the moon surrounded by stars. However, the moment she looked up and saw Yi Kuan, her beautiful eyes lit up and her face showed surprise. She quickly took a step with her long legs, broke out from the crowd, and greeted Yi Kuan. Her action surprised the successful people around her, and they all looked at Yi Kuan. What kind of man could make Yang Yijuan rush towards him so impatiently? Yi Kuan, you're here too. Yang Yijuan stared at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes, and a charming smile appeared on her beautiful face. Ding! A goddess-level beauty has been detected. Name, Yang Ijuan. Appearance, 96 goddess level. Height, 170 centimeters. Measurements, 86, 61, 90. Chest, 34D. Favorability, 80. Characteristics, enchanting, domineering, daring to love and hate. Yang Ijuan's favorability towards Yi Kuan is as high as 80, which does not surprise Yi Kuan at all. Because Yi Kuan once saved her life by accident. It was in the school's indoor swimming pool, and Yang Ijuan almost drowned due to cramps in her feet. Yi Kuan noticed something was wrong and immediately jumped into the swimming pool to rescue her. Moreover, in front of many teachers and students, he performed artificial respiration and chest compressions on Yang Ijuan and saved her life. Then, Yang Ijuan relied on Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan also became the target of public criticism and the public enemy of all the boys in the school. During college, Yi Kuan was busy making money and ignored Yang Ijuan's many hints and pursuits. He didn't have a romantic relationship when he was in college. Because girls will only affect the speed at which he makes money. Now that he has money, he is no longer resistant to romance. Ijuan. Yi Kuan also greeted Yang Ijuan. Yang Ijuan has a strong personality and strong abilities. When she was in college, she was the president of the student union. After graduation, he refused to join the family business and chose to join an innovative company instead. It is said that she has now taken the position of general manager and is poised to become a domineering female president. When Yang Ijuan saw that Yi Kuan did not avoid her but greeted her warmly, she couldn't help but feel happy and revealed a beautiful and charming smile. At the same time, she also discovered that Yi Kuan's image and temperament had changed a lot, becoming more handsome and charming. Ding! The goddess-like beauty Yang Ijuan glances at the host for a second, and is influenced by her charming aura of being loved by everyone and making flowers bloom. Her favorability increases by +10. Note, the charm aura can only increase the favorability to 90 points at most. Because Yang Ijuan's favorability towards the host is as high as 80, under the effect of the charm aura, the favorability will increase by 10 points. Ding! Congratulations to the goddess-like beauty Yang Ijuan for raising her favorability towards the host to 90. Bonus, Constitution +30. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing his physical fitness to 58. Note, the host's physique far exceeds that of ordinary people, his combat power is extraordinary, and he has obtained the invincible ability of the Golden Spear. Oh shit! What is the ability of this invincible Golden Spear? He had only heard of the Golden Spear that never fell, but had never heard of the Golden Spear that was invincible. Could it be that his fighting ability in that area has made him invincible? It was a surprise. I didn't expect that after improving my physical fitness, I could also gain this special ability. Ijuan, who is this person? Won't you introduce him to us? At this time, a young man dressed in a custom-made high-end suit and tie, looking like a successful man, came over and asked Yang Ijuan. His name is Ding Yan. He also graduated from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics with a bachelor's degree. He then went to Stanford to get a master's degree and came back to inherit the family business. Many handsome and beautiful characters have already made their debut. If you want to customize your character, please leave a message in the book review section. Rich second generation, female CEO, female bodyguard, maid, flight attendant, queen, lowly, and many more characters are waiting for you to choose. The author has something to say. Handsome guys can join the Shanhao skirt. Chapter 31, Donating 100 million, is that a lot? Ding Yan is a billionaire with a handsome appearance. He is a rich, handsome man, a diamond bachelor, and a successful person in the eyes of others. However, there was a hint of hostility in his eyes when he looked at Yi Kuan. Because Yang Ijuan has never been so proactive towards other men. He is jealous. Yang Ijuan was very unhappy when she saw Ding Yan following her and disturbing her reunion with Yi Kuan. However, she still said, "Let me introduce it." Yang Ijuan pointed at Ding Yan and introduced him. "This is Ding Yan, an outstanding graduate from our University of Finance and Economics." She seemed too lazy to introduce Ding Yan in detail and was very perfunctory. Then, Yang Ijuan stared at Yi Kuan with tender eyes. Then, amidst everyone's astonished gazes, she boldly embraced Yi Kuan's arm and introduced him to everyone. "His name is Yi Kuan, and he's the person I've had a crush on since college." When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Uproar. Petrified. Explode. Yang Yijuan, the daughter of the Yang Group and the most beautiful girl in the University of Finance and Economics, actually took the initiative to announce that she had a crush on someone. At this moment, those men who admired, secretly loved, and coveted Yang Yijuan seemed to hear the sound of their own heartbreaking. Among these people, some are company presidents, some are heirs to family businesses, some are top rich second generations, and some are successful entrepreneurs who started from scratch. They all lost to Yi Kuan. This man seems to be nothing special except that he is handsome. How could he be loved by goddess Yang Yijuan, and even be confessed to and pursued by her? At this moment, everyone looked at Yi Kuan with deep envy, jealousy, and hatred. Yi Kuan was hugged by Yang Yijuan's arm, and he felt helpless as he felt the unfriendly gazes from everyone. Yang Yijuan is still so bold and daring in love and hate. She actually announced in front of everyone that I was the person she liked and had a crush on. Isn't this making enemies for me? Well, he has become the public enemy and the target of public criticism again. However, at this time Yi Kuan was a super rich man, extremely confident, calm and relaxed, and did not care about other people's eyes and opinions at all. So what if I become the public enemy? Yi Kuan is fearless. Oh. Mr. Yi is so beloved by Yijuan, so he must be a very successful person. I wonder if you are the heir to a family business or the CEO of a listed company? Ding Yan stared at Yi Kuan with a bad look and was very jealous of him. He and Yang Yijuan have known each other since childhood, and their two families are old friends. He thought that he and Yang Yijuan were childhood sweethearts, and even regarded Yang Yijuan as his woman. And now, Yang Yijuan suddenly announced that she has someone she likes, and she has a crush on him. This immediately made him feel like he was struck by lightning, as if there was a green cloud on his head. Snowflakes are falling, the north wind is howling. I'm not the heir to a family business, nor am I the CEO of a listed company. Yi Kuan smiled calmly and said. He is the big boss behind Kunpeng Group, not the heir to a family business. Moreover, Kunpeng Group does not seem to have gone public yet, so he is not considered the CEO of a listed company. He is just an ordinary handsome guy, just like those lovely readers who followed the book and gave it 5-star reviews. Billions of talented people. So much wealth and billions. Be close to others. Then, he also possesses god-level writing skills, the ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, being loved by everyone, the aura of charm that makes flowers bloom, the invincible golden gun skill, and so on. Really ordinary. When Ding Yan heard that Yi Kuan was not the heir to a family business or the CEO of a listed company, he couldn't help but show a bit of disdain. You are so ordinary, why are you so confident? Why do you think you can win the favor of goddess Yang Yijuan? However, he was very cunning and scheming, and did not show this emotion openly. You were invited by the school to participate in the centennial celebrations, so you must be an outstanding graduate. Ding Yan first praised Yi Kuan, then changed the subject, deliberately showing curiosity, and asked, I wonder how much you have contributed to the school? How much did you donate for this school anniversary? He saw that Yi Kuan was very young and had obviously just graduated. Even if you are an outstanding graduate, how much can you achieve if your family has no background? Even if you work for a big company, you can only get a pitiful salary of tens of thousands at most. What contribution can you make to the school? What to donate? His question was undoubtedly a ruthless one, meant to embarrass Yi Kuan. Yes, President Ding donated 100 million yuan to his alma mater for the centennial celebration. Boss Ding is indeed a young hero and a role model for our generation. He spends 100 million in one go. Young Master Yi is young and promising. I wonder how much he can donate to his alma mater. Yes, as an outstanding graduate of the University of Finance and Economics, how can I not contribute to my alma mater and do my part? The so-called elites around all spoke in support of Ding Yan and teased Yi Kuan at the same time, planning to laugh at his joke. 100 million. Ding Yan donated 100 million yuan directly to his alma mater. Is Yi Kuan okay? Ding Yan also showed a proud look, finding the feeling of being the center of attention and being admired and respected by thousands of people. In college, boys can attract beautiful girls just by their handsome looks. However, after entering society, it is no longer enough to rely on being handsome, you also have to rely on your strength. Without strength, you are nothing. For example, during the school anniversary event, he donated 100 million yuan and was immediately praised by everyone, and even the school treated him with courtesy. Yi Kuan, why should you compete with him for goddess Yang Yijuan? Can he come up with 100 million? Yang Yijuan frowned slightly and defended Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan is very talented. He earned his tuition fees on his own during college and even bought a car. Yang Yijuan was very protective of Yi Kuan and said a lot of good things about him. But this made Ding Yan even more jealous. Earn your own tuition, buy a car, and even make hundreds of millions. So what? These are just child's play. For those of them who are bored at the finish line and can inherit the family business after graduation, it is not worth mentioning at all. Young Master Yi is such an outstanding person. I wonder how much he plans to donate to his alma mater this time. Ding Yan stared at Yi Kuan with a teasing look on his face. He was going to hold on to the issue of donations and embarrass Yi Kuan. Ding. Trigger a random mission. Donate to your alma mater and give Ding Yan a slap in the face. Mission reward, Celebrity Halo. Note, this donation is fully funded by the Shinhao Reserve Fund. No one can show off in front of the $1 trillion Shinhao. Oh shit. Slap Ding Yan in the face and be rewarded with Celebrity Halo. As long as it's a halo, it must be a good thing. Just look at the effect of the charm aura and you will know how powerful the aura is. 100 million yuan, is that a lot? Yi Kuan smiled, his eyes swept across the entire audience, looking down on everyone. The author has something to say. Handsome guy with a skirt, if you want a character, please leave a message in the character section of the book review area. Chapter 32 Donating 10 billion, Celebrity Halo. 100 million yuan, is that a lot? When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. There was an uproar. 100 million is a huge fortune that many people cannot earn even if they work for a lifetime. But in Yi Kuan's mouth, it became commonplace. Is he the kind of person who likes to brag and boast? How did such a person get invited to attend the school's centenary celebration? Everyone looked at Yi Kuan with a bit of disdain and ridicule. What a big mouth. 100 million is nothing. I wonder how much young Master Yi will donate to his alma mater. Ding Yan sneered, thinking that Yi Kuan was just a boastful young man. How could such a person be qualified to be his opponent? Goddess Yang Yijuan should belong to him. 100 million, I really can't afford it. Yi Kuan shook his head. He spent 100 million yuan to book a bar for an entire night. If he only donated 100 million yuan to his alma mater's centenary celebration, he would feel ashamed. How about this, I'll donate 10 billion to my alma mater. Yi Kuan said a number lightly. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked again. Petrified. Uproar. 100 billion? Yi Kuan said he would donate 10 billion to his alma mater. Although there are many successful people here, no one will donate 10 billion to the school. Because most people can't come up with 10 billion. Even if there were wealthy people with assets exceeding 100 billion yuan present, they would not be willing to donate 10 billion yuan at once. This joke isn't funny at all. Can you come up with 10 billion? Ding Yan sneered and didn't think Yi Kuan could donate 10 billion. Although his family's assets far exceed 10 billion, he will not donate them to the school. Yi Kuan, why? Am I kidding? It's only 10 billion. Is there any need to make a fuss? Yi Kuan smiled. Hey. He has trillions of dollars in reserves, so 10 billion is just a drop in the bucket. If I wasn't afraid of scaring you to death, I would just donate 10 billion. Ha, the old principal is in the auditorium. If you can really donate 10 billion, I believe the old principal will look upon you with new eyes and regard you as a representative of outstanding students. Ding Yan sneered. 10 billion. He didn't believe that Yi Kuan could really donate 10 billion to his alma mater. At this moment, the old president of the University of Finance and Economics saw that there was an uproar on Yi Kuan's side, and it seemed to be very lively. So, surrounded by many school leaders, he walked over and wanted to find out what was going on. What's going on here? It's so lively. The old principal laughed. He has been the president of the University of Finance and Economics for 10 years. Although his temples are gray, he still looks radiant. Old principal, you've come just in time. We have an outstanding student here who is willing to donate 10 billion to the school. Ding Yan quickly said to the old principal, while looking at Yi Kuan provocatively. Snort! If you can't come up with 10 billion in a while, you will be embarrassed in front of all the teachers and students in the school. Oh? Which outstanding student is going to donate 10 billion to his alma mater? The old principal was also shocked. 10 billion. In the history of Kyuf, no one has ever donated such a large amount. He glanced at several older successful people around him, trying to confirm who could be so generous and courageous. Some of these people are CEOs of listed companies, some are heirs to family businesses, and some are young and promising entrepreneurs. But he really couldn't find anyone who could donate tens of billions. Those successful people who were swept by the principal's gaze all showed embarrassment. 10 billion. They wouldn't dare to casually mention the amount, let alone donate it directly to the school. Old principal, it's this junior student Yi Kuan. He just boasted that he would contribute to his alma mater and donate 10 billion. Ding Yan pointed at Yi Kuan and sneered, looking forward to seeing him make a fool of himself. Oh? The old principal also looked at Yi Kuan in surprise. This is a very young, handsome and energetic guy. This handsome young man is young and promising but not self-conscious. He remains calm and composed in front of him. But can such a young man donate 10 billion to the school? This is 10 billion, not 1 million. You can't donate just because you want to. You need to have the economic strength to do that. Principal, Yi Kuan was just chatting with a few seniors and joking. Don't take it seriously. Yang Yijuan couldn't help but get anxious and hurried out to help Yi Kuan smooth things over. Although Yi Kuan is young and promising, 10 billion yuan is not something a student who has just graduated for less than a year can come up with. Even she thought that Yi Kuan said he would donate 10 billion to the school just because of a dispute of pride. Because 10 billion is a really huge amount. Yijuan, are you still defending him? Yi Kuan said he would donate 10 billion to his alma mater. Everyone here heard it clearly and can testify to it. When Ding Yan saw Yang Yijuan speaking for Yi Kuan, he couldn't help but get very angry and became even more jealous of Yi Kuan. Why? Why is Yi Kuan so favored by goddess Yang Yijuan? I'm not kidding, I'm serious. Yi Kuan smiled at the old principal. Are you sure you want to donate 10 billion to the school? The old principal stared at Yi Kuan in disbelief. That's right, old principal. It's the school's centennial celebration. I don't know what else to do for the school, so I'll just donate 10 billion as a token of my appreciation. Yi Kuan said, chatting and laughing. It's just 10 billion, a small token of my appreciation. Just be calm. No pressure. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked again. Yi Kuan actually dared to brag in front of the old principal. This was no joke. The faces of the school leaders were also filled with disbelief. How about this? The school should have a special donation account. Tell me the account number and I can donate to the school right then and there. Yi Kuan said. He knew that these people would not believe him unless he took concrete action. So, the old principal, hesitantly, asked a director in charge of the school anniversary activities to give Yi Kuan an independent account for school donations. Soon, in front of everyone, Yi Kuan used the rich man's reserve funds to transfer 10 billion to the school account. 10 billion. We really received 10 billion in donations. The director was surprised and delighted when he saw the extra 10 billion yuan in the school account. Suddenly, the expressions of everyone present became extremely exciting. 10 billion. Yi Kuan really donated 10 billion to the school. Ding. Gained a supercritical hit of worship value plus 6,666. How is that possible? He's just a recent graduate. How can he afford to donate 10 billion to the school? Ding Yan also looked incredulous. But the facts were right in front of him, slapping him in the face. Ding. Congratulations to the host for donating 10 billion to his alma mater and completing the task of slapping Ding Yan in the face. Ding. Reward, Celebrity Halo. Explanation: the celebrity halo can increase the host's good reputation and enhance prestige. Some handsome guys have said that donating 10 billion to the school is stupid and rich. It's really not that much. In real life, a foreign investor donated $1 billion to Tsinghua University. Is the protagonist's donation of 10 billion a lot? Moreover, this 10 billion is not a direct donation, but the establishment of a foundation for long-term investment. This is a novel written by a super rich man. Handsome boys, please read this book from the perspective of a super rich man. Don't be surprised or startled. The author has something to say. This is a super rich article, the most extravagant and exciting super rich article. Chapter 33, Be the richest and most exciting super rich man. Ding. The host has donated 10 billion to his alma mater, greatly increasing his prestige among alumni. He has earned the respect of the Magic City University of Finance and Economics. Well, Yi Koen was also slightly surprised. Not only did his prestige increase greatly, he also gained the respect of the University of Finance and Economics. The 10 billion was not spent in vain. It really feels good to have money. At the same time, the alumni in the auditorium looked at Yi Koen with shock and admiration in their eyes. Yi Koen can donate 10 billion to his alma mater at one time. His strength is unquestionable. Moreover, because of the influence of the celebrity halo, they all looked at Yi Koen with a hint of admiration. No one dared to think that he was just an ordinary handsome guy. Not only is he handsome, he also has a halo around him. Yi Koen, thank you for donating 10 billion yuan to the school. This is a huge contribution and the best gift you can give to your alma mater on its centennial anniversary. The old principal shook Yi Koen's hand excitedly and almost burst into tears. 10 billion. This is the largest donation the University of Finance and Economics has received since its establishment. With 10 billion, there are so many things that can be done. For example, building buildings, repairing dormitories, providing subsidies to poor students, and scholarships to outstanding students. It is a huge contribution to both the school and the students. It's just a small gesture, not worth mentioning. I just hope the school can make good use of this money. If there is still a need in the future, I can donate more. Yi Koen smiled, appearing calm and composed. Don't worry, the school will use this 10 billion yuan to establish a foundation named after you. The new building will also be named after you. The old principal said excitedly. In particular, after Yi Koen donated 10 billion, he actually hinted that he would continue to donate. Trench. So extravagant. The school must treat such a generous and good student with the utmost sincerity. Establishing a foundation is good, but you don't have to name it after me. This fund and the teaching building should be named after Koenpeng. Yi Koen smiled. Naming it after him seems a bit too high profile. Naming it after Koenpeng would be a better choice. Good. Good. Koenpeng has a good meaning, soaring up to 90,000 miles. The school will establish a Koenpeng fund and hire professionals to manage it. We also welcome Yi Koen to send a trustworthy person to be in charge of the Koenpeng fund. The old principal said excitedly that he must maintain a good relationship with Yi Koen. Send a trustworthy person to take charge of the Koenpeng fund? Yi Koen's eyes swept through the crowd and then fixed on the beautiful counselor Chen Jinghuan. Then teacher Chen Jinghuan will be in charge of the Koenpeng fund from now on. Yi Koen smiled. Is teacher Chen Jinghuan in charge of this 10 billion fund? The old principal looked surprised. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to the beautiful counselor. Chen Jinghuan is just a counselor. Isn't it a bit hasty to let her be in charge of this fund worth tens of billions of yuan? Even Chen Jinghuan was shocked. Today, Yi Koen shocked her so much that he actually donated 10 billion yuan to the school. Moreover, Yi Koen actually specifically asked her to be in charge of the Koenpeng fund, which made her feel flattered. Teacher Chen Jinghuan not only has a good personality but also strong executive abilities. She's a teacher I trust very much. I think she's a perfect fit to be in charge of the Koenpeng fund. Principal, don't you agree? Yi Koen looked at the old principal and smiled. He donated 10 billion yuan to the school to establish the Koenpeng fund, and it was just his decision to choose who would be the person in charge. It's a pity that Chen Jinghuan is a counselor. She could have a bigger stage. That's right, teacher Chen Jinghuan is very responsible and capable, and is very suitable to be in charge of the Koenpeng fund. The old principal nodded in agreement. Suddenly, all the teachers and leaders in the school looked at Chen Jinghuan with envy. Chen Jinghuan is so young, but she has become the head of a fund worth tens of billions of yuan. Her status in school will rise sharply. Chen Jinghuan herself was flattered and felt unbelievable. At the same time, there was a touch of emotion and love in her eyes when she looked at Yi Koen. Ding! Chen Jinghuan is moved by the host, favorability plus 10. Ding! Congratulations to the campus beauty Chen Jinghuan for raising her favorability towards the host to 90. Reward, strength plus 20. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing his strength to 41. Strength, 41, agility, 23, constitution, 58, spirit, 25. In an instant, a magical energy surged into Yi Koen's body, causing his strength to surge, his whole body to be full of vitality, and his body to become stronger. It feels so good. The favorability of the beautiful counselor Qin Jinghuan towards him increased to 90 so quickly. This was something he had not expected. But this is not surprising. Now, he is so charming, has a lot of money, and has all kinds of halos around him. No woman can resist his charm. The look in Yang Yijuan's eyes when she looked at Yi Kuan was not only filled with love, but also with admiration and curiosity. She found that her understanding of this man was far from deep enough. She wanted to explore more. The news that Ji Kuan donated 10 billion yuan to his alma mater spread quickly, causing a huge sensation among teachers, students, and alumni. At the same time, he also reaped a lot of admiration points. At the following school anniversary event, Yi Kuan became the focus of everyone's attention. Even a beautiful editor from a magazine asked her to do an exclusive interview. "Mr. Yi Kuan, I'm Wang Yuwei, editor of Fenjianren magazine. Can I do a brief interview with you?" Wang Yuwei looked at Yi Kuan excitedly. Ding! A school beauty has been detected. Name, Wang Yuwei. Appearance, 92 school beauty level. Height, 167 centimeters. Measurements, 86, 62, 89. Chest, 34 c. Favorability, 60. Personality characteristics, gentle and intellectual. Haha, another campus beauty. Yi Kuan smiled. Ever since he became a super rich man, he has been surrounded by beautiful women. This may be the charm of the super rich. It's very boring. Ding! Congratulations to the campus beauty Wang Yuwei for reaching a favorability rating of 60 with the host. Reward, agility plus 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your agility has increased to 33. Strength, 41, agility, 33, constitution, 58, spirit, 25. In an instant, a magical energy was injected into Yi Kuan's body, his muscle lines became more perfect, and his body became more agile. It feels so good. He discovered that any beauty who was a school beauty and whose favorability towards him reached 60 and 90 would receive a bonus to basic physical attributes. This encourages him to contact and conquer more beauties. It's very troublesome. Very boring. However, in order to evolve into a Superman, he can accept it reluctantly. He wants to be the richest and most awesome super rich man. Another handsome character has appeared. If you want to customize your character, please leave a comment in the book review section. The author has something to say. Handsome guys can join the Shenhao skirt. Chapter 30 for the strange school beauty, Wan Xingyue. Mr. Yi Kuan, can I do an interview with you? Seeing that Yi Kuan did not answer her, Wang Yuwei couldn't help but ask again. Influenced by the halo of celebrity, the look she gave Yi Kuan was filled with admiration and admiration. Influential Person magazine? Yi Kuan was slightly surprised. This influential magazine seems to have a great influence in China. It has a Feng Yun weekly, which is equivalent to the Time magazine abroad. Those who are selected to appear on the cover of Feng Yun weekly are truly influential figures. I'm just an ordinary person, so there's no need for an interview. Yi Kuan smiled. He felt that he was mediocre and had not achieved anything yet, and it was too early for him to be on Feng Yun weekly. Therefore, he did not intend to accept this interview. Mr. Yi is too modest. You donated 10 billion to your alma mater, which has already caused a sensation. How can it be ordinary? You must be a low-key hidden rich man. Wang Yuwei said. Today, she originally wanted to interview other influential figures in the University of Finance and Economics. However, Yi Kuan suddenly donated 10 billion, which directly overshadowed other successful people. In addition, Yi Kuan is very young and handsome, and he was not well known before. He is very mysterious and very popular, so she planned to do an exclusive interview with him. As you said, I'm a low-key, invisible wealthy person, so I don't plan to appear in the magazine at the moment. Yi Kuan smiled and politely refused. It is not a good thing to reveal your identity too early. Then, Mr. Yi, can I ask you a few simple questions? Wang Yuwei refused to give in and continued to ask. After finally catching a hidden rich man, how could we let him get away? You can ask 3 questions. Yi Kuan said. Since Wang Yuwei contributed 10 points of agility to him, he answered her 3 questions. Good. Wang Yuwei was overjoyed and quickly asked, Mr. Yi, you donated 10 billion yuan to your alma mater. Do you feel any pressure? 10 billion is not a small number. many billionaires with a net worth of hundreds of billions may not be able to come up with 10 billion in liquid funds. Because most of their assets are real estate, or virtual assets such as stocks, bonds, and equity, there is not much money that can actually be mobilized. No pressure, Yi Kuan said calmly. He has trillions of dollars in reserves, so 10 billion is really no pressure for him. Wang Yue was shocked when these words were spoken. If he could come up with 10 billion without any pressure, then Yi Kuan's assets must be at least over 100 billion. Then may I ask, how long will it take you to earn back these 10 billion? Wang Yue asked again. For how long? Yi Kuan closed his eyes and thought for a while. He owns the Kunpeng Group, which is worth 900 billion. It shouldn't be difficult for him to earn back 10 billion, right? However, his most powerful plug-in is not the Kunpeng Group, but the Xinhao system. He has trillions of dollars in reserves. 10 billion is just a blink of an eye. 10 billion has been earned back. Yi Kuan opened his eyes and smiled. What, earning 10 billion so quickly? Ha, Mr. Yi is really humorous. Wang Yue was surprised, and then she thought that Yi Kuan didn't want to reveal too much information, so he answered the question in such a humorous way. Personal question, do you have a girlfriend now? Wang Yue finally asked a gossip question. Yi Kuan is young, promising, handsome and charming, and she really wants to know about his private life. No, Yi Kuan said lightly. When Wang Yue wanted to continue asking questions, Yi Kuan had already turned and left. I said I would only answer 3 questions, so I will only answer 3 questions. What a unique, cool man. Wang Yue looked at Yi Kuan's handsome back as he turned around, and couldn't help but think in her heart. After all, she is a campus beauty, and there are many outstanding men who are eager to surround her or be interviewed by her. But Yi Kuan could turn around so casually without any regrets. However, she believed that there would be another opportunity to interview Yi Kuan in the future. Such an outstanding and handsome man, just like those handsome guys who followed the book and gave it 5-star reviews, his handsomeness cannot be hidden, it cannot be hidden. However, just after Yi Kuan turned around and took a few steps, he felt a softness in his arms and bumped into a long-haired beauty. She subconsciously supported the other person and found that it was a sweet-looking and quiet girl. Ding! A school beauty has been detected. Name, Wanxing Yue. Appearance, 95 top campus beauty. Age, 18. Height, 168 centimeters. Measurements, 86, 61, 90. Chest, 34C. Favorability, 30. Personality traits, quiet and gentle. Ha! I met another campus beauty. Wanxing Yue, with an appearance score of 95, is the top among the school beauties. However, her favorability towards Yi Kuan was actually negative. This made Yi Kuan feel incredible and surprised. They must have never met each other before. How can the favorability be negative? Could it be that because I just bumped into him accidentally, my favorability dropped by 30 points? Schoolgirl, are you okay? Yi Kuan quickly came to his senses and asked. Wanxing Yue was only 18 years old, and he guessed that the other party should still be a freshman, that is, his junior. At this time, Wanxing Yue also looked up at Yi Kuan. The two looked at each other and were both slightly stunned. Yi Kuan was stunned because Wanxing Yue's eyes were so beautiful, as if there were the sun, moon and stars in her eyes, which made people unconsciously obsessed. Wanxing Yue was stunned because of Yi Kuan's handsomeness and charm, which were unexpected. Ding! Campus beauty Wanxing Yue glances at the host and is influenced by her charming aura of being loved by everyone and making flowers bloom. Favorability plus 30. Ding! Campus beauty Wanxing Yue's favorability towards the host has increased from 30 to 0. Well, under the influence of the charm aura, Wanxing Yue's favorability towards him actually only returned to 0. This is a situation Yi Kuan has never encountered before. Could it be that Wanxing Yue doesn't like men? Yi Kuan could only make this guess. Otherwise, no normal woman could ignore his charm. I'm fine. Wanxing Yue blushed and struggled to break away from Yi Kuan with some resistance. At the same time, she thought to herself, who is this guy? He's kind of handsome, but he's not my type. I hope we never cross paths. Wanxing Yue herself was a little surprised that she didn't dislike the man in front of her. You know, she hates any physical contact with men and doesn't accept men psychologically. However, Yi Kuan is an exception. It won't make her feel disgusted, but of course she can't say she likes it either. It's a miracle that she doesn't hate me. Therefore, she couldn't help but look at Yi Koen again with her beautiful eyes, and then ran away. Chapter 35 The Mysterious Chairman of Kuanping Group. What a strange girl. Yi Koen looked at Wan Xingyue's graceful figure running away and couldn't help shaking his head. Then, without thinking anymore, he continued walking forward. At this time, one of Wan Xingyue's best friends came towards her. Oh wow, Senior Yi Koen is so handsome and charming. Xingyue, you seem to have bumped into Senior Yi Koen's arms just now. How's it going? Did the senior ask for your contact information, the school beauty? The best friend came over and held Wan Xingyue's hand, and asked with envy and curiosity. They are all freshmen who were selected to be volunteers for the school anniversary event because of their good looks and image. Is he really handsome? He's just a little more handsome than the average person. He just has a very unique charm. Wan Xingyue said with a nonchalant look on her face. However, this was the first time she met a boy whom she didn't dislike. His name is Yi Koen? Is he famous? Wan Xingyue asked her best friend. She couldn't help but feel a little curious about Yi Koen. She had never heard of such a prominent figure in the school. Senior Yi Koen didn't seem very famous before, but he donated 10 billion yuan to his alma mater at the school anniversary event, which shocked everyone and caused a huge sensation. Now even the principal has to be polite to Senior Yi Koen. I heard that he will be named an outstanding student of the century by the University of Finance and Economics, and his name will be recorded in the school history. My best friend said with admiration. Senior Yi Koen is so bold that he donated 10 billion yuan directly to his alma mater. The key is that he is still so young, so handsome and super charming. If she was a school beauty, he would definitely take the initiative to approach her. How can you miss such an outstanding and handsome senior? Oh. He donated 10 billion to the school. Wan Xingyue was also slightly surprised. There are many wealthy people with assets exceeding 10 billion, which is not surprising. However, there are very few people who are willing to donate 10 billion to their alma mater. Ding! Wan Xingyue's favorability towards the host increases by +10. The current favorability is 10 points. Yi Koen was walking out when he suddenly received a system prompt that Wan Xingyue's favorability towards him had increased. However, a favorability of only 10 points is still pitifully low and there will be no rewards. Yi Koen, let's go to Kuanping Hotel now. Yang Yijun came over and naturally put her arm around Yi Koen. She had a crush on Yi Koen in college, and now her favorability towards Yi Koen has exceeded 90, so she seems very proactive and bold. Going to Kuanping Hotel? Yi Koen asked curiously. This Kuanping Hotel is naturally also under the Kuanping Group, so he is the boss behind the hotel. Yes, the school is hosting a banquet in the Kuanping Hotel Banquet Hall. Many celebrities and outstanding students will be attending. Let's go there quickly. Yang Yijun said, pulling Yi Koen towards the parking lot. Yi Koen, what car did you drive here today? Is it that Porsche again? When they arrived at the parking lot, Yang Yijun asked. She knew Yi Koen bought a Porsche when he was in college. It's a red flag. Yi Koen smiled and took out a key to a Hongqi car. Red flag? Yang Yijun was slightly surprised. She didn't expect that Yi Koen's taste had changed and he actually drove a domestic car. However, Hongqi is also very powerful, especially in recent years. It has developed rapidly, and some of its top flagship models are not inferior to imported luxury cars. Soon, a cool blue supercar appeared in their sight. Drop. Yi Koen gently pressed the key of the Hongqi car. The cool butterfly doors of the blue supercar slowly open, like a beautiful blue butterfly spreading its gorgeous wings. It is magnificent and full of technology and design. This is the Hongqi Tang supercar. It's so beautiful. I want to sit in your passenger seat today. Yang Yijun exclaimed. She put away her Porsche keys and walked towards the passenger seat of the Hongqi with her long legs. Yi Koen sat in the driving seat of the Hongqi, started the car skillfully, and slowly drove out of the school in normal mode. Along the way, this Hongqi supercar caused many students to exclaim in admiration and gained a lot of admiration. Yi Koen, I didn't expect you to hide it so well. You even hid it from me. Yang Yijun sat in the passenger seat, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Koen's extremely handsome profile, and she couldn't help but feel fascinated. What am I hiding? Yi Koen asked, puzzled. You're usually so low-key, but suddenly you became a huge star, donating 10 billion to your alma mater and driving a Hongqi supercar worth over 30 million. Did you inherit the family business after graduation? Yang Yijun stared at Ji Kuan with her beautiful eyes and smiled. She felt that Ji Kuan must be like her, a super rich second generation who inherited the family business after graduation, which is why he was so wealthy. If that was the case, there was no need for Yi Kuan to hide it from her. She was also worried that Yi Kuan did not choose to accept her because of his family background. What kind of family fortune do I have to inherit? I just come from an ordinary family, I just had some luck. Yi Kuan smiled. His opportunity is to obtain the godly rich system, which can allow his life to continue to cheat and take off quickly. By the way, what company did you go to after graduation? Yi Kuan asked. She knew that after graduation, Yang Ejuan did not return to the family business to work, but went to work for an outside company. I work at Kunpeng Group. I'm currently in charge of Kunpeng's short video live streaming. My position is general manager. Yang Ejuan said, very proudly. Kunpeng Group is a very young group company that has risen at an astonishing speed, and its boss is extremely mysterious. And with her outstanding abilities, she quickly rose through the ranks in the Kunpeng short video field and became the general manager. You work at Kunpeng Group? Are you also in charge of Kunpeng's short video live streaming business? Yi Kuan was surprised. It turns out that Yang Yijuan is now an employee of his company and the general manager of Kunpeng's short video business. What a coincidence. Yes. Is this surprising? Unfortunately, I have been in Kunpeng Group for so long and have never met that mysterious chairman. Yang Yijuan said with a look of regret. Why? Do you really want to meet the chairman of Kunpeng Group? Yi Kuan smiled. Isn't the chairman of Kunpeng Group sitting next to you? Obviously, Yang Yijuan doesn't know his identity yet. Of course, the chairman is extremely mysterious, like a dragon that can't be seen from head to tail, yet he can plan and control everything. He is the person I admire most. When talking about the mysterious chairman of Kunpeng Group, Yang Yijuan couldn't help but show admiration. Ding! Yang Yijuan's admiration points increased to a critical hit of plus 999. Maybe you've already met the chairman of Kunpeng Group. Yi Kuan smiled. Considering that Yang Yijuan had shown him a wave of admiration, he couldn't help but remind her. Hey. The mysterious chairman you admire is sitting next to you. The author has something to say. A collection of handsome little fairies, add skirts and skirts. Chapter 36. The goddess will also take the initiative. I've met that mysterious chairman? How come I didn't know about it? Yang Yijuan looked surprised. She really didn't remember meeting the mysterious chairman. You will meet sooner or later. Yi Kuan smiled and was not in a hurry to tell the truth. Now, he is about to go to the headquarters of Kunpeng Group. Soon, his identity as chairman will be officially announced to the public, and at least some senior company executives will know of his existence. Yang Yijuan's expression must be very interesting after she knows his identity. By the way, Yi Kuan, why did you name the school's foundation the Kunpeng Fund? Do you also work for the Kunpeng Group? Yang Yijuan stared at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes and asked the question in her heart. Before, Yi Kuan named the foundation Kunpeng, and she thought it was just a coincidence. However, the more I think about it, the more I feel that Yi Kuan must have some connection with Kunpeng Group. Yes, I also work at Kunpeng Group. Yi Kuan smiled. Yang Yijuan asked the key question, and it seems that she should have guessed some clues. You are not the mysterious chairman of Kunpeng Group, are you? Yang Yijuan stared at Yi Kuan in surprise. Congratulations, you guessed it right. Yi Kuan nodded slightly and admitted it generously. Yang Yijuan is indeed very smart. She guessed his true identity so quickly. Of course, he had no intention of deliberately concealing his identity. There is nothing shameful about the identity of the chairman of this group. He also had no intention of deliberately playing the pig to eat the tiger. So, I admitted it openly. You are the chairman of Kunpeng Group. Even though Yi Kuan admitted it himself, Yang Yijuan still found it hard to believe. She thought that the chairman of Kunpeng Group was at least 30 or 40 years old. Yi Kuan is too young. I was shocked. The man she has always had a crush on and liked turned out to be the big boss behind Kunpeng Group. This is amazing. Ding. Gained +5 favorability with goddess level beauty Yang Yijuan. Ding. Congratulations to the goddess-like beauty Yang Yijuan for raising her favorability towards the host to 95. Ding! Once a beauty's favorability towards the host reaches 95, she will actively throw herself into their arms, or even push the host in the opposite direction. Please be mentally prepared. Ding! Reward host spirit plus 20. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching level 45. Strength, 41, Agility, 33, Constitution, 58, Spirit, 45. In an instant, Yi Koan seemed to be injected with magical energy, and he became more energetic and radiant. Yang Yijuan's favorability towards him actually rose again, reaching 95. She is also the first goddess-level beauty whose favorability towards Yi Koan reaches 95. What happens once the favorability reaches 95? Throw yourself into someone's arms. Reverse. Yi Koan couldn't help but glance at Yang Yijuan out of the corner of his eye. He saw that she was staring at him with affectionate eyes, her red lips slightly parted, revealing a charming and moving expression. Boo! Suddenly, Yang Yijuan leaned close to Yi Koan and kissed him fiercely on the cheek, leaving a bright red lip mark. Yi Koan only felt a gust of fragrant wind coming from the tip of his nose, and then something pecked his cheek, moist. What, I'm still driving? Yi Koan was slightly stunned and said softly. He also didn't expect that Yang Yijuan would be so bold as to attack him while he was driving. Who looks better, the car or me? Yang Yijuan reached out and lifted her hair, threw a coquettish glance at Yi Koan, and asked in a soft voice. Well? Am I being teased? Yi Koan looked at the car, then at Yang Yijuan, and said, of course, you are prettier than the car. Yang Yijuan is a goddess with a beauty score of 96. Moreover, she was wearing a black off-shoulder dress today, which was very sexy and beautiful. So, do you like me? Yang Yijuan smiled charmingly, full of charm. It's different when the favorability reaches 95, and the goddess will take the initiative to attack. I like it. Yi Koan smiled and did not avoid her question. Boo! Yang Yijuan boldly gave Yi Koan a kiss. Let's go to the cocktail party first. Yang Yijuan blushed and spoke in a soft voice. Good. Yi Koan smiled. He savored the taste of those sweet lips before fastening his seatbelt again and starting the Hongqi supercar. Yang Yijuan also returned to her goddess-like cool appearance, with only a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. She had been secretly in love with and pursuing Yi Koan for 2 years, and at this moment she couldn't help but feel a little happy. Boom! Boom boom! Yi Koan directly switched the Hongqi car to sports mode, and sped towards the Kunpeng Hotel at lightning speed. Chapter 37 Kunpeng Hotel, the cold and beautiful female president appears. Kunpeng Building is located in the most prosperous and central prime location of Lujiazui in Shanghai. It consists of 2 twin towers, Kun and Peng. The highest tower reaches 136 floors and is the tallest building in Asia. Among them, the Kun building looks like a mythical beast Kun about to leap out of the North Sea, which is extremely domineering. This building is one of the world's top office buildings and is also the headquarters of Kunpeng Group. The architectural appearance of the Pine Building is like a divine bird with its wings spread out, and it is the only 7-star hotel in China. Yi Koan drove to Lujiazui and was shocked by the 2 majestic and towering Kunpeng buildings from afar. Kunpeng Building is simply a super building like a mythical beast and a miracle of human architecture. The majestic Kunpeng-shaped architectural design alone is far more imposing than the Burj Khalifa. This is his Kunpeng Group, so cool. It feels so good. Soon, Yi Koan drove the car to the entrance of Kunpeng Hotel. After parking the car, Yang Yijuan tidied up her appearance before walking into the Kunpeng Hotel with Yi Koan. Kunpeng Hotel is worthy of being the only 7-star hotel in China. Its lobby is extremely luxurious and full of Chinese mythological elements, making people feel as if they have entered a strange space where modern technology is combined with ancient mythology. When Yi Koan entered the Kunpeng Hotel, he directly alarmed the hotel's top management. The mysterious chairman of the group actually came to Kunpeng Hotel in person. Yang Yijuan gracefully took Yi Koan's arm, walked into the elevator together, and pressed the button for the 88th floor, which was the floor where the Kunpeng Banquet Hall was located. This is a super fast elevator. It feels like riding a ladder to the clouds, rising quickly into the air and soon arriving at the 88th floor of the hotel. When Ding Yan saw Yang Yijuan walking into the reception hall holding Yi Koan's arm, his face turned purple with anger and he almost vomited blood. Yang Yijuan was his childhood sweetheart and the goddess he fell in love with first, but she took the initiative to pursue Yi Koan and threw herself into his arms. He is unwilling to accept this. He is a handsome man, graduated from a prestigious university, and inherited a family business with a market value of hundreds of billions at a young age. How is he worse than Yi Kuan? Why did Yang Yijuan dislike him and choose Yi Kuan? Although he was heartbroken, he pretended to be calm on the surface. To be chosen as the heir to the family business, he must be extremely cunning. He felt that as long as he crushed Yi Kuan, he still had a chance to win back goddess Yang Yijuan. This is a cocktail party held to celebrate the school's centenary. Those invited to attend are all outstanding graduates from the University of Finance and Economics. Among them are people from academia, business, culture, and sports. All of them are talents and elites in various fields. They often form a small circle of 3 or 5 people, gathering together with red wine and chatting. This is a network of alumni and a very necessary form of social interaction. However, Yi Kuan felt that attending such a cocktail party was actually quite boring. Because most of those alumni were 1 or 2 generations older than him, and they didn't actually have much in common. However, because he donated 10 billion to his alma mater and had a celebrity halo, many celebrities came to him to toast him and wanted to make friends with him. Yi Kuan would also socialize with them, but he still found it quite boring. Especially those so-called successful people in the business world, when they get together, most of them like to brag and show off. Some boasted about negotiating multi-million-dollar projects in a matter of minutes. Some boasted about acquiring a new piece of land somewhere. Some boasted that their mansions were too small, less than 500 square meters. Some boast that they don't like money and have no interest in it. Sure enough, showing off is a common human nature. Unfortunately, they weren't pretending enough to attract Yi Kuan's interest. Then, it was Ding Yan's turn to show off. He acted in a unique way, saying that he and the mysterious chairman of Kunpeng Group were brothers and best buddies. Suddenly, the whole audience was shocked and in an uproar. Yi Kuan and Yang Yijuan were completely bewildered. Boss Ding, do you really know the chairman of Kunpeng Group? I heard that the boss behind Kunpeng Group is very mysterious, and few people have ever met him. This 7-star Kunpeng hotel is owned by the Kunpeng Group and is worth over 100 billion. Kunpeng Group also includes Kunpeng Capital, Kunpeng Short Video, Kunpeng Entertainment, Kunpeng Real Estate, Kunpeng Medical. Everyone was talking about it, showing great interest. The big boss behind Kunpeng Group is extremely mysterious and has never appeared in public. At present, Kunpeng Group is ostensibly managed by a domineering female president. The female president of Kunpeng Group is already a prominent figure, not to mention the mysterious boss behind the scenes. To be honest, I had dinner with Ms. Jean, the female president of Kunpeng Group, last week and discussed a multi-billion-dollar cooperation project. Ding Yan was chatting and laughing, looking very proud. Boss Ding is so young and promising. He can actually have dinner with the beautiful CEO of Kunpeng Group. Suddenly, everyone showed envy towards Ding Yan. Many people present were not even qualified to meet the female president of Kunpeng Group, let alone have dinner with her. Yi Kuan was speechless about Ding Yan. He never thought that both he and the female president of Kunpeng Group would become the targets of his pretense. Just then, there was a commotion among the crowd. A cool and beautiful woman with a strong aura, a graceful figure and a breezy gait walked into the banquet hall surrounded by a crowd of people. Ms. Qin, the female president of Kunpeng Group, why is she here? Boss Qin is not only the female president of the entire Kunpeng Group, but also the female president of the Kunpeng Hotel. She manages the Kunpeng Hotel. When the successful people at the scene saw the female president of Kunpeng Group come in person, they couldn't help but show their excitement and wanted to come forward to make friends with her. However, the female president's aura was so strong that no one dared to come forward and say hello. At this time, Ding Yan saw the female president walking towards him and couldn't help showing a look of surprise. He smiled slightly, straightened his clothes, put on a calm and composed look, and walked towards the female president. Boss Qin, I am. Ding Yan gave a smile that he thought was handsome, and extended his hand to greet the female president. However, the female president was extremely cold and arrogant. She didn't even look at him and just walked past him. Ding Yan was completely ignored. However, no one paid any attention to him at this time. Amidst everyone's shocked and surprised gazes, the female president walked up to Yi Kuan. Chairman, why didn't you inform us in advance when you came to the hotel? The cold and beautiful female president stood in front of Yi Kuan with an extremely respectful expression. Special thanks to Shiyen Morong Chong of Huangquan Dao Palace for the gift of the Master's Certification and Inspiration Capsules. This is the first Master's Certification I've received for this book, so cool. Special thanks to Chaos Supreme for the generous gifts and support. Congratulations on topping the gift charts for both books. So awesome. The author has something to say. The cool and beautiful female CEO has appeared. If you want the role, please leave a message quickly. Chapter 38, 3 goddess-level beauties appeared. Ding! A school beauty has been detected. Name, Chin Lan. Appearance, 96 goddess level. Height, 170 centimeters. Measurements, 88, 62, 91. Chest, 36D. Loyalty, 99. Favorability, 20. Personality traits, cold, domineering, loyal. Yi Koan looked at Chin Lan and nodded slightly. The female president has a graceful figure, curvaceous figure, cool and domineering personality. She is a goddess-level beauty, and her loyalty to him is as high as 99. That's very satisfying. At this time, Chin Lan's beautiful eyes also took another look at Yi Koan. After a closer look, she found that the boss was not only young, handsome, and extraordinary, but also possessed a unique charm. Ding! Female CEO Chin Lan glanced at the host for a second longer, and was influenced by the charming aura of being loved by everyone and making flowers bloom. Favorability increased by 30. Ding! Female CEO Chin Lan's favorability towards the host has increased to 50. Ding! Gain Chin Lan's admiration critical hit plus 999. Well. The favorability has not reached 60 yet, so there is no attribute point reward. This made Yi Koan feel a little regretful. However, Chin Lan is the female president of Kunpeng Group, so it is not difficult to improve her favorability. Yi Koan was not anxious. Today is the centennial anniversary of my alma mater, and I happen to be at the hotel to attend an alumni gathering. Yi Koan looked at Chin Lan and smiled. He also didn't expect that the company's female president would come here directly. He originally planned to go to the Kunpeng Group headquarters to meet the female president. So these are the chairman's alumni and school leaders. So, I'd like to give you a 50% discount on tonight's banquet. Chairman, what do you think? Chin Lan was very capable and immediately offered a discount to the school for the banquet. Yi Koan waved his hand and said with a smile, "How can I get a 50% discount? That's too stingy. All expenses for tonight will be waived, and we'll also serve some of the best red wine. The chairman is generous, so let's arrange it according to his wishes." Chin Lan smiled and naturally followed Yi Koan's arrangements. This simple conversation caused the successful people and industry elites around to express shock and admiration. What? Yi Koan is the mysterious boss behind Kunpeng Group. In other words, he is also the boss of this Kunpeng Hotel. Although Kunpeng Group has not yet gone public, the market valuation has exceeded 900 billion yuan. Yi Koan is only in his 20s, yet at such a young age he controls a group company worth over 900 billion yuan. So terrifying. Ding! Gained a critical hit of plus 666 admiration. Ding! Gained a critical hit of plus 888 admiration. Ding! Gained a critical hit of plus 999 worship value. In an instant, the elites present all gave Yi Koan a wave of admiration. The big boss behind Kunpeng Group is actually their schoolmate. If they can take the opportunity to make friends with Yi Koan, they will benefit a lot. And Ding Yan was even more confused. The whole person was petrified. Yi Koan is actually the boss behind Kunpeng Group. Before, he was bragging in front of Yi Koan that he was on good terms with the big boss of Kunpeng Group. What a fool. This is so embarrassing. Moreover, he actually wanted to compete with Yi Koan for the woman before. What an idiot. If Yi Koan stomped his feet, his family business might be doomed to failure or even bankruptcy. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had not done anything extreme before, so the relationship could still be mended. Otherwise, it will be too late for him to regret. President Chin, do you have something important to talk to me about? Yi Koan asked Chin Lan. Mr. Yi, a very important auction will be held at our Kunpeng Hotel tonight. Among the important items is even the bronze statue of the dragon head of the 12 zodiac animals, a national treasure that was lost overseas many years ago. Do you want to attend this auction? Chin Lan said with a cautious look. If it was just an ordinary auction, she probably wouldn't bother the boss. However, this was an auction of the highest standards, with even national treasures being auctioned, so she felt it necessary to inform her boss. Ding! Triggering a random task, participate in the auction and buy the bronze statue of the dragon head of the Chinese zodiac, and donate it to the country. Reward: Dragon Nation's reputation reaches respected. Note: reputation can be divided into indifferent, neutral, friendly, respected, revered, and worshipped. All funds required for this auction will be deducted from the Shinhao Reserve Fund. Well, there are actually bronze statues of dragon heads of the 12 zodiac animals up for auction. Take a picture of the bronze dragon head statue and donate it to the country, and you can also increase the reputation of the dragon country. He must participate in this auction. No matter how much it costs, take the photo. Take me to the auction room, Yi Koan said to Qin Lan. Led by President Qin Lan, Yi Koan walked into the auction hall on the third floor of Kunpeng Hotel. This was originally the largest and most luxurious banquet hall of Kunpeng Group, and today it is used as the auction venue. This banquet hall can accommodate 3,000 people at the same time without any crowding. There are even super rich people from Hong Kong Island, Taiwan, and other countries who come here to buy some precious items. At this auction, seats are naturally arranged according to status. The higher the net worth and the stronger the boss, the more likely he is to be ranked at the front. As Yi Koan is the chairman of Kunpeng Group, he was naturally arranged in an important position in the first row. The female president Qin Lan sat on his right. Not long after Yi Koan sat down, he saw two goddess-like beauties walking side by side towards the first row. The simultaneous appearance of two goddess-level beauties made Yi Koan's eyes light up, and he felt amazed. One of them was arrogant and cold, with an ethereal appearance and fair skin. She was wearing a black evening gown, and she had a powerful aura and was radiant. She sat down in the seat next to Yi Koan with an elegant posture. Yi Koan glanced around and saw that the name written on the seat was in Yubai. It turns out that she is the cool and beautiful female CEO of Ann's Pharmaceutical Group, with a net worth of billions. The other goddess-like beauty smiled slightly and sat on the left side of Yi Koan. She has a beautiful face, as bright as spring flowers and as clear as the autumn moon, with bright eyes and white teeth. She is wearing a red evening dress, which outlines her graceful figure, making her look graceful and beautiful. Moreover, her skin was as white as cream and her hands as soft as catkins, giving people the feeling of being a lady from a wealthy family. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Hu Yuqi. Hu Yuqi took the initiative to greet Yi Koan. She was not aloof, but rather seemed graceful and generous. Ding! A goddess-level beauty has been detected. Name: Hu Yuqi. Appearance: 97 goddess level. Height: 170 centimeters. Measurements: 86, 61, 90. Chest: 34 c. Favorability: 0. Personality traits: Sundara. Those who can sit in the first row of the auction hall have extraordinary identities and backgrounds, and are basically influential figures with considerable wealth. Hu Yuqi had never seen Yi Koan before, and she couldn't help but feel very curious. Chapter 39: National Treasure Centennial Wild Ginseng. Hu Yuqi looked at Yi Koan with her beautiful eyes and couldn't help but be attracted by the charm emanating from him. She immediately felt that this man was handsome and extraordinary. Ding! The goddess-like beauty Hu Yuqi glanced at the host for a second longer, and was influenced by the charming aura of being loved by everyone and flowers blooming when they see them. Favorability plus 30. Ding! Hu Yuqi's favorability towards the host has increased to 30. No woman can resist the influence of Yi Koan's charming aura. Therefore, after the goddess-level beauty Hu Yuqi took a closer look at Yi Koan, her favorability towards him immediately increased. However, this level of favorability is still at the stage of curiosity, not liking. However, she became more interested in Yi Koan and wanted to explore more. Hello, my name is Yi Koan. Yi Koan also smiled slightly and responded politely. Although Hu Yuqi is a goddess-level beauty, she is graceful and beautiful. However, Yi Koan had seen many beauties, and even after being amazed, he was still able to remain calm and composed. Hu Yuqi was slightly surprised to see Yi Koan so calm and composed. You know, she is a goddess-level beauty with extraordinary temperament. In order to attend this top auction today, she dressed up carefully, looking even more radiant and beautiful. No matter what kind of young hero he is, he will be amazed at the first sight of her, and then he will circle around her, show his courtesy to her and try to please her in every way. But Yi Koan didn't have any idea at all. He just asked politely and had no intention of probing deeper. This made her, who was already arrogant, very dissatisfied, and she wanted to attract Yi Koan's attention even more. More and more important figures entered the auction hall, including business tycoons, celebrities, heirs of large families, and many wealthy people on the Forbes list. There were also many first and second tier film and television stars at the scene, but they had no chance of getting a seat here and were seated very far in the back row. In front of these wealthy tycoons, those celebrities seem ordinary and have no status at all. Many celebrities, wealthy people, and socialites who can usually only be seen on TV news and in magazines gathered in this auction hall. It can be seen from this that once the auction officially begins, there will definitely be a fierce competition. Some important items will definitely be sold at a sky-high price. Not long after, a beautiful female host walked onto the stage. She was a popular actress at a certain TV station. She looked radiant and articulate. She said some official words and livened up the atmosphere before inviting tonight's professional auctioneer to the stage. The auctioneer was a middle-aged man with sleek hair and wearing a Zhongshan suit. After he came on stage, a staff member placed the first item of the day on the stand. All auction items will not only be displayed at the booth, but also played and introduced on the big screen. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the first item to be auctioned tonight is the highlight, a century-old wild ginseng, a national treasure. The auctioneer opened the first lot of the night with an exciting tone. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Uproar. Centennial wild ginseng. Moreover, it is a national treasure. Please look, everyone. The main body of this wild ginseng is 6.6 centimeters long, and the longest main beard is 66.6 centimeters. It is estimated to be a century-old ginseng. Look closely, everyone. This wild ginseng has 3 stalks and 4 leaves, which adds up to 66 leaves. These 66 leaves don't look like ginseng, but more like a wild vegetable, like wild celery. Also, it doesn't produce ginseng fruit. It's precisely because of this characteristic, a form of self-protection, that it hasn't been discovered even at a distance of more than 10 meters. If it had ginseng fruit, it would have been discovered long ago and it wouldn't have been able to survive for so many years. As the saying goes, 7 ounces of ginseng is good, 8 ounces is precious, and 7 or 8 ounces of ginseng is rare. In the 1980s, someone unearthed a century-old wild ginseng weighing 9 liang, 2 qian, and 1 fun. It was later sent to the exhibition hall of the Longjing People's Hall and exhibited as a national treasure. And this wild ginseng weighs 9 liang 9 qian 9 fun. It is truly a rare and exquisite wild ginseng, a true national treasure. This century-old wild ginseng is unique in the world, with a starting price of 80 million. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar again, and everyone couldn't help but gasp. This is a century-old wild ginseng that is a national treasure, a rare and unique product that is priceless. The wealthy people present, especially the older ones, looked at the century-old wild ginseng with fiery eyes. As the saying goes, rare things are valuable. 100-year-old wild ginseng is hard to come by. Since ancient times, there has been a saying that ginseng is worth 10 times as much as gold. This century-old wild ginseng is worth more than 10 times as much as gold. This is a unique and exquisite wild ginseng in the world. No matter how much it costs, there are rich people willing to buy it. This 100-year-old wild ginseng must be bought at any price. Many wealthy people secretly made up their minds. Yi Koan also turned his gaze to the century-old wild ginseng. It was indeed 3 plants and 4 leaves, with 66 leaves in total. It was simply the best wild ginseng. Such a rare and unique treasure would naturally belong to this super rich man. 100 million. After a brief silence of a few seconds, a wealthy man could no longer hold back and started bidding. 120 million. 130 million. 150 million. 180 million. The price of this century-old wild ginseng continues to rise rapidly. Many super rich people have joined the scramble. Jewelry and jade are easy to obtain, but century-old wild ginseng is hard to find. As time goes by, the auction prices are getting higher and higher. 220 million. A wealthy woman called out a sky-high price of over 200 million yuan, looking determined to get it. It's just a ginseng, but someone actually bid over 200 million yuan for it. This is unprecedented. This has already broken the all-time high price for wild ginseng auctions. However, this was not the highest bid on the scene. 500 million. Yi Koan gently raised the small auction sign and spoke calmly. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. There was dead silence at first, and then an uproar. 500 million. There was actually a big shot who offered 500 million to buy a piece of wild ginseng. This is unprecedented, an absolutely sky-high price. Hu Yuqi couldn't help but look at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes. She didn't expect that he would be so generous and spend 500 million to buy a ginseng. This spirit is absolutely amazing. The problem was that Yi Kuan was not well known in the circle of wealthy people in Shanghai, and she had never heard of him before. Is Yi Kuan some mysterious invisible rich man? I was shocked. Hu Yuqi's curiosity about Yi Kuan grew stronger. Special thanks to Xian Morongchong from Huangquandao Palace for sending the gift of flowers and updates. The author will update the story as soon as possible. Thank you for your support. The author has something to say. If you want a role, please leave a message in the character section of the book review area. There are many opportunities. The sooner you leave a message, the more chances you will have to appear. Chapter 40, $1 billion shocked everyone. Mr. Yi, who owns seat number 1, has offered 500 million. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The auctioneer asked, scanning the entire audience. Yi Kuan immediately raised the asking price of the century-old wild ginseng from over 200 million to 500 million, which stunned the entire audience. Some wealthy people shook their heads and withdrew from the bidding with great regret. Although things are valuable because they are rare and century-old wild ginseng is very hard to find, the sky-high price of 500 million yuan still scares away many wealthy people. Damn it! 500 million. How many people are willing to spend 500 million to buy a wild ginseng? Unless you have too much money to spend. I want to buy this rare treasure and collect it. However, century-old wild ginseng has strong medicinal value, and there are still wealthy people at the scene who are unwilling to give it up. 550 million. A wealthy young woman sitting in the second row gritted her teeth and offered a higher price. Suddenly, the whole audience was in an uproar. Mr. Yi has already offered a sky-high price of 500 million yuan, and there are still people who dare to follow suit. This auction is getting more and more exciting. It was just the first lot, but the bidding was so fierce. Wouldn't the competition become more intense as time goes on? Yi Kuan was also slightly surprised and looked at the wealthy woman who made the offer. She was a very young and beautiful woman, younger than him, probably in her early 20s. I guess she is another rich girl from some family. At the same time, the woman also turned her gaze to Yi Kuan, but her eyes were somewhat unfriendly, as if she was angry with Yi Kuan for competing with her for this 100-year-old wild ginseng. Ding! A school beauty has been detected. Name, Lu Yuxuan. Appearance, 95 top campus beauty. Height, 169 centimeters. Measurements, 86, 62, 89. Chest, 34 c. Favorability, 20. Personality traits, brave and hardworking. He. The rich girl Lu Yuxuan has a negative favorability towards him. It turns out that she was angry and embarrassed during the auction. Yi Kuan smiled and disagreed. Since they didn't know each other, he wouldn't show any mercy and had to bid anyway. Ding! Campus beauty Lu Yuxuan glanced at the host in the crowd for a second longer, and was influenced by the charming aura of being loved by everyone and making flowers bloom. Favorability plus 30. Ding! Campus beauty Lu Yuxuan's favorability towards the host has increased to 10. Sure enough, no woman can resist Yi Kuan's charm, and his favorability needs to be improved. Ms. Lu from Hong Kong Island offered 550 million. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? The auctioneer inquired. He also didn't expect that this century-old wild ginseng would be auctioned at a high price of 550 million yuan. 1 billion. Yi Kuan raised his small card and quoted a sky-high price again. Dead silence. The whole place was dead silent. Someone actually offered a whopping price of 1 billion to bid for this century-old wild ginseng. Moreover, the price was raised to 1 billion yuan at one time. It's simply insane and inhumane. Although this is a century-old wild ginseng that is a national treasure, the sky-high price of 1 billion is too shocking. Shock. Uproar. Explode. Everyone in the audience couldn't help but look at Yi Kuan. Even in Yubai, the female president of an pharmaceutical group who was sitting in the first row and had always acted very aloof, couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. Although a century-old wild ginseng is precious, it's not worth 1 billion. And Yubai shook his head slightly. She would never spend 1 billion to buy a piece of wild ginseng. It's too irrational. Unless the other party is rich and willful. I'm afraid only the super rich would dare to play like this. Yi Koen successfully aroused her interest. However, she still maintained that cold and elegant demeanor and did not look at Yi Koen. This is an ice beauty, and there are few people who can touch her heart. He. Mr. Yi, who owns seat number 1, offered 1 billion yuan. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The auctioneer's eyes swept across the audience, and his tone became excited. 1 billion, the first item was sold at a sky-high price of 1 billion. Tonight's auction will undoubtedly be a great success. At the same time, he turned his gaze to Liu Yuxuan in the second row. She is the daughter of the Liu family in Hong Kong. I wonder if she is willing to bid a higher price to auction this century-old wild ginseng? 1 billion times. Twice a billion. Damn, a sky-high price of 10 billion, who dares to bid for it? The whole audience was silent. No one dared to bid a higher price. Including the rich girl from Hong Kong Island, Liu Yuxuan, whose pretty face turned red and she couldn't muster up the courage to continue bidding. 1 billion has far exceeded her psychological budget. 3 times a billion. Make a deal. The auctioneer made the final decision with one hammer, determining the final ownership of this century-old wild ginseng. The first item auctioned tonight was sold at a sky-high price of 1 billion. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Yi Koen also became the most watched person in the whole audience, and was the talk of the town for a while. Mr. Yi is so bold and decisive, he's simply inhumane. Who is Mr. Yi? I don't think I've heard of his name in the wealthy circle. Could he be a hidden rich man? He's sitting in seat number 1, next to the cool and beautiful female president of Kunpeng Group. I'm afraid this Mr. Yi is the real behind-the-scenes boss of Kunpeng Group. That's right, only the big boss behind Kunpeng Group can have such courage. I never thought that the mysterious boss of Kunpeng Group is so young, handsome, and charming. The wealthy people and celebrities in the auction hall were whispering and speculating about Yi Koen's identity. Soon, everyone guessed Yi Koen's true identity. Apart from the mysterious boss behind the Kunpeng Group, who dares to sit in seat number 1. Moreover, female President Qin Lan was also asked to accompany him. Ding! Gained a critical hit of plus 666 admiration. Ding! Gained a critical hit of plus 888 admiration. Ding! Gained a critical hit of plus 999 worship value. In an instant, everyone present gave Yi Koen a wave of admiration. It turns out that he is the mysterious boss behind Kunpeng Group. Hu Yuqi also had a look of surprise on her face, her beautiful eyes staring at Yi Koen beside her. Kunpeng Group is a giant group company that has risen very rapidly in recent years. The boss behind the scenes is extremely mysterious and has never appeared in public. I didn't expect that the mysterious boss of Kunpeng Group was Yi Koen, and he was so young, handsome, and charming. He made a stunning debut in his first official appearance and shocked the whole audience. In Hu Yuqi's eyes, Yi Koen suddenly became mysterious and legendary. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Hu Yuqi's favorability towards the host increases by plus 10. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Hu Yuqi's favorability towards the host increases by plus 10. Ding! The goddess-like beauty Hu Yuqi's favorability towards the host has increased to 50. A man's status is undoubtedly a very important criterion in a woman's mind and will directly affect her rating of the man. Even if a man has a very ordinary appearance, if he is the son of the richest man, his rating in the hearts of many women will directly rise several levels. This is the blessing effect of the halo of identity. After knowing that Yi Koen was the mysterious behind-the-scenes boss of Kunpeng Group, Hu Yuqi's favorability towards him directly increased by 20 points. The author has something to say. Handsome guys can join the group. Chapter 41 Identity Halo, Fighting for the Heaven Ring Jade Bracelet. Ding! Because many beautiful women above the school beauty level are influenced by the host's status as the boss of Kunpeng Group, their favorability has increased. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the aura of the domineering president identity. Explanation: with the aura of a domineering CEO, the host's favorability towards various beauties will increase by 10-30 points. Oh shit! He actually gained the aura of a domineering president. This is the rhythm of becoming invincible. With the aura of charm, celebrity, status and money, he is almost invincible and successful in everything. It feels so good. Yi Koen took the opportunity to check his personal information again. Name: Yi Koen. Strength: 41. Agility: 33. Constitution, 58. Spirit, 45. Charm, 9. Note, the peak attribute of ordinary people is 10. Super Rich Reserve Fund, 9. Available amount of money, 800 million. Skills, God-level driving skills, never get drunk after drinking 1,000 cups, invincible golden spear. Halo, aura of charm, aura of celebrity, aura of status. Item, an inspiration capsule. Super Rich Points, 2. The Super Rich Points are only 2, which means that spending the Super Rich Reserve Funds will not increase the Super Rich Points. Only by spending disposable Super Rich Gold can you increase Super Rich Points. However, Yi Cohen was still satisfied with his attributes and abilities. His physical attributes are now several times that of an ordinary person, and he has become a little Superman. Moreover, he has various strange abilities. That's great. Everyone, the second item to be auctioned tonight is the Heavenly Ring Jade Bracelet. The auctioneer spoke. At the same time, a full green jade bracelet was also pushed onto the booth. As soon as this natural full green jade bracelet appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. The color is very bright, the light transmittance is very good, the whole body is green, and it is extremely beautiful. This jade bracelet is so beautiful, it's intoxicating. All the women present were fascinated by it. Holy crap! Today's second lot is actually the Heavenly Ring Jade Bracelet. At this time, the auction hall was in an uproar, and many wealthy people and socialites were talking about it. Oh my god, it's the Heavenly Ring Jade Bracelet. If any man buys the Heavenly Ring Jade Bracelet for me, I will immediately agree to marry him. A socialite said excitedly. The Heavenly Ring Bracelet is estimated to be worth 100 million. It is a collector's grade bracelet, extremely noble. Why? Is this bracelet famous? Yi Cohen turned slightly and asked the female president Chin Lan beside him. Boss, this jade bracelet with a rich, full green color is named Circle of Heaven. The Heavenly Ring Jade Bracelet debuted at a Sotheby's auction in Hong Kong on April 3, 2018. It was estimated at 80 million Hong Kong dollars to 100 million Hong Kong dollars. It is the most beautiful jade bracelet Sotheby's has encountered in recent years. Female President Chin Lan stared at the Ring of Heaven jade bracelet on the exhibition stand, and her beautiful eyes were full of brilliance. This collector's item is a stunning jade bracelet of unparalleled beauty that will captivate any woman. In addition to the female President Chin Lan, Yang Yijuan, who was sitting in the back row, was also very fond of this jade bracelet. Hu Yuqian and Yu Bai, who were standing next to Yi Cohen, were also very interested in the Heavenly Ring Jade Bracelet. Everyone, you read that correctly. This Heavenly Ring Jade Bracelet is the finale piece of the magnificent jewels and jadeite section of the 2018 Sotheby's Spring Auction. This is a precious jade bracelet of collector's grade, which can continue to appreciate in value. The starting price is 88 million. The auctioneer spoke. 88 million is just the starting price, and the price to buy this collection-level full green jade bracelet is estimated to be much higher. 90 million. After a brief silence of a few seconds, someone started shouting out prices. 95 million. 100 million. 110 million. 120 million. 130 million. The price began to rise rapidly and soon exceeded 100 million. 3 years ago, at the Sotheby's auction, the final auction price of the Heavenly Ring bracelet was less than 100 million yuan. The premium is now over 30%, and some people are still raising the price. 150 million. The person who made the offer this time was Hu Yuqi, who was sitting next to Yi Cohen. She is a real rich girl, and she likes this Ring of Heaven jade bracelet very much, and seems to be determined to get it. When she quoted 150 million, the scene fell silent, and it seemed that no one offered a higher price in a short period of time. Even as a collection-level jade bracelet, this is already a sky-high price. If the price goes up any further, you might end up losing money. Of course, the premise is that you buy it for collection. Ms. Hu offered 150 million. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The auctioneer glanced around the audience. Although this price is not low, it is still a certain distance compared with the first-century-old ginseng item auctioned. 180 million. At this time, another wealthy woman began to raise her bid. She was also sitting in the first row, and it was obvious that she was worth a lot of money. Huang Yueying. How could it be her? Hu Yuqi frowned slightly. Huang Yueying is the president of Huang Group and the boss behind Yueying Jewelry. It owns Huang Group, Yueying Jewelry, and several shopping malls, and is very strong. 190 million. Hu Yuqi didn't want to give up like this, so she raised her offer again. 200 million. Huang Yueying refused to give in and immediately quoted a high price of 200 million yuan. 210 million. Hu Yuqi was not willing to be outdone and raised the price again. She really likes this heavenly ring jade bracelet. 220 million. Huang Yueying raised the price again and refused to give in. The two wealthy women fought fiercely for this jade bracelet. Just as Hu Yuqi was about to raise the price further, and Yu Bai beside her whispered a reminder, the price is too high. Huang Yueying is deliberately raising the price. Don't be fooled. And Yu Bai and Hu Yuqi, as well as another good friend Chang Yueshi, are competitors of Huang Yueying and have been fighting in the business world for many years. This time, Huang Yueying was obviously targeting Hu Yuqi and deliberately raised the price. Yu Bai, should I just give up and let her bully me? Hu Yuqi was still a little unwilling. 220 million is already a record high price for a jade bracelet at auction. Even if I win the bid, I won't be able to make any money in a few years. There's no point competing with her. And Yueying opened her red lips slightly and spoke in a low voice. She is worthy of being the female president of an group. She can calmly analyze the situation and remain rational. Hu Yuqi followed in Yu Bai's advice and did not continue to raise the price, but she was still very unwilling in her heart. Ms. Huang's offer is 220 million. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The auctioneer's eyes turned to Hu Yuqi. 220 million, all at once. 220 million, twice. Huang Yueying cast a provocative look at Hu Yuqi, showing a victorious attitude. This made Hu Yuqi so angry that her face turned red and she clenched her fists. The auctioneer has raised the hammer. Just when Huang Yueying thought she had won the bid, a familiar and domineering voice was heard in the auction hall. 300 million. Yi Kuan spoke calmly. Ho ho ho, extra chapters are coming soon. Thanks to the handsome Xian Morongchong for his support. Another fairy customized character has appeared. If you want to customize your character, please leave a message in the book review section. The author has something to say. Handsome guys gather. Chapter 42, Auction House Domination. 300 million. Yi Kuan offered 300 million, and the whole audience was shocked again. There was an uproar. Mr. Yi actually bid 300 million to bid for the heavenly ring jade bracelet. This price is more than 3 times the price at Sotheby's auction in 2018. So extravagant. So bold. Huang Yueying frowned slightly. She bought the Tianxiwen jade bracelet to put it in her jewelry store as a treasure. Now, Yi Kuan's bid made her feel very difficult. This big shot just bought a 100-year-old wild ginseng for 1 billion. His strength is unfathomable. However, she was determined to obtain the heavenly ring jade bracelet. Mr. Yi, who is in seat number 1, has offered 300 million. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The auctioneer scanned the entire audience and then looked at Huang Yueying standing aside. I'll give you 310 million. Huang Yueying gritted her teeth and offered a higher price. If you spend 310 million to bid for a jade bracelet, even if you get it, you can only use it as a collection for a few years and don't think about making money from it. However, in order to have a treasure for his newly opened jewelry store, he had to buy the heavenly ring jade bracelet. 500 million. Yi Kuan raised the small sign and directly raised the offer price to 500 million. Hiss. All the wealthy people, socialites and celebrities in the audience couldn't help but gasp. Mr. Yi is so rich. Raising the price by hundreds of millions at a time doesn't give others any chance at all. Damn, who dares to compete with him for this? Boss Yi, there's no need for you to deliberately target me, right? Huang Yueying turned around and said to Yi Kuan with an angry look on her face. She auctioned the heavenly ring jade bracelet in order to use it as the store's treasure. Therefore, they are willing to bid high prices. What is Yi Kuan doing this for? Is it because you have too much money and nowhere to spend it? Purely out of willfulness? No. She doesn't think so. Seeing that Yi Kuan and Hu Yuqi were sitting close to each other, she thought that Yi Kuan must be venting his anger on Hu Yuqi, the goddess-like beauty, so he was deliberately targeting her. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! A class beauty has been detected. Name, Huang Yueying. Appearance, 88 class beauty level. Height, 164 centimeters. Measurements, 82, 64, 88. Chest, 32B. Favorability, 40. Personality traits, cold, domineering, and shrewd. Hello. System, what's wrong with you? Why did the standards suddenly drop? She's just the class beauty, and you still have the nerve to sell her to me? Yi Koen was speechless. He has been used to seeing school beauties and goddess-level beauties recently, so it is unacceptable for the system to suddenly recommend a class beauty to him. This may be why it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. The same goes for the taste in beauties. After seeing too many school beauties and goddess-level beauties, my taste has become spoiled, and class beauties are hard to accept. Moreover, Huang Yueying's breasts were not as big as his, they were flat, so he was even less interested. Yi Koen didn't dare to attack Huang Yueying, it would be troublesome if he was pestered by her. Fortunately, her favorability towards me is negative. Mr. Huang, saying I'm targeting you is a bit pointless. Since this is an auction, of course the highest bidder wins. If you can outbid me, then this heavenly ring jade bracelet will be yours. Yi Koen said lightly. He auctioned the heavenly ring jade bracelet not intentionally to target Huang Yueying. It's just that he has a lot of money and wants to get this top-quality jade bracelet. Huang Yueying was still very depressed and felt a blockage in her chest. Damn, you've already raised the price to 500 million, how can you ask people to raise the price further? Mr. Yi bid 500 million. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The auctioneer said, scanning the audience. 500 million at a time. 500 million twice. Huang Yueying did not continue to raise the price. 500 million already exceeded the highest offer in her mind. She is a businesswoman and she won't do anything that doesn't make a profit. So, in the end, she chose to give up. 500 million 3 times. Make a deal. The auctioneer made the final decision, deciding the final owner of the heavenly ring jade bracelet, which was Yi Koen. After Yi Koen spent 1 billion to buy the national treasure level century-old wild ginseng, he bought the Tian's Hewen jade bracelet at a high price of 500 million. The degree of his arrogance is breathtaking and admirable. Ding. Gained a critical hit of plus 666 admiration. Ding. Gained a critical hit of plus 777 admiration. Ding. Gained a critical hit of plus 888 admiration. Hu Yuqi also looked at Yi Koen with gratitude. Yi Koen beat Huang Yueying and bought the Tian's Hewen jade bracelet at a high price of 500 million, which made her very relieved. Although she felt a little regretful that she couldn't take a picture of the Tian's Hewen jade bracelet, she also didn't let Huang Yueying get it. She once again witnessed Yi Koen's strength and was deeply shocked. Next, Yi Koen bought an antique blue and white porcelain and a copy of cursive calligraphy by the ancient calligrapher Zhang Su at a high price. As long as he makes a bid, no one among the rich people in the audience can compete with him. Yi Koen quickly established a dominant position in the auction. He is the richest and most domineering man. Yi Koen also gained a lot of admiration points because of this. Of course, he doesn't T-bid on everything. If he comes across an item he is not interested in, he will give the opportunity to others. After several fierce auctions, the scene took a short break and entered the entertainment time. Now, please welcome the popular singer Wang Jingtong to sing a song for everyone. The host announced. Oh wow, sexy goddess Wang Jingtong is about to appear. Wang Jingtong is a top-tier female singer. She usually doesn't even do commercial performances, she only holds concerts. I never thought she would be invited to perform at the auction this time. The auction hall suddenly became lively. Those who can attend this top auction are all wealthy people, socialites, and various celebrities. There were many first and second-tier celebrities invited to participate in the event, but there was only one top-tier female celebrity, Wang Jingtong. Soon, Wang Jingtong came on stage to sing. She has a graceful figure, sexy and charming, but also has an extremely pure face. Her singing voice is very pleasant to the ears and she has the singing ability of a queen. Because Yi Koen was sitting in the first row, closest to the stage. Chapter 43, the surface is titanium alloy, but it is actually nano armor. The singer Wang Jingtong is sexy, charming, and is also a goddess. However, perhaps because there was no direct conversation, Yi Koen did not trigger any system prompts about her. Soon, the singer Wang Jingtong finished singing a song and walked off the stage with an enchanting step. When she passed by Yi Koen, she showed an extremely charming smile. Yi Koen just smiled and didn't take it seriously. Given his current worth and demonstrated strength, it is perfectly normal for female stars to want to make friends with him. Those goddesses and big stars who are so high and mighty in the eyes of ordinary people have become commonplace to him. Soon, the auctioneer in the mouse suit returned to the stage and the auction continued. Everyone, the item up for auction is a very unique item. It's a piece of titanium alloy. The auctioneer spoke. At the same time, a fist-sized piece of strange metal appeared on the booth. The surface of this piece of metal is bumpy and ordinary, just like a piece of junk that someone has thrown into a garbage dump. Can this piece of broken metal be auctioned? The wealthy and famous people at the scene couldn't help but look suspicious and disdainful. Testing with high-tech instruments revealed that this special metal is over 500 million years old. We suspect it's a prehistoric relic, or perhaps a relic from a high-tech alien civilization. The auctioneer introduced calmly. Hiss. There was an uproar at the scene, and everyone began to feel curious and shocked about this unremarkable and strange titanium alloy. Titanium alloy with a history of more than 500 million years. Prehistoric items? A high-tech product left behind by aliens? People may have heard of this strange thing, but have never seen it with their own eyes. This titanium alloy is extremely dense and hard. Even the world's hardest diamond can't leave a scratch on its surface. Its specific purpose is unknown. This piece of titanium alloy seems to have no other uses besides being extremely hard, so the original owner entrusted us to auction it off. The highest bidder wins. The starting price for this piece of titanium alloy is 100 million. Bid now. The auctioneer glanced around the room and spoke. He also couldn't be sure if anyone would be willing to bid a high price for this piece of titanium alloy, which was nothing but hard and ordinary. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Yi Koen's mind. Ding! A piece of strange metal has been detected, containing a suit of nano armor. Requirement to wear nano armor awakened. Oh shit! There is actually a set of nano armor inside this piece of titanium alloy. Black technology has emerged. What is the Awakener? Is there really a supernatural power in this world? Shoot! This prehistoric piece of titanium had to be photographed. After the auctioneer made his offer, there was silence for more than 10 seconds, and no one bid. Although everyone is very curious about this peculiar titanium alloy, the price of 100 million yuan still scares many people. Spending 100 million to buy a piece of useless metal is obviously not very cost-effective. 100 million. Yi Koen spoke. Since no one bids, let him start. A piece of titanium alloy that is over 500 million years old, containing a suit of nano armor. No one here knows its value. 120 million. Following Yi Koen's offer, another wealthy man joined the bidding. Although they don't know what this piece of titanium alloy is used for, it would be nice to buy it and collect it. After all, this is an antique that is more than 500 million years old. 300 million. Yi Koen raised the small sign and said calmly. He has trillions of dollars in reserves and is not afraid of others bidding against him. Come on. Bid. The more intense the bidding, the more excited he gets. 350 million. There are indeed rich people who continue to raise the price. What if this piece of titanium alloy is some alien treasure? Wouldn't it be like finding a bargain if I took a picture of it? This is the psychological activity of the wealthy people present. 500 million. Yi Koen spoke calmly. Add. Keep adding. 600 million. There was actually a wealthy man who was not afraid at all and raised the price to 600 million. 1 billion. Yi Koen raised the small sign again. Hiss. The whole audience was in an uproar and shocked. Mr. Yi actually offered 1 billion to bid for a piece of useless metal. This is because he has a lot of money and can be so willful. However, there are also wealthy people who don't think so. I think it's a rare commodity. This piece of titanium alloy might have some strange functions. This is why Mr. Yi was willing to pay a high price to buy it. 1.1 billion. Many wealthy people came to this auction. A coal boss in the back row directly quoted a price of 1.1 billion and started competing with Yi Koen. Spend over $1 billion to buy a piece of prehistoric titanium alloy, and you might even get a bargain. Ha ha. 2 billion. Yi Koen smiled. He didn't get angry and continued to raise the price. If it were more than money, he wouldn't be afraid at all. The world's richest man is here, let's beat him down. Let him kneel down and call daddy. When the coal boss heard Yi Kuan's offer of 2 billion, he immediately became intimidated and didn't dare to continue to follow the offer. Mr. Ye's offer is 2 billion. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? The auctioneer said excitedly. I didn't expect that this piece of titanium alloy could be sold at a sky-high price of 2 billion. This is the most expensive item currently offered. I'll give you 2.1 billion. At this time, a wealthy man sitting in the first row spoke up. He is a super rich man on the Forbes rich list and ranks very high. The higher the price Yi Kuan bids, the more the wealthy people think his property is worth buying. 10 billion. Yi Kuan directly raised the offer to 10 billion. 10 billion is not expensive for a nanomech. And when he quoted a price of 10 billion, the whole audience couldn't help but gasp. Then, dead silence. Complete silence. You can hear a pin drop. Then, there was an uproar and explosion. Crazy. He is crazy. Mr. Yi actually spent 10 billion to bid for a piece of ordinary and useless metal. Is this because there is too much money and we can't spend it all? Are all the rich so willful? Boss Yi is truly courageous. I admit defeat and will not compete with you for this piece of titanium alloy. The rich man felt inferior to Yi Kuan and did not dare to continue bidding against him. Damn, this is crazy. Directly increase the price to 10 billion. Even if he is one of the richest people on the Forbes rich list, he would not dare to play like this. Too arrogant. It was the first time he felt like he was being bludgeoned by money. Yi Kuan just smiled indifferently. Not to mention 10 billion. Even if it is 100 billion, it is just a drop in the bucket for him. He must get this nano armor. 1 billion at a time. The auctioneer didn't even ask if anyone wanted to bid anymore and just started counting. 10 billion twice. 10 billion 3 times. Make a deal. With the auctioneer's hammer, Yi Kuan bought this ordinary piece of metal at a sky-high price of 10 billion. Most people at the scene thought Yi Kuan was crazy. However, there were also many people who showed crazy worship. 10 billion was spent on buying an unknown piece of metal. This is what a super rich man is. Ding. Gained a super critical hit of plus 6,666 admiration. Ding. Gained a super critical hit of plus 7,777 adoration points. Ding. Gained a super critical hit of plus 8,888 adoration value. Super critical hits of worship value appeared one after another, and Yi Kuan harvested a wave of worship value crazily. Even the goddess Hu Yuqi beside him stared at Yi Kuan with a look of shock and admiration. This book is a super rich man's novel, the most extravagant and exciting rich man's novel, no doubt about it. The protagonist is not only Earth's super rich, but also the most powerful emperor in the universe. Handsome guys, remember to add it to your bookshelf, don't miss it. The author has something to say. Handsome guys, if you want to read the most powerful and rich emperor in the universe, remember to add it to your bookshelf. Chapter 44, The Battle for the New Land King in the Magic City. Ding. Goddess-level beauty Hu Yuqi's favorability towards the host increases by plus 10. Ding. Congratulations to the goddess-like beauty Hu Yuqi, whose favorability towards the host has increased to 60. Ding. Reward host's agility plus 10. Ding. Congratulations to the host, your agility has increased to 43. Strength 41, agility 43, constitution 58, spirit 45. Well. Yi Kuan was also slightly happy in his heart, and his agility increased by another 10 points. Now, there are basically no shortcomings in his 4 basic physical attributes. It feels great to move forward together. If his body continues to evolve like this, he will become a Superman sooner or later. At the same time, he couldn't help but glance at Hu Yuqi. He saw Hu Yuqi's beautiful eyes staring at him, smiling slightly, and she was so beautiful that it was beyond words. A favorability level of 60 means that you are somewhat fond of someone. Yi Kuan also smiled gently at Hu Yuqi, then sat up straight again. The next big thing is the auction of a piece of land in the Magic City. This piece of land is located in the Suwei Riverside East Bank Financial Port, covers an area of 485 mu, and the starting price is 20 billion. The auctioneer spoke. This piece of land is the highlight of tonight, and the new Land King of Shanghai may be born here. At the same time, the big screen at the booth began to play relevant information about the land. Suwei Riverside East Bank Financial Port. The land is adjacent to the Shanghai Inner Ring Expressway and adjacent to the Long Museum. The Suwei Riverside East Coast Financial Port site will be mainly composed of Grade A offices, supported by first-class services such as commerce, high-end hotels, rental housing, convention and exhibition, cultural tourism, etc. A central activity area integrating business, commerce, residence, leisure, culture, ecology and other functions will be built to help Suwei Riverside accelerate the construction of an outstanding waterfront in a global city. President Qin, does our Kunpeng Group have the qualifications to auction this land? Yi Kuan asked Qin Lan beside him, and he also became interested in this piece of land. This is not residential land, but commercial land located in the city center, used to build office buildings, hotels, etc. Of course, Kunpeng Real Estate, a subsidiary of our Kunpeng Group, has already paid a deposit of over 20 billion yuan and is qualified to bid for this land. Female President Qin Lan smiled and said. In addition to Yi Kuan, many bigwigs at the scene showed great interest in this land. There are even many large real estate companies that came specifically to bid for this land and are getting ready to go. The starting price for this piece of land is 20 billion yuan. Bidding is now open. The auctioneer shouted, opening the bidding. 23 billion. The first person to bid was Yu Bai, the beautiful president of An Group. She had never bid on any items before. He has always been taciturn and frugal with words, but I didn't expect that the first thing he said was 23 billion. It's really like a person who doesn't make a sound but makes a big splash. The An Group is also very financially strong and has set its sights on this prime piece of land located in the heart of Shanghai. 24 billion. 25 billion. 26 billion. Several group companies have joined the bidding, and the competition is very fierce. The price of 26 billion has already exceeded the record high of 24.85 billion in Shanghai a few years ago. After the price reached 26 billion, the bidding speed began to slow down, and those companies that were not strong enough voluntarily withdrew from the bidding. 27 billion. And Yu Bai raised the small sign and made another offer, looking determined to win. 27 billion, breaking the record of land prices in Shanghai again. There was a brief silence in the auction hall. 30 billion. Yi Kuan raised the small sign and spoke. If he didn't make a move, it would have been fine, but once he did, he raised the price to 30 billion. The price of the king of land in Shanghai has been refreshed again. When Yu Bai saw that the person who made the offer was Yi Kuan, a ruthless man, she couldn't help but frown and felt that it was very difficult. Yi Kuan is so cruel. So domineering. Basically, whatever he likes, no matter how much it costs, he will buy it. It's totally unconventional. This guy is a super rich man who doesn't take money seriously at all. I spent 1 billion yuan to buy a 100-year-old wild ginseng. I spent 500 million to buy the Tianxiwen jade bracelet. What is even more puzzling is that he spent 10 billion to buy a piece of metal whose use is unknown. It's outrageous. She couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive about such a bold and unconventional competitor. Mr. Yi, are you also interested in this piece of land? And Yu Bai turned slightly and spoke to Yi Kuan for the first time, sitting across a seat from Mu Yuqi. Her voice was cold, yet it sounded very comfortable. Ding! A goddess-level beauty has been detected. Name, Yu Bai. Appearance, 97 goddess level. Height, 170 centimeters. Measurements, 86, 60, 90 perfect figure. Chest, 34 c. Favorability, 0. Personality traits, cold, taciturn, and very frugal with words. Well. Yi Kuan scanned Yu Bai's message and couldn't help but shook his head slightly. Although Yu Bai is a goddess-level beauty with stunning looks and perfect figure. But he has a very cold personality, is very frugal with words and doesn't like to talk. Moreover, my favorability towards him is still 0, which is a bit too much. Ding! The goddess-like beauty in Yu Bai glanced at the host for a second longer, and was influenced by the charming aura of being loved by everyone and making flowers bloom. Favorability plus 10. Ding! The goddess-like beauty in Yu Bai is influenced by the host's domineering CEO identity, and her favorability level increases by 10. Ding! The goddess-level beauty in Yu Bai's favorability towards the host has increased to 20. Something is wrong. This is so wrong. Influenced by the charming aura of being loved by everyone and making flowers bloom, shouldn't her favorability be increased by 30 points? How come it only increased by 10 points? This was the first time Yi Kuan encountered such a situation. before, whether she was a school beauty or a goddess beauty. Under the influence of his charm aura, everyone's favorability will be increased by 30 points. Could Inubai resist his charm? Perhaps it's because she is naturally cold-hearted, so it's hard to improve her favorability. However, Yi Koen didn't care much about this. Now, there is no shortage of goddess-level beauties around him. Mr. Yi. Seeing that Yi Koen didn't say anything, and Yubai opened her red lips and called out softly again. Yes, I am also very interested in this piece of land. Yi Koen smiled. I will not easily give up the bidding for this land just because the other party is a goddess-level beauty. 31 billion. At this time, another real estate group company raised its bid. It seems that there are more than one or two companies that are determined to acquire this piece of land. 32 billion. And Yubai was not willing to be outdone and offered a sky-high price of 32 billion. It can be seen that she is very determined to acquire this piece of land. 35 billion. Yi Koen spoke calmly and directly raised the price to 35 billion. The whole audience was silent. Is a new land king in Shanghai about to be born? And Yubai did not continue to quote, but leaned over and whispered something in Hu Yuqi's ear. The author has something to say. Handsome guys can join the Shanhao skirt. Chapter 45, Cooperating with Inubai, No Shortage of Money. After Inubai finished whispering to Hu Yuqi moved her body closer to Yi Koen again. Hu Yuqi put her red lips close to Yi Koen's ear, exhaled sweetly, and whispered, Boss Yi, Yubai asked me to ask you if it's possible for the In Group and Kuenping Group to cooperate and jointly invest in the development of this piece of land? She spoke softly, which made Yi Koen's ears tingle. Cooperate with An's group? Yi Koen turned his gaze to Inubai. It is very common for multiple companies to jointly invest in and develop a project as a joint entity. For example, this piece of land will be auctioned for more than 30 billion yuan, and later on, we will have to invest in building buildings, shopping malls, hotels and other supporting facilities, which will require at least hundreds of billions of yuan. It is difficult for a single company to complete such a large investment project alone, which often requires joint development by several companies. However, the above situation only applies to ordinary companies. Yi Koen's Kuenping Group is not short of money. With only over 100 billion, Kuenping Group can completely develop and complete this project independently. If the money is not enough, he still has the rich man's reserve fund to use. It's invincible. Therefore, there is no need for him to find someone to share the cake. And Yubai waited for Yi Koen's reply nervously. This piece of land is related to the business layout of the In Group and has important strategic significance. If Yi Koen is unwilling to cooperate with her, then she can only rely on fair bidding. In front of Yi Koen, she was not sure if she could buy this piece of land. Yi Koen is very powerful and does not play by the rules, making her unpredictable. Just when Yi Koen was about to ruthlessly reject Yubai's request for cooperation, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding! Triggering a random mission. Choice 1, agree to Yubai's request and cooperate with An's group to jointly develop the land. Reward 1, Yubai's favorability plus 10. Reward 2, 1 chance to enter a random draw. Choice 2, reject Yubai's request and develop the land independently. Reward, 100 yuan. Penalty, Yubai's favorability 30. Good job. After agreeing to the cooperation request, Yubai's favorability towards him only increased by 10 points. If he rejects the cooperation request, Yubai's favorability towards him will decrease by 30 points. A bit cruel. It's a bit difficult to gain favor with this goddess Inubai. However, considering that the system also gave him a chance to draw a lottery, Yi Koen decided to agree to Inubai's request for cooperation. After all, he is no longer short of money. It doesn't matter whether he earns a little more or a little less. On the contrary, it is very important for him to improve the favorability of the goddess. So, Yi Koen nodded to Inubai, indicating that he agreed to cooperate with In Group. This made Inubai breathe a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face, which was gorgeous and charming. Mr. Ye's offer is 35 billion. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The auctioneer turned his attention to the CEOs of several large domestic group companies. 36 billion. A real estate tycoon sitting in the first row was not willing to be outdone and raised the price to 36 billion, as if he was determined to win. 38.8 billion. Yi Koen said calmly. Raise your offer again, no pressure. All the funds for this auction come from the rich man's reserve funds. He has trillions and trillions of gold, who can defeat him? Even if all the real estate tycoons in the world joined together to bid, Yi Kuan could crush them all. Friction. Rub again. If you have superpowers, you are invincible. No rival. Invincible. Holy crap. Mr. Yi has already quoted 38.8 billion, breaking the record for the highest price in Magic City. It's more than a new record for land price, it's already more than 10 billion higher. Awesome. Mr. Yi is so rich and inhumane. When Yi Kuan quoted a sky-high price of 38.8 billion, there was an uproar at the scene. Shock. Explode. This top auction is really a fierce battle, the competition is so fierce. However, Mr. Yi can be the leader and stand out from the crowd. Sure, is that you? Boss Yi is truly courageous. Let's give up this auction. The last real estate tycoon shook his head helplessly and gave up raising the price. Thank you, thank you. Yi Kuan smiled. 38.8 billion once. 38.8 billion twice. 38.8 billion 3 times. Make a deal. The auctioneer made the final decision, announcing the birth of the new Shanghai Land King. Holy crap! A new Land King is born. Ding! Gained a super critical hit of plus 5,555 worship value. Ding! Gained a super critical hit of plus 6,666 admiration. Ding! Gained a super critical hit of plus 7,777 admiration. Ding! Gained a super critical hit of plus 8,888 admiration. Ding! Gained a super critical hit of plus 9,999 worship value. The moment the new Land King of Magic City was born, the worship value super critical hit appeared crazily, and Yi Kuan harvested a wave of worship value. Many wealthy people, socialites, and celebrities present looked at Yi Kuan with admiration. Mr. Yi is so rich. Invincible. Then, several valuable items were photographed at the scene. Yi Kuan didn't make any move, leaving some chance for others. Next, we're going to auction off a very valuable jewelry necklace called Fairy's Tears. The auctioneer spoke. At the same time, an extremely gorgeous jewelry necklace was displayed on the booth. As soon as this necklace appeared, all the socialites and ladies at the scene went crazy, their eyes shining. Fairy Tears is a unique modular masterpiece created by a world-renowned master of jewelry art. The diamonds for this jewel were cut from a 507.55 carat, pure type 11A Cullinan heritage diamond. The designer incorporated elements of the Dragon Kingdom, such as butterflies, jadeite, and white jade. The entire necklace is made of beads and has a reconfigurable structure, allowing it to be worn in up to 27 different ways. Legend has it that this necklace has a magical power that makes the woman who wears it radiant and full of charm. Fairy's Tears, starting price 800 million. This is the piece of jewelry with the highest starting price so far. However, this still cannot stop the madness of some socialites and wealthy ladies. There were also some super rich people at the scene who wanted to buy this precious jewelry necklace and give it to the woman they loved. 1 billion. Soon, a wealthy lady quoted a price of 1 billion. 1.1 billion. 1.2 billion. 1.3 billion. Miss He, the daughter of the gambling king from Macau, has offered 1.3 billion. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The auctioneer glanced around the room. 2 billion. Yi Kuan spoke calmly and attacked again. This necklace was created by a master jeweler from Longwa. It is uniquely designed and incorporates many Longwei elements. Unique in the world. Worth taking a picture and collecting. The key is, he is not short of money. If you want to customize your character, please leave a comment in the book review section. The author has something to say. Handsome guy joins the Shenhao skirt. Chapter 46, Returning the Dragon Head statue to the motherland. When Yi Kuan made the offer of 2 billion, the whole audience was shocked again. The price of 2 billion has broken the historical auction record for jewelry necklaces. In the auction hall, the youngest granddaughter of the Macau gambling king looked at Yi Kuan's handsome back with a resentful look. I'm so angry. Yi Kuan actually competed with her for the Fairy's Tears jewelry necklace. 2.1 billion. The gambling king's granddaughter raised the price again, seemingly out of spite. At the same time, she also wanted to challenge Yi Kuan. Since she was a child, she has been the apple of the Yi family's eye and the most favored little princess. You can get whatever you want. There is nothing she cannot get if she sets her eyes on it. 3 billion. Yi Koan raised the sign again and spoke calmly. Sorry, he won't give up something he likes easily. No matter who the other party is. Unless he is in a good mood. If the other party makes him happy, he has no problem giving it away for free. Otherwise, no matter who comes, it will be useless. Mr. Ye's offer is 3 billion. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The auctioneer scanned the entire audience and then looked at the gambling king's granddaughter. The gambling king's granddaughter stomped her feet in anger, staring at Yi Koan's handsome back, her pretty face puffed up with anger. However, she has no way to deal with Yi Koan now. The price of 3 billion made her dare not raise the offer easily. 3 billion once. 3 billion twice. 3 billion 3 times. Make a deal. The auctioneer hammered down the final price. Yi Koan bought the fairy's tears jewelry necklace for 3 billion yuan. The ladies and socialites at the scene looked at Yi Koan with fiery eyes. If Yi Koan could give them this string of fairy tears, they would definitely become the most dazzling women in the world. However, Yi Koan seems a bit cold. I wonder what kind of woman is worthy of this string of fairy tears. Ladies and gentlemen, the last and most important lot of the night is about to be auctioned. Yes, the last lot to be auctioned tonight is the bronze statue of the dragon head of the 12 zodiac animals. The auctioneer spoke in an exciting voice. At the same time, information about the dragon head statue began to play on the big screen. The bronze dragon head statue is one of the 12 bronze animal heads of the Old Summer Palace. It was originally part of the fountain outside the Haiyan Hall of the Old Summer Palace and is a red bronze statue cast during the Qianlong period. After the burning of the Old Summer Palace, the bronze dragon head statue and other bronze statues began to be lost overseas. Currently, 5 pieces have been returned, namely the ox head, monkey head, tiger head, pig head and horse head, all of which were purchased back to the country. The rat head and rabbit head caused a lot of sensation because they were auctioned at Christie's. The whereabouts of the other bronze statues of snake heads, sheep heads, chicken heads, and dog heads are still unknown. The starting price for the bronze statue of the 12 zodiac dragon heads is 300 million. Bidding begins now. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, patriots began to compete to start bidding. Today, many wealthy people come to the auction specifically for this bronze dragon head statue. 500 million. 800 million. 1 billion. 1.2 billion. Mr. Hua from Hong Kong Island offered 1.2 billion. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? 1.5 billion. Mr. He from Aochang offered 1.5 billion. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? 16 billion. Mr. Hua from Hong Kong Island made another offer, raising the price to 1.6 billion. This price is already a historical high for the bronze head statue. This time he bid for the dragon head sculpture not for his personal collection, but to donate it to the country. Mr. Hua from Hong Kong Island offered 1.6 billion. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The auctioneer glanced around the room. 10 billion. Yi Koan raised the sign and spoke softly. The price of the bronze dragon head statue was directly raised to 10 billion. As soon as the 10 billion offer was made, the whole place fell into dead silence. The bronze dragon head statue itself does not have much value, its value lies in its significance. The 12 bronze head statues belong to the Dragon Kingdom and must be returned to the motherland. What is more, the item being auctioned this time is a dragon head statue, which is of extraordinary significance. First take the dragon head back, lure out the other bronze head statues, and then find a way to get them back. Whether you bid or snatch, the item must be returned to its original owner. Mr. Ye's offer is 10 billion. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The auctioneer glanced around the room. However, this time no one responded. 10 billion, this price is really too high. Even if it is a contribution to the country, it is very painful to give out 10 billion. Moreover, Yi Koan himself is a dragon citizen, which makes others lose the desire to continue bidding. 10 billion at a time. 10 billion twice. 10 billion 3 times. Make a deal. With the auctioneer's final bid, Yi Koan bought the bronze statue of the dragon head of the 12 zodiac animals at a sky-high price of 10 billion yuan. At this time, Yi Koan stood up and slowly said, I am willing to return the bronze statue of the dragon head of the 12 zodiac animals to the country. Please ask the auctioneer to contact the relevant national departments to return the item to its original owner. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone stood up and applauded. The applause was thunderous and lasted for a long time. Pa 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 pa. Everyone present, whether they were wealthy socialites, celebrities, or ordinary staff, all looked at Ji Koen with admiration. Taking pictures of the bronze statues of the 12 zodiac dragon heads and donating them to the country is a patriotic spirit that deserves respect. Ding! Gained a super critical hit with plus 6,666 admiration. Ding! Gained a super critical hit with plus 7,777 adoration. Ding! Gained a super critical hit with plus 8,888 admiration. Ding! Gained a super critical hit with plus 9,999 adoration value. Super critical hits of worship appear crazily. At this moment, the admiration value increased wildly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission. Take the bronze statue of the dragon head of the 12 zodiac animals and donate it to the country. Ding! The host has gained Dragon Nation reputation, respect. Reputation levels can be divided into indifferent, neutral, friendly, respected, revered, and admired. As soon as the auction ended, a female reporter came to interview Yi Koen. Mr. Yi, may I ask why you spent 10 billion yuan to buy the bronze statue of the dragon head of the Chinese zodiac and donate it to the country? What were your thoughts? The female reporter stared at Yi Koen's handsome face with admiration. National treasures are priceless. The bronze dragon head statue belongs to the Dragon Kingdom and must be returned to the country. Yi Koen said calmly. Before, his abilities were limited. Now that he has the money, he should contribute what he can to make a contribution to the country. Auctioning off the bronze statues of the 12 zodiac animals and returning them to the country is something he can do. Mr. Yi, if you come across the bronze heads of the 12 zodiac animals next time, would you consider photographing them and returning them to the country? The female reporter asked again. The whereabouts of the snake, goat, chicken, and dog heads among the 12 bronze statues remain unknown. As long as the whereabouts of the national treasure are known, I will return it to the motherland no matter what the price. Yi Koen said. Taking a picture of the dragon head is just the first step. Later he will use various means to bring the lost bronze head statue back to the country. The stolen national treasure may be taken back. The author has something to say. Handsome guy joined the group. Chapter 47 Beauty Card, Divine Dance Skills. Yi Koen had just finished an interview with the female reporter when Goddess and Yubai walked towards him. Mr. Yi, do you really agree to cooperate with the in-group to jointly develop that piece of land? And Yubai stared at Yi Koen with her beautiful eyes and asked. Her expression was still cold, but her beautiful face added a lot of points to her. That's right, Koenping Group can cooperate with in-group. As for the specific details of the cooperation, you can talk to President Qin in detail. Yi Koen spoke and said to Yubai. He is only responsible for spending money and having fun. For specific business cooperation, you still have to talk to the female president. And Yubai couldn't help but show joy when she saw that Yi Koen did not lie to her and really agreed to cooperate with in-group in business to jointly develop the land. She couldn't help but look at Yi Koen with gratitude in her beautiful eyes, and felt that this man was actually quite charming. He is good-looking, capable, domineering, and can do what he says. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and entering into business cooperation with the in-group. Ding! Goddess-level beauty in Yubai's favorability towards the host increases by plus 10. Ding! The goddess-level beauty in Yubai's favorability towards the host has increased to 30. Ding! A random lottery chance will be awarded. Yes, and Yubai's favorability towards him has increased a little. Although there is still some distance from the passing line of 60 points of favorability, we have finally made some progress. System, I want to draw a lottery. Yi Koen muttered to himself and decided to use up this chance to draw the lottery first. Suddenly, a huge colorful wheel appeared in his mind. There are all kinds of strange treasures on the roulette grid. Service categories. A goddess-level housekeeper. A goddess-level personal bodyguard. 2 school beauty-level personal maids. Anything else? Feel free to add more. Function card. A beauty card. A lucky charm. A bad luck charm. A peach blossom talisman. Favorability gift. A thumbs up. Inspiration capsules. A show. Spread flowers. Master certification. Skills. Golden gun invincible skill. Invincible kidney. Fighting skills. Fencing. Hello, what prizes would you like to see in the lucky draw? Leave a message here, and the author will occasionally select suitable prizes from the comments. The various rewards in the roulette wheel are dazzling, and Yi Koen couldn't help but be very excited when he saw them. I really want them all. Host, do you want to start the lottery? The system prompts. The lucky draw begins. Following Yi Koen's command, the huge colorful wheel in his mind began to rotate slowly, then the speed became faster and faster, turning into a huge tornado wheel. Stop. The speed of the color wheel slowed down and gradually stopped, and the pointer landed on an object. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a beauty card. Note, using a beauty card is like using a beauty camera, which can eliminate facial flaws and improve your appearance. I didn't get any magical skills like the invincible golden gun or the invincible kidney, which is a bit of a pity. However, beauty cards are also good things. If you use a beauty card on a top campus beauty, you can directly improve her appearance to the goddess level. For ordinary people, using a beauty card is equivalent to using a beauty camera, and the improvement in appearance is really obvious. You know, those ordinary women have transformed into beauties by using the beauty function of live broadcast. This shows how powerful this beauty function is. After the auction, a grand cocktail party was held in the hotel banquet hall. Most of the wealthy socialites, celebrities, and socialites who had previously participated in auctions attended. There are many wealthy daughters and celebrities who want to take this opportunity to get to know Yi Koen. Soon, a sexy, enchanting, and hot beautiful figure walked towards Yi Koen with long legs. She is the sexy singer Wang Jingtong who will be performing at the auction tonight. Mr. Yi, I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to dance with me? Wang Jingtong smiled charmingly. The look in her eyes when she looked at Yi Koen was one of unconcealable admiration and worship. Yi Koen was the most generous and domineering man she had ever met. At tonight's auction, Yi Kanho was full of vigor and fought against all the competitors, standing out from the crowd and shocking everyone. He also made countless celebrities and wealthy girls secretly obsessed with him. Ding! A goddess-level beauty has been detected. Name, Wang Jingtong. Appearance, 96 goddess level. Height, 172 centimeters. Measurements, 87, 60, 91. Chest, 34D. Initial favorability, 30. Personality traits, heavenly voice, sexy and charming, pure and lustful. Wang Jingtong is worthy of being a popular singer. She is indeed a goddess-level beauty with an appearance score of 96. However, her most outstanding feature is not her appearance, but her figure and voice. She has a curvy figure, sexy and enchanting, with a charm that makes people unable to help but be fascinated by her. Her voice is melodious and beautiful, like the sound of nature. Listening to her talk is a kind of happiness and enjoyment in itself. Although she has a sexy and enchanting figure, her appearance is very pure and sweet. Pure and sexy. This is definitely a top-notch woman. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong is influenced by the host's charming aura of being loved by everyone and making flowers bloom. Favorability plus 20. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong is influenced by the host's domineering CEO identity, and her favorability level increases by 30. Ding! The goddess-like beauty Wang Jingtong's favorability towards the host has increased to 80. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong's favorability towards the host is over 60, rewarding the host with plus 10 constitution. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing his physical fitness to level 68. Strength, 41, Agility, 43, Constitution, 68, Spirit, 45. In an instant, Yi Koen felt a magical energy injected into his body, and his physical condition improved again. Now his physique is more than 6 times that of an ordinary person at his peak condition. He is simply invincible. Moreover, influenced by his charm and status, the sexy singer Wang Jingtong's favorability towards him increased dramatically. Wow, the favorability level has directly increased to 80 points. You know, once the favorability reaches 90 points, the beauty will take the initiative to pursue him. Ding! Trigger a random task, accept the invitation to dance from the goddess-like beauty Wang Jingtong and gain divine dancing skills. Holy crap! And they even rewarded amazing dancing skills. Yi Koen decisively accepted Wang Jingtong's invitation to dance. Wang Jingtong smiled coquettishly and stretched out a hand for Yi Koen to hold. Yi Koen was not polite and took her hand and walked to the center of the dance floor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and accepting the dance invitation from the goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong. Ding! Reward the host with god-level dancing skills. In an instant, Yi Kuan mastered various dance skills and integrated them into one, reaching the god level directly. He can not only dance various social dances, but also street dance, folk dance, classical dance. In short, he seems to be born with the ability to dance all kinds of dances and is very versatile. Chapter 48. Are you Yi Kuan's cousin? When Yi Kuan put his arms around Wang Jingtong's soft waist, his whole demeanor and eyes changed completely, as if he had transformed into a real dancer. No, he is the god of dance. At this moment, he seemed to have been immersed in dancing for decades, and his dancing skills had reached perfection and reached a superb level. Wang Jingtong graduated from Longjing Conservatory of Music. She has been studying music and dance since she was a child, and she also insists on practicing yoga every day. Her body was incredibly flexible, as if she had no bones. The two danced gracefully on the dance floor, their movements overwhelmed the audience and amazed everyone. Although they are all ordinary dance moves, they are wonderful. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be so handsome and talented. He even dances so well. He's a real professional. Boss Ye's dancing skills are more than just professional, they are simply top-notch, so amazing and breathtaking. Sexy singing Queen Wang Jingtong also danced very well. The two of them worked together seamlessly. It was simply beautiful and a pleasure to watch. Ding! Gained a critical hit of plus 666 admiration. Ding! Gained a critical hit of plus 777 admiration. Ding! Gained a critical hit of plus 888 admiration. Yi Kuan didn't expect that just dancing could earn him a wave of admiration. Boss Yi, your dancing is so good, even I am ashamed of myself. Wang Jingtong leaned close to Yi Kuan and whispered in his ear with her breath as sweet as orchid. She was really amazed by Yi Kuan's dancing skills. Each dance step was performed with great precision, and he could easily carry her. Dancing with Yi Kuan is simply a pleasure. You can do whatever you want, freely and without any restraint, as if you were letting yourself go. Yi Kuan is not only a wealthy man, but also has such profound attainments in dancing that she was amazed and her favorability towards him increased greatly. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong is amazed by the host's dancing skills, favorability plus 5. Ding! The goddess-like beauty Wang Jingtong's favorability towards the host has increased to 85. Your dancing is also beautiful, and your body is very flexible. Yi Kuan put his palm on Wang Jingtong's slender waist and whispered in her ear. Wang Jingtong's favorability towards him is as high as 85, so it doesn't matter if there is some intimate physical contact or some ambiguous words. Besides, they are now dancing ballroom dance, so it is very normal to have some intimate physical contact. I've been learning dance since I was young, and I practice yoga every day, so my body is naturally very flexible. Wang Jingtong smiled charmingly and whispered in Yi Kuan's ear, Boss Yi, if there's a chance, you can personally guide my dance moves. He. Is she hinting at something? Yi Kuan is too naive and doesn't he really understand. Soon, the dance was finished. Then, more than a dozen socialites and rich girls rushed towards Yi Kuan at the same time. They were all dressed up and wanted to invite him to dance. This includes the granddaughter of the gambling king from Australia. Now, Yi Kuan has become a hot commodity. He is young and promising. He is the chairman of a trillion-dollar group. He is handsome, domineering, and has superb dancing skills. He is simply the dream lover and ideal partner of most girls. Yi Kuan was very embarrassed to be invited to dance by so many celebrities and rich girls at the same time. It seemed that he would not be in a good position to agree to any of them. The flowers fall into the charming eyes. It's so annoying. Very boring. At this time, Lu Yuxuan, the rich girl from Hong Kong Island, walked up to Yi Kuan and looked him up and down carefully. Yi Kuan, are you cousin Yi Kuan? Suddenly, Lu Yuxuan blinked her beautiful eyes and asked. What's going on? Why do you suddenly recognize your cousin? Yi Kuan was confused and very puzzled. He doesn't remember having such a cousin. Brother Yi Kuan, I'm Lu Yuxuan from Hong Kong Island. You once held me in your arms when you were little. Have you forgotten? Lu Yuxuan said seriously. Yi Kuan was much more handsome than in the photo, so much so that she didn't dare to recognize him for a moment. I've hugged you before? From Hong Kong Island, Lu Yuxuan? Yi Kuan thought about it carefully and realized that his family seemed to have only one distant relative in Hong Kong Island. How far is it? It seems to be from his great-aunt's branch, that is, the descendants of his grandfather's sister. After they moved to Hong Kong Island, they first worked as dentists. Later, some of them engaged in business, real estate, trade, and finance, and gradually developed into wealthy families in Hong Kong Island. Cousin, do you remember? When I was 6 years old, I went back to my hometown with my parents to visit relatives. You praised me for being cute, pinched my cheeks, and hugged me. Lu Yuxuan said excitedly. Well, do you remember me holding you when you were 6 years old? Yi Koan really couldn't remember. Cousin, I have your photo, look. Lu Yuxuan took out her cell phone and looked through the photos. There are 2 photos in total, one of which is a photo of the 2 of them when they were children. In the photo, a chubby and pink little girl is riding on the neck of a handsome boy. The little girl is naturally Lu Yuxuan, and the handsome boy is Yi Koan. The other photo was taken by Yi Koan in Shanghai last year. The second photo was given to me by my aunt. She told me to look for you after I got to Shanghai. But you're much more handsome in person than in the photo. I almost didn't recognize you. Lu Yuxuan said excitedly. Oh. I remember now, Xiao Xian. When you were little, you looked like a porcelain doll, very cute and very spoiled. I often pinched your cheeks, and I actually hugged you and even carried you on my neck. Yi Koan smiled and finally remembered who Lu Yuxuan was. Girls really change a lot when they grow up. The chubby and cute little Xian when she was little has now grown into a graceful and beautiful schoolgirl. Cousin, you finally remembered Xiao Xian. Lu Yuxuan hugged Yi Koan excitedly. Ding! Campus beauty Lu Yuxuan reunites with you after a long absence, and her favorability towards the host increases by +60. Ding! Campus beauty Lu Yuxuan's favorability towards the host has increased to 70. Ding! Campus beauty Lu Yuxuan's favorability towards the host exceeds 60, rewarding +10 spirit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 55. Strength, 41, Agility, 43, Constitution, 68, Spirit, 55. In an instant, Yi Koan seemed to be injected with magical energy into his brain, feeling refreshed and energetic. Moreover, his perception has also been greatly enhanced. Lu Yuxuan hugged him tightly, and the 2 soft lumps on her chest pressed into his body, and the feeling was particularly clear and obvious. Ahem, Xiao Xian, what are you doing in the Demon City this time? Yi Koan let go of Lu Yuxuan's arms and asked. Grandpa fell ill, and the doctor said he needed 100-year-old ginseng as a medicine. That's why I came to the Magic City to attend this auction. Lu Yuxuan said. She is the only daughter in the family, and the important task of bidding for the century-old wild ginseng fell on her. But who knew that Yi Koan's cousin was very wealthy and a super rich man, and he directly bought the century-old wild ginseng for 1 billion yuan? Your grandfather is ill and needs 100-year-old wild ginseng as medicine? Then I'll give you that wild ginseng. Yi Koan said. No. It's too expensive. Just cutting off a small root is enough as a medicine guide. You don't need the whole wild ginseng. Lu Yuxuan waved her hands quickly and said. Chapter 49 on the self-cultivation of the super rich. Brother Yi Koan, can I invite you to dance? Lu Yuxuan smiled sweetly at Yi Koan and said. She is the daughter of a wealthy family in Hong Kong, but in front of Yi Koan she is more like a girl next door. Sweet, cute, fresh, and refined. Of course you can dance. But shouldn't you call me cousin? Yi Koan smiled. Before, Lu Yuxuan called her cousin, but now she suddenly calls her brother. Although we are cousins, we are several generations apart. I'll still call you brother Yi Koan. Lu Yuxuan said stubbornly. Well, if you like, call me brother. Yi Koan smiled and let her do as she pleased. It's quite interesting to think about the time when I held Lu Yuxuan in my arms and pinched her chubby little face when I was a child. What a simple and beautiful memory. Soon, Yi Koan and Lu Yuxuan began dancing gracefully on the dance floor. Brother Yi Koan, I finally made it to the Magic City, you have to accompany me for a good stroll. Lu Yuxuan blinked her beautiful eyes and said. It's a bit late today, I'll go out with you tomorrow. Yi Koan said. Okay, brother Yi Koan. Lu Yuxuan nodded obediently. By the way, have you booked a hotel room? Do you want me to arrange it for you? Yi Koan asked. No need, I already booked the room before I came. Lu Yuxuan smiled. That's good. Yi Koan nodded. The two of them chatted and danced casually. Yi Koen did not show off his god-level dancing skills, he just did it with ease. Soon, a dance was performed. As soon as he returned to the rest area, Yi Koen was surrounded by those socialites again. Most of them came to invite him to dance. Some came to ask for his contact information. Some people also secretly slipped him little notes. There are also more daring ones who directly invite him to the hotel room to play landlord. Among these people are rich daughters, international supermodels, film and television stars, and even wealthy ladies. Most of them are real socialites with extraordinary backgrounds and high net worth. They are not the kind of socialites who group by together as circulated on the internet. Even fake socialites can't get into a cocktail party of this size. They are generally good looking, with a score of at least 70 or 80, and many of them are class beauties. However, there are still only a few who can reach the level of school beauties and goddesses. Recently, Yi Koen's level has been raised, and he is surrounded by many beautiful women at the school and goddess levels. But this does not mean that school beauties and goddess level beauties are common. It's just that after he had money and the status of CEO, it was easier for him to meet beautiful women. Just like a national server game master, most of the opponents he encounters are at the national server level. Bronze players, on the other hand, mostly match with other bronze players. When girls with looks below 90 points come to chat with him, Yi Koen usually politely refuses them. He rejected several supermodels, female stars, and rich girls because their looks did not meet the threshold of being a school beauty. Those international supermodels are naturally top-notch in height and temperament, but their looks are not so good, and basically they do not meet the standards of school beauties. There are also female celebrities who look glamorous in daily life, but most of them have not reached the school beauty level judged by the system. The system is very good at checking this aspect, and it has blocked him completely. This kind of system is great. Although Yi Koen rejected several socialites' invitations to dance, there was still one who walked towards Yi Koen with confidence. She is the granddaughter of the Macau gambling king. Today, Yi Koen defeated her in the bidding for Fairy's Tears. This made her very unwilling and a little unconvinced. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been the most favored little princess. Why should she suffer a loss at the hands of Yi Koen? "Mr. Yi, can we dance?" He Jishi walked up to Yi Koen and spoke. She believed that with her appearance, temperament, and background, Yi Koen would definitely not reject her. Ding! A school beauty has been detected. Name, He Jishi. Appearance, 94 school beauty level. Height, 168 centimeters. Measurements, 84, 62, 89. Chest, 34B. Initial favorability, 50. Personality traits, willful, arrogant, and wild. Hiss. Yi Koen couldn't help but gasp. He just outbid He Jishi in the auction, but the other party's favorability towards him actually dropped to 50. This is the beauty who has the lowest favorable impression on Yi Koen among all the women he has met so far. Sure enough, this is a willful, arrogant, and spoiled daughter of a wealthy family. Ding! He Jishi is influenced by the host's charming aura, which makes everyone love her and flowers bloom. Her favorability increases by 20 points. Ding! He Jishi is influenced by the host's domineering CEO status, and her favorability increases by 10 points. Ding! Campus beauty He Jishi's favorability towards the host has increased to 20 points. All right. After being influenced by both the aura of charm and the aura of status, He Jishi's favorability towards him was still negative. "Mr. Yi, can I invite you to dance?" When He Jishi saw that Yi Koen did not answer her immediately, she couldn't help but look a little angry. Although Yi Koen is handsome and charming, she doesn't like men who don't obey her. "Sorry, Missy, I'm a little tired from dancing just now and want to rest for a while." Yi Koen shook his head and directly rejected He Jishi's invitation. What a joke! You have a negative impression of me, and you still want me to put my warm face on your cold butt? Impossible. Yi Koen never compromises himself. He will not act like a bootlicker just to gain favor. In that case, what's the point of being a rich man? To increase a man's favorability, you have to rely on his own charm, not on licking. You actually dare to refuse my invitation. When He Jishi saw that Yi Koen directly rejected her, she looked incredulous. This was the first time a man dared to reject her in person. She felt humiliated and angry. She was the granddaughter of the gambling king of Australia, and she put aside her status and took the initiative to invite the other party to dance, but she was rejected. It's incredible. Incredible. Miss He, why can't I refuse your invitation? Yi Kuan smiled. He had just rejected invitations from several socialites, not to mention He Jishi. Is the gambling king's granddaughter so great? He didn't want to dance with He Jishi. Could anyone force him to do so? What is financial freedom? Low-level financial freedom means you can buy whatever you want without considering the price. The higher level of freedom means that you can choose not to do something if you don't want to. No one can force him. Yi Kuan felt that he was at this level now and could do whatever he wanted. So, he rejected He Jishi's invitation to dance. It's very casual. Whatever you want. No need to look at anyone's face. This is the self-cultivation of a super rich man. The character building has been established. If you want to customize your character, please leave a message in the character building at the top of the book review area. The author has something to say. Handsome guy can join the Shinhao family. Chapter 50 God-level dancing skills. Miss He, why can't I refuse you? Yi Kuan's rhetorical question left He Jishi speechless. Yes. Why couldn't Yi Kuan refuse her? First of all, Yi Kuan is not after her money because Yi Kuan is richer than her. Secondly, Yi Kuan was not attracted by her beauty, because there were many goddess-like beauties around him. Finally, Yi Kuan was not afraid of the power of her Yi family, because Yi Kuan was the big boss of Kuanping Group, and his power was not necessarily weaker than that of her Yi family. As the saying goes, a person without desires is strong. Yi Kuan had no desire for He Jishi, so he didn't need to give her face. He can act according to his own preferences, accept invitations if he wants to, and refuse invitations if he doesn't want to. It's very comfortable. No worries. Yi Kuan doesn't do anything he wants to do. No one can force him. He Jishi was spoiled at home, willful, arrogant and wild. However, Yi Kuan will not spoil her here. I won't even lick her. Even if Yi Kuan rejected her, she had no choice. For the first time, He Jishi discovered that there were times when she was helpless against someone. In the past, the men who approached her were either after her family's wealth and power, or her beauty. Therefore, she can give those men a cold shoulder and act like a rich girl. However, this trick was completely useless in front of Yi Kuan. Suddenly, she discovered that a domineering and individualistic man like Yi Kuan was actually the most attractive. Different from any man she had ever met. Those bootlickers are just annoying. Only a domineering and unique man like Yi Kuan can suppress her and conquer her. Give her a different impact. Ding. Campus beauty He Jishi's favorability towards the host increases by +10. Ding. Campus beauty He Jishi's favorability towards the host increases by +10. Ding. Campus beauty He Jishi's favorability towards the host increases by +10. Ding. Campus beauty He Jishi's favorability towards the host has increased to 10 points. In an instant, He Jishi's favorability towards Yi Kuan increased by 30 points. This completely confused Yi Kuan. How come after I rejected her, my favorability towards her increased? Could it be that all these rich girls have masochistic tendencies? Miss He, do you have anything else to say? Yi Kuan asked, showing no sign of changing his mind. I also want to ask, what will you do with the fairy tear necklace? He Jishi thought about it and asked a question that she was very concerned about. Yi Kuan bought the fairy's tear necklace at a sky-high price of 3 billion yuan. This is probably the most expensive jewelry necklace in auction history. Will he keep this necklace and wait for it to appreciate in value? Or should I give this precious necklace to the woman I love? Keep it for now. If I think there's a woman who's suitable to wear this necklace, I'll give it to her. Yi Kuan said calmly. I understand. If Mr. Yi comes to Australia City, you can come and play with me. He Jishi said this and turned away gracefully. Although Yi Kuan rejected her, she did not get angry. Instead, he began to look at Yi Kuan with admiration. What do you know? Yi Kuan shook his head, not thinking that this willful and arrogant young lady could understand anything. At this moment, the goddess-like beauty Yang Ijuan walked towards Yi Kuan with her long legs. She is currently the only goddess-level beauty whose favorability towards Yi Kuan is as high as 95. Yi Kuan, did you reject Miss He's invitation to dance? Yang Ijuan asked. That arrogant daughter of the Yi family seems to have hit a wall with Yi Kuan. That's right, I've rejected quite a few celebrities tonight. Maybe this is the trouble of being too popular. Yi Kuan joked. Tonight, he rejected several rich daughters, supermodels and celebrities, and even a few wealthy ladies. He clearly has the ability to live off women, but he insists on relying on his hard power. It's very boring. Can I ask you to dance? Yang Yijun stared at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes and smiled. In her eyes, this man possesses infinite charm. When Yi Kuan jumped into the swimming pool to save her and gave her artificial respiration for the first time, she had already fallen in love with this man. Now, I am even more obsessed with him and cannot extricate myself. Can't. Yi Kuan shook his head. Yang Yijun was shocked. Yi Kuan actually rejected her. Doesn't she deserve it? She was overwhelmed with emotions and almost fainted. You can't invite me because I want to invite you to a dance. At this time, Yi Kuan stretched out his hand towards Yang Yijun and said with a smile, Goddess Yang Yijun, would you like to dance with me? A man should take the initiative when necessary and should show proper demeanor. I do. Yang Yijun was surprised and delighted, and immediately nodded in agreement. Yi Kuan is so bad. She thought Yi Kuan really rejected her. My mood has been so up and down that even my little heart can't take it. However, she was very happy that Yi Kuan took the initiative to invite her to dance. Yi Kuan took Yang Yijun's hand and walked to the center of the dance floor. His hands naturally wrapped around Yang Yijun's slender waist. It is very soft and feels great to the touch. Yang Yijun is indeed a goddess-level beauty with a beauty score of 96. She has a beautiful face, delicate eyebrows, cherry lips, skin as white as cream, and a graceful figure. She is so beautiful. Yi Kuan held her in his arms and danced gracefully on the dance floor, like a pair of immortal lovers, so beautiful. In particular, Yi Kuan displayed his god-level dancing skills, taking precise steps and leading Yang Yijun to perform various graceful dance moves, stunning the audience. Yi Kuan, I didn't expect you to dance so well, you even took me by the arm. Yang Yijun leaned close to Yi Kuan, her breath sweet as orchid in his ear. Her dancing skills are only at amateur level. But when dancing with Yi Kuan, her steps became lighter, and she danced like an elf, freely and agilely, as if she was carried away by the air. What a wonderful feeling! Chapter 51 Female CEO Hu Yuqi. When Yi Kuan and Yang Yijun were dancing, a pair of beautiful eyes were always staring at him. She is the goddess-like beauty Hu Yuqi, a real rich girl. Yi Kuan is quite charming. Even Yang Yijun is fascinated by him. Hu Yuqi stared at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes, her eyes shining with excitement. Tonight, Yi Kuan demonstrated his absolute dominance at the auction. Basically, he bought all the items he liked. If he doesn't make a move, it's fine, but if he does, he's sure to hit the target. Make a big splash. Shocked the whole audience. 100-year-old wild ginseng, a national treasure, was bought for 1 billion. The precious heavenly ring jade bracelet was bought for 500 million. The fairy's tears jewelry necklace was bought for 3 billion. A piece of unknown titanium alloy metal was bought for 10 billion. In addition, he spent 10 billion to buy the national treasure, the bronze statue of the dragon head of the Chinese zodiac, and donated it to the country. Moreover, he also bought a piece of commercial land in the heart of Shanghai at a sky-high price of 38.8 billion, setting a new record for the price of Shanghai's Land King. In one fell swoop, he won the title of the new Land King. Every auction he held set the highest price record in auction history. So terrifying. Who can compete with me? The amount of money Yi Kuan spent at the auction alone was close to 100 billion. It's so inhumane and unheard of. He undoubtedly became the most watched person in the whole audience. Yi Kuan's identity is also extraordinary. He is the big boss behind the Kunpeng Group. Not only that, he is also handsome, and elegant, and always exudes an irresistible charm. Yes, it was this damn charm that made her unable to help but be fascinated by it. She has also met many top young talents. There are those from the Magic City, the Immortal City, the Demon City, and even the Dragon Capital. Those young heroes all came from extraordinary backgrounds and were outstanding, but compared to Yi Kuan, they were far inferior. At this cocktail party, Yi Kuan was undoubtedly the most popular man among the women. In total, more than 20 socialites invited Yi Kuan to dance. There are rich daughters, movie stars, international supermodels, and wealthy ladies. They are all beauties with good looks and figures, and many of them come from prominent families and are worth a lot of money. However, most of them were rejected by Yi Kuan, including the extremely proud daughter of the He family, the gambling king of Australia. Yi Koen danced with 3 people in total, namely the sexy singer Wang Jingtong, the wealthy daughter of Hong Kong Island Liu Yuxuan, and the last one was Yang Ijuan, who was dancing with Yi Koen now. These 3 women are at least school beauties. None of them are simple. It is normal for a charming and outstanding man to be surrounded by beautiful women. Only mediocre people will be ignored. Hu Yuqi didn't find this strange. Even though Yi Koen is surrounded by many beautiful women, not all of them can successfully win him over. Through observation, she found that Yi Koen, Wang Jingtong, and Liu Yuxuan were just ordinary people. However, his relationship with Yang Ijuan is obviously much closer. This made Hu Yuqi feel a sense of crisis. She is extremely graceful and beautiful, and there are very few men who can catch her eye. It's hard for her to be attracted to a man. But tonight she just happened to fall in love with Yi Koen. Before I knew it, I was attracted to Yi Koen. So, she decided to take the initiative. Whether it's figure, looks, talent, or family background, I'm no worse than Yang Ijuan. Why isn't the person standing next to Yi Koen me? Instead, Hu Yuqi felt a competitive spirit in her heart. When Yi Koen and Yang Ijuan finished dancing and were about to leave the banquet hall together, a graceful figure appeared in front of him. Mr. Yi, I have a big project I want to discuss with you. Would it be convenient for me to take up a little of your time? Hu Yuqi smiled charmingly at Yi Koen. She was extremely beautiful. She is indeed a goddess-level beauty with a system score of 97. She is graceful and has a queen-like aura, and every frown and smile is full of charm. Moreover, she did not directly invite Yi Koen to dance like other socialites did. Instead, he wanted to talk to Yi Koen alone in the name of discussing the project. This made Yi Koen unable to refuse. Yi Koen looked at Yang Ijuan apologetically, and then walked to a quiet area of the banquet hall with Hu Yuqi. Miss Hu Yuqi, what kind of cooperation do you want to discuss with me? Yi Koen asked Hu Yuqi. He actually didn't communicate much with Hu Yuqi, and they only had a brief chat at the auction. However, Hu Yuqi's appearance and temperament are indeed very attractive. Moreover, she was able to sit in seat number 2 at the auction, which clearly showed that her background was not simple. Mr. Yi, please don't call me Ms. Hu Yuqi. That's too formal. You can just call me Chi-Chi. Hu Yuqi said coquettishly, appearing very charming. Okay, then don't call me Mr. Yi. Just call me Yi Koen. Yi Koen said. Hu Yuqi's smile has a magical power that makes people want to get close to her. Okay. Yi Koen, you bought that piece of land in the Magic City. Building a business district is a complex and expensive project. You need a few capable partners. We at Who's Real Estate have extensive experience in commercial real estate operations, and we'd like to collaborate with An's Group and your Kuenping Group on a joint development project. What do you think? Hu Yuqi stared at Yi Koen with her beautiful eyes and said, I have given full authority to President Qin Lan to manage the development of that piece of land. If you want to cooperate, you can contact President Qin. Yi Koen said. He is only responsible for spending money, and the matter of making money still has to be left to the capable people under him. There's one more thing. When you were bidding for the Heavenly Ring Jade bracelet today, I'm afraid you might have offended Huang Yueying, the female president of the Huang Group. Hu Yuqi blinked her beautiful eyes and said. Huang Yueying bid for the Tian's Hewen Jade bracelet in order to make it the store's treasure, but her bid was ruined by Yi Koen. So what? Yi Koen smiled and didn't take it seriously. In an auction, the highest bidder wins, and he is not afraid of offending anyone. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. And you and I are both business competitors of Huang Yueying. We are investing in a large shopping mall and plan to bring in a strong partner. I wonder if you are interested? Hu Yuqi said to Yi Koen. When talking about things, she showed the aura of a domineering boss, which was quite unique. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Yi Koen's mind. Ding! Triggering a random task, business cooperation with Hu Yuqi. Chapter 52, pulled away by Hu Yuqi, high-end private customization. Ding! Triggering a random task, business cooperation with Hu Yuqi. Mission Reward 1, Goddess Level Beauty Hu Yuqi's Favorability plus 10. Task Reward 2, 1 Random Draw. Well. Yi Koen was slightly stunned. A system task was actually triggered, so he really couldn't refuse Hu Yuqi's request for cooperation. What's more, he had a good impression of Hu Yuqi. Although Hu Yuqi is the daughter of a wealthy family, she doesn't show any spoiled princess attitude towards him. Moreover, Huyuchi's domineering style is very attractive and very much to his liking. What kind of shopping mall should I invest in? Yi Kuan asked with an interested look. Jinyu Shopping Center. Huyuchi smiled coquettishly and said. Jinyu Shopping Center is a large shopping mall invested by her and her three best friends in Yubai and Changyueshi. Jinyu Shopping Center? Yi Kuan was puzzled. Perhaps it was because he seldom went out shopping and didn't know about this Jinyu Shopping Center. Jinyu Shopping Center is right on Nanjing Road Pedestrian Street. We have already invested in the construction of the first phase of the project and are now planning to invest in the second phase. Come on, I'll take you to our shopping mall. Huyuchi stared at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes and said. Now. Yi Kuan was a little hesitant. He also plans to dance a duet with Tavia Young in the evening. If we leave now, won't all this good stuff be ruined? Yes, go now. Huyuchi was a queen, very quick and decisive in her actions. She pulled Yi Kuan out of the banquet hall without saying anything. Yi Kuan was helpless and could only let Huyuchi drag him away. Yang Yijuan couldn't help but get anxious when she saw Yi Kuan being pulled out of the banquet hall by Huyuchi. How can someone snatch away the tang monk's meat that is right in our mouths? Wrong. This description seems a bit wrong. But that's what it means. She knew that Yi Kuan was very popular now, and almost all the socialites and rich girls at the party were staring at Yi Kuan with shining eyes. However, Huyuchi was the first woman to come out so forcefully and directly pull Yi Kuan away from the party. Yang Yijuan felt a strong sense of crisis. Huyuchi is definitely a strong opponent of hers. The other party was not inferior to her in terms of appearance, figure, or family background. In fact, it is even worse than before. Yi Kuan, Huyuchi, the party isn't over yet, where are you going? Yang Yijuan asked somewhat unwillingly, looking at Huyuchi warily. Sorry, I have to discuss a cooperation project with Mr. Hu now. Yi Kuan could only apologize to Yang Yijuan. They really just went there to discuss a collaboration project, but Yang Yijuan probably wouldn't believe it. Yes, I'm going to discuss a multi-billion-dollar cooperation project with Mr. Yi. Huyuchi raised her eyebrows and looked at Yang Yijuan with a victorious look. She knew that Yi Kuan and Yang Yijuan were definitely not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship yet. Then, she must strike first. Take Yi Kuan for yourself first. Then, without waiting for Yang Yijuan's reaction, she directly pulled Yi Kuan out of the hotel banquet hall. Yang Yijuan felt very angry when she saw the two people leaving. The tang monk's meat that was about to be eaten was actually snatched away by someone. Huyuchi is a female demon who actually competed with her for Yi Kuan. However, it is not surprising that women are fighting for a man as wealthy and charming as Yi Kuan. Just like the flesh of tang monk, which can make you immortal if you eat a bite of it, which female demon wouldn't be moved when seeing it? Wouldn't you be jealous? She only blamed herself for not acting quickly enough and failing to drag Yi Kuan into the spider cave early. No, next time I get the chance I must dance with Yi Kuan. Huyuchi held Yi Kuan's hand and didn't let go until they got into the elevator. Why, are you still reluctant to leave? Are you blaming me for ruining your plans? Huyuchi gave a wicked smile. She is a queen type with a sharp mind. She can tell at a glance that the relationship between Yi Kuan and Yang Yijuan is not simple. However, the two of them probably haven't reached the substantive step yet. This is also the reason why she chose to act decisively. If Yi Kuan and Yang Yijuan had already confirmed their relationship, then she probably wouldn't be able to pull Yi Kuan away today. There's nothing to be reluctant about. The most important thing is to talk about the project. Yi Kuan smiled, appearing calm and composed. He also realized that Huyuchi was deliberately trying to ruin his plans. Keep this in mind first. Soon, the two arrived at the hotel parking lot together. Huyuchi's car is a red Ferrari LaFerrari, which is very cool and costs tens of millions. A limited edition car like the LaFerrari is not something you can buy even if you have money. Obviously, she is worth a lot of money and is a super rich woman. However, Yi Kuan was not afraid. His Hongqi Tang supercar, a legendary domestic car, has a factory price of 30 million. Whether in appearance or power performance, it is not inferior to the Ferrari LaFerrari. The two drove side by side, quickly heading towards the bund from Lujiazui in the Magic City. Because the distance was very close, the two quickly parked the car in a parking lot near Nanjing Road Pedestrian Street. Then, the two walked side by side towards Nanjing Road. Nanjing Road is the most bustling and prosperous pedestrian street in Shanghai. With its 10-mile-long foreign concessions and century-old buildings, this place has left behind too many popular stories. It is a place with bright lights, wine and women, and bustling crowds of people. It is still one of the most prosperous places in Longwa. That's Jinyu Shopping Center in front. Huyuchi pointed to a huge shopping mall in front of her with a fashionable and stylish design and spoke. Yikoan was also slightly surprised. To be able to open such a large shopping mall on Nanjing Road pedestrian street in Shanghai, where every inch of land is valuable, the investment must be huge. But it doesn't matter. The thing he has the most is money. Soon, Huyuchi led Yikoan into Jinyu Shopping Center. The entire shopping center was decorated magnificently and luxuriously. The entire shopping center covers a large area and is divided into 3 floors, housing many international high-end luxury brands. Huyuchi took Yikoan shopping in the shopping mall. The two walked side by side, chatting as they strolled around, looking a bit like a couple shopping. Yikoan is handsome and charming. Huyuchi is a goddess with a beauty score of 97 points. She has a graceful figure and an invincible and beautiful temperament. When this handsome man and beautiful woman walked together, they caused exclamations in the crowd and made others envious. There's a really good high-end men's clothing store here. I'll take you there. Huyuchi took Yikoan into a high-end men's clothing custom store. How about it? Would you like some high-end, custom-made men's clothing? The custom-made men's clothing here is the best in all of Magic City. Huyuchi looked at Yikoan with her beautiful eyes and spoke. Seeing that Yikoan was only wearing ordinary trendy brand clothes that cost a few thousand yuan each, she suggested that Yikoan get a few sets of high-end custom-made men's clothing. For a handsome guy like Yikoan, wearing high-end custom-made men's clothing will elevate his charm to a higher level. Okay, then let's customize a few sets. Yikoan smiled. Anyway, he has enough money, so it's no problem for him to buy himself a few more outfits. Before, he didn't know where to find good high-end custom-made men's clothing in Shanghai. The place Huyuchi brought him to must be good. The Shinhao headquarters has expanded to 2,000 people. For those who can stick with the book, join the Shinhao headquarters and enjoy many benefits. I'm not telling you unless you're a die-hard fan. Chapter 53. The more you buy, the more you earn. Sir, would you like a fully customized or semi-custom order? A beautiful clothing consultant asked with a smile. Fully customized. Yikoan answered. What season are you planning to wear the clothes? The beautiful clothing consultant said again. 2 sets for each season. Yikoan thought for a moment and said. It's basic to prepare at least 2 sets of clothes for each season. However, after hearing Yikoan's words, the beautiful consultant's hands trembled unconsciously, and she stared at Yikoan with astonishment. Marc Jacobs high-end custom-made items are very expensive, from hats, clothes, shirts, pants. The top-of-the-line set costs 15.23 million. Huyuchi on the side spoke up. Marc Jacobs is a European clothing brand with an ancient history. Ordinary people are completely unfamiliar with this brand and cannot even find it online because it has never been involved in the mid and low-end markets for 100 years. It is only for a small number of high-end customers, and only the top wealthy people will choose this brand's high-end customization. Hiss. A high-end private customization for 15.23 million. This was the first time Yikoan heard this and he couldn't help but gasp. The price of this set of clothes is equivalent to that of an ordinary villa. Is this like wearing diamonds and gold on your body? In fact, this is indeed the case. Diamond powder and gold powder are actually mixed into the fabrics of some high-end clothing. It sparkles when worn and is a favorite of Dubai's wealthy. In the world of the rich, there is nothing they cannot do, only things that ordinary people cannot think of. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Yikoan's mind. Ding! The host is detected to be making a large purchase. A 10-fold spending rebate card will be awarded. Consumer card is valid for 1 day. Nice! This wave of assists from the system is very timely. 10 times the amount of spending will be returned. In other words, the more he spends today, the more money he will get back. It feels so good. Of course, not every Marc Jacobs haute couture piece has such outrageous prices. Prices vary depending on the style, fabric, accessories, craftsmanship, and design of the clothes. However, none of this brand's haute couture clothing is priced below 1 million. Huyuchi is a real rich girl, she knows a lot about this and can talk about it in a very coherent way. The high-end clothing of this brand is astronomically expensive for ordinary people. However, judging from the strength Yi Koen demonstrated at the auction, it was simply not worth mentioning. That's why she brought Yi Koen here for private customization. That's so expensive. How about 5 sets for each season? Yi Koen said. Damn it. This brand's custom-made clothing is too expensive. Then, let us get a few more sets. The money you spend can be returned tenfold, the more expensive the better. Well. The beautiful fashion consultant opened her mouth in astonishment. Transfixed. Yi Koen said that the clothes were too expensive, but he ended up ordering several more sets. So rich and inhumane. Hu Yuqi didn't seem surprised. This amount of spending was just a piece of cake for Yi Koen. Next, it is time to select the style, fabric, accessories, craftsmanship, etc. of the clothing. Every link is extremely detailed, even very complicated. Hu Yuqi gave her own suggestions and patiently helped Yi Koen to choose. Otherwise, Yi Koen would have a headache just choosing the fabrics. Then comes the measurement phase. A European noblewoman took Yi Koen to a small room for a private measurement. It's not really anything too private, just some needle penetrating actions. Silver needles were inserted into Yi Koen's shirt, and then software measurements and ruler measurements were taken. After taking measurements, you also need to choose the designer for each outfit. At Hu Yuqi's suggestion, Yi Koen selected 4 different famous French designers to design haute couture for the 4 seasons. Finally, it's time to make the exciting payment. Sir, you ordered a total of 20 sets of clothing for 4 seasons. After some calculations, the clothing consultant quoted the final price. Sir, the total cost of your custom-made clothing is 120 million yuan. When the price was quoted, the clothing consultant himself was stunned. Oh shit. It cost 120 million to customize the clothes. Ordinary people can't even imagine it. It's so inhumane. 20 sets of haute couture clothing cost 120 million yuan, and the average price of one set is only about 6 million yuan. This is because Yi Koen did not choose fabrics with diamond powder and gold powder like those rich people in the Middle East, otherwise the price would be even more exaggerated. Swipe the card. Yi Koen took out a black gold card very calmly. All of today's consumption will be deducted from the disposable funds. If 10 times the consumption is returned, 1.2 billion can be directly credited to the account. So cool. Ding. The host has spent 120 million yuan. Available account balance, 680 million yuan. Ding. 10 times the amount of money spent will be returned. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1200,000,000 yuan. Available account balance, 1880,000,000 yuan. Oh shit. One operation and you will become rich instantly. Before, Yi Koen had only 800 million yuan left in his disposable funds account. Now, after a wave of consumption, the money has not decreased, but has skyrocketed to 1.88 billion. It feels so good. Then, Yi Koen turned to Hu Yuqi and said, "To thank you for accompanying me for so long today, I will go shopping with you." Go shopping with me? Will you pay for me? Hu Yuqi's beautiful eyes lit up and she smiled. Every woman has a fanatical gene engraved in her bones, and that is crazy shopping. If someone could pay unlimitedly, they could even clear out the entire mall. Tonight, you're in charge of the shopping. I'll pick up the tab. How about buying whatever you can, and I'll cover it all? Yi Koen smiled. Hu Yuqi is a real rich girl, so she must be very good at buying things. The more she bought, the more Yi Koen earned. You can also take the opportunity to improve Hu Yuqi's favorability. Why not? You're paying? It's all yours, no matter how much you buy. Don't regret it, okay? Hu Yuqi's eyes lit up and she said with a smile, "I'm going all out, I'll make you question your life." Although she is a super rich woman and likes to shop a lot, she always exercises restraint. Now, Yi Koen, the super rich man, agreed to pay for her, which made her interested. Then go all out and go on a shopping spree. Today only. Yi Koen smiled. The more Hu Yuqi bought, the happier he was. So, Hu Yuqi started her crazy shopping journey. She walked into the Chanel store with her full aura, pointed at a few items, and said, this one, and this one. I don't want any of them, pack up the rest. Hu Yuqi has the aura of a domineering boss and a royal sister, a scene that can only be seen in TV and movies. The waiters in the Chanel store were so shocked that they were filled with ecstasy. Yi Koen was extremely calm. Today, even if Huyuchi emptied the entire Chanel store of all the merchandise, he wouldn't even frown. Not only will you not frown, but you will also be very happy. A special thank you to Shior for the gift from Want to Drink a Cup of Mangpa Soup. You are the most beautiful girl, so cool. The author has something to say. Handsome guy joined the group. Chapter 54, The Ever-Changing Goddess, Huyuchi is the Goddess. After Huyuchi finished shopping at Chanel, she went to Dior, then Givenchy, Prada, and Hermes. She almost cleared out all the goods in these luxury stores. Crazy shopping. Amazing fighting power. Huyuchi thought Yi Kun would be shocked by her crazy fighting power. However, it did not. Yi Kun didn't even frown, remaining calm and composed. Yi Kun, I want to go to the Luwako store to buy something. The price will be a bit expensive. Is that okay? Huyuchi took Yi Kun's arm and said. Rocco? Yi Kun was slightly puzzled. He has never heard of this brand. Is it more expensive than luxury goods like Chanel and Hermes? How much? Yi Kun asked. He is not afraid of the price, he is afraid that it is not expensive enough. With a 10-fold spending cashback card in hand, you'll be invincible. The cheapest pair of Luwako's shoes costs 520,000. A complete set would cost at least 5 million. Huyuchi said. Ordinary people can hardly afford the brand Rocco, and may not even have heard of it. She usually buys Luwako's clothes, but she doesn't dare to go on a shopping spree. Buy it, you must buy it. When Yi Kun heard that Luoko's price was so touching, he waved his hand and agreed. There are only 5 Rocco stores in the world, one in New York, one in Paris, one in London, one in Russia, and one in Shanghai. Moreover, this Luwako store in Shanghai is located in Jinyu Shopping Center. So, Yi Kun and Huyuchi went to the Rocco store together. I saw all kinds of professional attire, maid attire, casual attire, boss attire, sailor attire, and JK attire in Luwako. Whether it is design, style, or fabric, they are all top-notch in the world. I usually go for the sophisticated, bossy, and cool styles, so I buy casual, bossy, professional, and JK styles. Huyuchi said to Yi Kun. She loves Luoko very much and buys him a lot. However, today I also want to try Lolita, sailor uniform and maid outfit. Huyuchi changed the subject, gave Yi Kun a charming smile and said. She usually goes for the queen-like or domineering style, appearing capable or cool. However, today in front of Yi Kun, she really wanted to show her feminine side. The queen and the domineering boss are just for show to outsiders. Being cool is just a disguised hard shell. She also has a soft spot in her heart. When she meets someone she really likes, she can instantly turn into a little woman. She can be domineering or cute, domineering or gentle. Lolita, sailor suit, and maid outfit? Do you want to try them on? Yi Kun's eyes lit up and he asked. He had broadened his horizons today. He had discovered that women's clothes could be divided so finely. Various categories, various styles, everything is available. Moreover, Huyuchi seems to be able to easily handle various styles of clothes. That is quite impressive. Well, I want to wear it for you. Huyuchi smiled coquettishly and said. So, Huyuchi changed into a Lolita dress and instantly became a cute Lolita style. Then she changed into a sailor suit, which was sexy yet had a unique charm. Then, she changed into a maid outfit, looking obedient, cute and adorable. Moreover, she would wear an anti-gravity skirt, the kind that would not turn over when she stood upside down. Huyuchi switched between various styles at will, which dazzled Yi Kun and made him very happy. If he finds Huyuchi as his girlfriend, doesn't that mean he has more than a dozen girlfriends? She can pull off any style. Finally, Yi Kun went shopping in Luoko's store again. What about boss suits, all professional suits, maid suits, casual wear, Lolita, sailor suits, JK? There are also various black silk, white silk, neat silk. Tube socks, over-the-knee socks. Sweep across in one formation. Crazy shopping. It feels great when you buy it, but it feels even better when you pay the bill. Yi Kun spent a total of 360 million in the shopping mall. Ding! The host has spent 360 million. Disposable account balance, 1,520 million yuan. Ding! Spending funds will be returned tenfold. Congratulations to the host for earning 3.6 billion. Disposable account balance, 5,120 million yuan. Oh shit! After a wave of consumption, Yi Kuan discovered that the funds in his disposable account had actually successfully exceeded the 5 billion mark. The more money you spend, the more you have. It feels so good. Invincible. Those handsome guys who follow the book and give it 5-star reviews will also be like the protagonist, with more and more money, so much that they can't spend it all. Ding. The host's behavior has touched Huyuchi's heart, favorability +5. Ding. The goddess-like beauty Huyuchi's favorability towards the host has increased to 65. When Yi Kuan swiped his card to pay the bill, Huyuchi's favorability towards him also increased a little. Well, after spending 360 million, goddess Huyuchi's favorability towards him only increased by 5 points. It's a bit difficult to increase Huyuchi's favorability. Perhaps because Huyuchi herself is not short of money, this kind of shopping behavior is just icing on the cake for her. Therefore, the improvement in favorability is not obvious. Yi Kuan could only think so. Different goddesses have different ways to increase their favorability. For example, for a school beauty who is very short of money, you may be able to increase her favorability by spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on her. But for a rich girl, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars may not even make a splash. Behavior in other areas may be more likely to increase favorability. When passing by the watch shop, Huyuchi stopped again. Lingens has a limited edition watch that I've wanted to buy for a long time. Huyuchi stared at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes and said, "Purchase." Yi Kuan is just one word. Arrogant. "No, you don't have to pay this time, I'll buy it." Huyuchi was very domineering and refused to let Yi Kuan pay any more money. Yi Kuan just let her do as she pleased. Huyuchi is a super rich lady herself, she can afford anything she wants. So, Yi Kuan and Huyuchi walked into the Longin's watch store together. Huyuchi had a clear goal and directly chose a limited edition couple watch called Heart of True Love. This watch has an inner frame made of top-grade pink diamonds and an outer frame made of gold diamonds. It is extremely luxurious and expensive. The price is very touching. 66.66 million. And this is the price of a watch. Yi Kuan originally thought that the Patek Philippe he was wearing, which cost more than 8 million, was already the king of watches. As a result, he was reduced to ashes in a second. It's too small, the pattern is too small. Is this the world of the super rich? Yi Kuan discovered that Huyuchi is actually the goddess Hao in real life. However, his vision and self-cultivation as a wealthy man still need to be improved. There is still room for improvement. I'll pay for this limited edition watch. Yi Kuan said. If he knew that this watch was so expensive, he would never agree to let Huyuchi pay for it. No, we agreed that I'll pay the bill. Huyuchi smiled coquettishly, took out a black card and paid for the 2 watches. 66.66 million for a watch. A pair of couple watches, more than 100 million. You gave me a lot of gifts today, and I'm very happy. This True Love heart watch is from me. Huyuchi stared at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes and put the men's True Love heart diamond watch on his wrist. The author has something to say. Handsome guy joins the group. Chapter 55, All the Famous Watches. It was also the first time in Yi Kuan's life that he received such a valuable gift, a couple's watch worth 66.66 million yuan. Moreover, it was given to me by the goddess-like beauty Huyuchi. He couldn't help but feel a little touched, and his heartstrings were plucked. Now, he is a super rich man and has no shortage of money. He was not impressed by the price of the watch, but by Huyuchi's behavior. Huyuchi actually gave him a couple watch, and this gift represents a friendship. It is the hardest to accept the favor of a beautiful woman. The friendship of a beautiful woman should not be let down. However, at present, Huyuchi's favorability towards him is only 65, which can only be considered as a little liking, not deep love for him. Therefore, Yi Kuan was able to remain rational and just thought that the watch was Huyuchi's return gift to him, without thinking too much about it. Is there anything else you want to buy? Yi Kuan asked Huyuchi. Today, no matter what Huyuchi wants to buy and how much she wants to buy, he will satisfy her. No more, I bought everything I wanted. Huyuchi shook her head and felt satisfied. Today was her most crazy shopping day. She almost emptied out all the top-notch products in luxury stores such as Chanel, Givenchy, Prada, Hermes, Cartier, Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Van Cleef Arpels, etc. She also swept through all the boss suits, professional suits, maid suits, sailor suits, and JK uniforms in Luoko's store. Today's crazy shopping spree was really enjoyable. Feeling good. Great enjoyment. It feels great. Okay, now it's my turn to go shopping. Yi Kuan smiled. He has a tenfold spending cashback card, which is only valid for one day. He must spend like crazy within this day and accumulate wealth quickly. This hook must be fully activated. It's fun to cheat for a while. Keep cheating and have fun. You, still want to buy? Hu Yuqi was also shocked. Yi Kuan has already spent hundreds of millions tonight, but he still hasn't had enough fun. Yi Kuan nodded, intending to settle his scores. Be willful. Then he turned to the Langin's salesperson and asked, "Do you still have this True Love Heart watch?" "Sir, the True Love Heart is a limited edition watch worldwide. It's a one-of-a-kind couple's watch." The Langin's staff replied respectfully. Yi Kuan nodded slightly. Hu Yuqi is thoughtful. The couple watches they wear are unique in the world. Okay, then pack up all the watches that cost over $1 million and I'll buy them. Yi Kuan said calmly to the salesperson. As the saying goes, poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. An expensive watch can be worth several luxury cars. Moreover, it is small in size and easy to store. He planned to first scan all the watches priced over $1 million in major watch stores. In this way, you can get a tenfold return on your spending and become rich instantly. It's very boring. Simple and unpretentious. Mr. Yi, are you saying that you want to pack up all the watches in our Langin store that are priced over $1 million? All the sales staff in the Langin store were shocked and felt it was unbelievable. Packing a watch worth over $1 million is like buying cabbage. So rich and inhumane. That's right. I'll give you some time to pack up all the watches in the store that cost over $1 million and calculate the prices carefully. Yi Kuan said to the salesperson. He only scans watches worth over $1 million. Forget about watches below $1 million, as they will take up space when you buy them. Okay, Mr. Yi. We'll prepare it for you right away. Those sales were directly wrapped in huge surprises. Today, they met a real rich man. With just one day's business, they can achieve several years' worth of sales. So terrifying. Let's go to Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin. Yi Kuan took Hu Yuqi's hand and walked towards the Patek Philippe store. Hu Yuqi's skin is as smooth as cream and her hands are as soft as catkins. Holding her hand feels great. Very wonderful. Since we want to buy famous watches, it is naturally impossible to buy only Langin's watches. Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Cartier, Rolex, Breguet, IWC, Audemars Piguet, Jaeger-LeCoultre, Langston, Piaget. He will not let go of any of these top international watches and will get them all in one swoop. Kill them all. So, Yi Kuan and Hu Yuqi went to the Patek Philippe store together. Yi Kuan directly called the general manager of Patek Philippe and said calmly, "Pack up all the Patek Philippe watches worth over 1 million yuan. I want them all." His tone was calm, but shocking. "Sir, you mean to buy all of our Patek Philippe watches over $1 million?" The female manager of Patek Philippe stared at Yi Kuan in astonishment. Patek Philippe is a top international watch brand. There are many watches priced over 1 million, and there are also many watches priced over 10 million. If you were to buy all the watches worth over $1 million, the price would probably be sky high. Is the other party joking? Seeing that Yi Kuan was so young, the female manager doubted whether he had such strong purchasing power. The distinguished guest standing before you is the big boss of Kuanping Group. You don't have to worry about him not being able to pay the price. Just do as he tells you. Hu Yuqi spoke, speaking lightly. Her tone was calm, but her aura was very powerful, and she exuded the aura of a domineering female CEO. Yes. Mr. Hu, we'll do it right away. The general manager of Patek Philippe recognized Hu Yuqi as one of the owners of Jinyu Shopping Center. He nodded repeatedly and did not dare to have any suspicion or neglect. Oh shit. The big boss of Kuanping Group came to Patek Philippe to buy some goods. This was a surprise from heaven. Moreover, female president Hu Yuqi accompanied him personally, and the relationship between the two was extraordinary. Let's go to Vacheron Constantin again. Yi Kuan smiled at Hu Yuqi. Yi Kuan, are you planning to buy all the luxury watches worth over $1 million? Hu Yuqi stared at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes and asked. Yi Kuan has already swept through Langin's and Patek Philippe, but he is not satisfied yet. Now he has set his sights on Vacheron Constantin. That's right, today we are going to take away all the famous watches in your Jinyu shopping center. Yi Kuan smiled at Hu Yuchi. Helping you to browse all the top products in the shopping mall can also be considered as helping Jinyu shopping center to establish its reputation. After tonight, a legend will spread throughout the Magic City that a super rich man is going on a shopping spree at Jinyu shopping center. Buy all the top-notch watches, leaving others with nothing to buy. Jinyu shopping center's reputation will definitely soar in the industry. Moreover, the more he spends, the more money he gets back. Don't be soft-hearted at this time, just grab them all and go on a shopping spree. Okay, since you've decided to buy all the luxury watches in the shopping mall, I'll have all the people in charge gather here so we don't have to go around to each store. Hu Yuchi said, speaking in a domineering tone. With just one word from her, she could summon all the managers of those usually arrogant luxury stores. The author has something to say. If you want to see the characters, please leave a message in the character section of the book review section. Chapter 56. The challenge is successful, you can agree to any request. Hu Yuchi spoke and gave an order. The heads of luxury stores such as Vacheron Constantin, Cartier, Rolex, Breguet, IWC, Audemars Piguet, Jaeger-LeCoultre, Lang, Piaget and others all rushed to see Yi Kuan. Now, Yi Kuan is their god of wealth, and he has bought all their top-notch watches. Soon, Yi Kuan gave instructions and asked the heads of major luxury stores to collect and count those famous watches. Then, he called his personal secretary and asked Shen Wenwen to follow up on the progress of the matter. At this time, the personal secretary comes in handy. It's time to find her something to do. Yi Kuan didn't have the time to stay in the store waiting for them. The rich are very busy. Yi Kuan, I'm a little hungry. Let's go to Yubai Jinsi to eat delicious food. Hu Yuchi naturally took Yi Kuan's arm and said. Today's shopping spree was very tiring. It's time to enjoy the food. Yubai Jinsi? What a nice name. The name of the shop has the character Yu in it. It should be related to you, right? Yi Kuan smiled. When he heard Yubai Jinsi, he naturally thought of Hu Yuchi. Yubai Jinsi is a top-notch gourmet restaurant that Yubai and I opened together. It's on the 3rd floor of Jinyu Shopping Center. Let me take you there. Hu Yuchi giggled and walked towards the 3rd floor taking Yi Kuan's arm. Jinyu Shopping Center is divided into 3 floors. The 1st floor is for shopping. The 2nd floor is for leisure and entertainment, and there is also a high-end private club. The 3rd floor is for food. Shopping, entertainment, and food all in one. Soon, Yi Kuan and Hu Yuchi arrived at the Yubai Jinsi restaurant on the 3rd floor. Welcome, the president has arrived. As soon as they entered the restaurant, there were 2 rows of beautiful female receptionists with good figures, who bowed and greeted Yi Kuan and Hu Yuchi. It is full of ritual and gives people a feeling of being at home. When a customer enters the store, the receptionist will say this. Hu Yuchi smiled and said, this is a high-end restaurant. We provide top-quality ingredients and treat every customer like a CEO. Yi Kuan nodded and observed the surrounding environment. Yubai Jinsi restaurant is decorated in a very stylish way. It can be summarized in a few words, low-key, luxurious, and romantic. This is also a great place to meet and chat. Hu Yuchi chose the best seat by the window and they sat down face to face. What are the signature dishes at Yubai Jinsi restaurant? Yi Kuan asked. Then I'd like to recommend our signature dish, soft silk and gold inlaid jade. A single plate costs 220,000. Hu Yuchi smiled. Their restaurant only serves super high-end cuisine, and the ingredients are carefully selected from all over the world. Every dish is expensive. Among them, the signature dish, soft silk and gold inlaid jade, is a must-try for her. Oh? 220,000 for a dish of soft silk, gold, and jade? What are they made of? Yi Kuan was also slightly surprised and asked. He used to think that a meal that cost several thousand yuan per person was top-notch. I didn't expect that such a rich man would spend hundreds of thousands on a single dish. It's very boring. Soft silk and gold inlaid with jade. The soft silk refers to the shrimp silk made from top-quality king prawns imported from Australia, the gold refers to the golden sweet sugar flakes famous in Asia, and the jade refers to the pak choi core. Hu Yuchi introduced and talked freely. This dish not only requires exquisite ingredients, but also has a very complicated preparation process. Only top chefs can make it. Oh, then I must try this soft silk inlaid with gold and jade. Yi Kuan smiled. He is now a super rich man and price is no longer an issue he cares about. It makes no difference to him whether a dish costs 22 yuan or 220,000 yuan. At this time, the restaurant waiter handed Yi Kuan the menu. Yi Kuan casually flipped through the menu and found that the price of each dish was in tens of thousands. This is the most expensive menu he has ever seen. It's very boring, simple and unpretentious. Today's meal is on me. Hu Yuqi spoke. Today, Yi Kuan almost emptied the entire shopping mall for her, so she should treat him to a meal. It doesn't matter who treats you, what do you like to eat? Yi Kuan smiled. Now, he has reached the level where he doesn't need to consider the price. I like steak, carrots, and dongpa pork. Hu Yuqi smiled sweetly and said. So, Yi Kuan looked at the menu and selected Australia's top-grade filet steak, blue sky and white sun, crispy dongpa pork, and the signature dish, soft silk with gold and jade. Blue sky and white sun actually means green vegetables and mushrooms, and the name is very high-sounding. Each dish may seem ordinary, but the ingredients used are actually very exquisite. What else do you want to order? Yi Kuan handed the menu to Hu Yuqi and said. Order another spicy boiled fish. Hu Yuqi spoke without even looking at the menu. Can you handle spicy food? Yi Kuan asked. He wanted to know Hu Yuqi's preferences and tastes. Yeah, I can eat spicy food. Hu Yuqi nodded. Let me tell you, this spicy boiled fish is not simple. The ingredients are king sturgeon from the deep sea, top-quality wild Sichuan peppercorns, king devil peppers, and some spicy bases produced by nature. Emperor devil pepper? Yi Kuan smelled an unusual smell. He seemed to have heard of this emperor devil pepper. The king of peppers. It's super spicy, it's simply the devil among peppers. That's right, it's the emperor devil pepper. Let me tell you about the spiciness level of peppers. Regular chili peppers 5 degrees. Dried chili peel 15 degrees. Rice pepper 30 degrees. Red pepper 45 degrees. Black pepper 200 degrees. Indian chili 1000 degrees. Devil's pepper 3000 degrees. King devil pepper 5 million degrees. Hu Yuqi smiled and explained in detail the spiciness of chili peppers. Hiss. Yi Kuan couldn't help but gasp. Ordinary peppers are 5 degrees, and the emperor devil pepper is 5 million degrees. This is equivalent to the combat power of an ordinary earthling being 5, while the combat power of a super scion is as high as 5 million. A super scion can blow up a planet with one punch. So terrifying. I'm afraid few people can bear this level of spiciness. This spicy boiled fish is made with king devil peppers. Only Benki can handle this level of spiciness. Hu Yuqi said with a proud look on her face. Amazing. It turns out your expertise in spicy food has reached interstellar levels. Yi Kuan said admiringly. If eating spicy food is also divided into combat power, he is a weakling, while Hu Yuqi's combat power is as high as 5 million. This guy's fighting ability for spicy food is quite high. Master, this is a master. If you can successfully challenge this bowl of spicy boiled fish with king devil peppers, I'll grant you one request tonight. Hu Yuqi smiled coquettishly at Yi Kuan and said. Any request is fine? Yi Kuan couldn't help but become interested. If any request can be made, he is willing to challenge it. Yes, as long as you can successfully challenge the emperor devil pepper, I will agree to any request you make tonight. Hu Yuqi said, full of confidence. So far, she is the only one who can handle the spiciness of the king devil pepper. The author has something to say. If you want to see the characters, please leave a message in the character section of the book review section. Chapter 57 Food and Beauty. Okay, it's a deal then. If I successfully challenge the emperor devil pepper, you have to agree to one of my requests. Yi Kuan smiled. In order to conquer the goddess-like beauty Hu Yuqi, he really has to challenge the emperor devil pepper. Any request you can make is great. He had already started thinking about what he should let goddess Hu Yuqi do in the evening. Okay. Then come and challenge me. If you cry because of the spicy food, don't blame me. When Hu Yuqi heard that Yi Kunzan was going to challenge the emperor devil pepper, she couldn't help but become interested. I'm fearless. If you frown, I lose. Yi Kuan said, extremely confident. Let me tell you, a 3000-degree devil's pepper can pierce your stomach. Are you sure you want to try the 5 million-degree emperor devil's pepper? Hu Yuchi blinked her beautiful eyes and confirmed. The spiciness of the Emperor Devil Pepper is really not something that most people can bear. This is already restricted. It is no less than challenging the limits of human beings. That's right, what I want to challenge is the Emperor Devil Pepper. Yi Kuan nodded. He just wants to challenge the spiciest ones. Eat the spiciest peppers and sleep with the most beautiful woman. It's very exciting. Someone once forced himself to try the King Devil Pepper and ended up in the emergency room. If you can't handle spicy food, don't try this challenge. Instead, Hu Yuchi began to persuade. He has many friends around him, but no one can successfully challenge the Emperor Devil Pepper. Don't worry, a mere Emperor Devil Pepper can't faze me. Yi Kuan smiled. His body has undergone many evolutions, and I really don't believe that he can't withstand the spiciness of the Emperor Devil Pepper. Moreover, he also has the system plug-in. He is already invincible. He. I hope you can still laugh later. Seeing Yi Kuan's firm attitude, Hu Yuchi stopped trying to persuade him. Those who have never tasted the Emperor Devil Pepper cannot understand how terrifyingly spicy it is. Before long, the food they ordered was served on the table. Before you challenge the King Devil Pepper, enjoy other delicacies first. Hu Yuchi smiled and said, let's try our crispy dompa pork first. It's one of my favorite dishes. Dompa pork, a delicacy from the Song dynasty, I like it too. Yi Kuan smiled. Dompa pork is a famous dish in Hangzhou and popular in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. It is said to have been created by the northern Song dynasty poet Su Dongpa. However, this dish really tests the chef's skills. If the heat is not controlled well, the taste may be just average. Our crispy dompa pork is made using the traditional method, without adding water or oil. It has a rich wine aroma and a pure, crispy, and traditional flavor. Hu Yuchi said this with an extremely sweet smile. She held a small plate in one hand and picked up a piece of crispy dompa pork with the other hand, and put it to Yi Kuan's mouth, saying sweetly, "Come, let me feed you a bite of crispy and tender pork." Hiss. At this moment, Yi Kuan was drunk. The beauty actually fed him the delicious food herself. I'm so touched, my heart melts. Yi Kuan didn't hesitate to take the crispy dompa pork and started to taste it directly. How is it? What does it taste like? Is it delicious? Hu Yuchi asked Yi Kuan with anticipation. The wine is rich in aroma, delicate and soft, melting on the tongue. It is fragrant and glutinous in the mouth, rich but not greasy, very delicious, and a touch of your tenderness remains between the lips and teeth. Yi Kuan thought about it for a while before speaking to Hu Yuchi. Only after Hu Yuchi fed him a bite of the delicious and tender food could he taste the tenderness between her lips and teeth. Eating with a beautiful woman is just delicious. After hearing what Yi Kuan said, Hu Yuchi smiled knowingly and felt happy. Come, I'll feed you a bite too. It is impolite not to reciprocate, so Yi Kuan picked up a piece of crispy dompa pork and put it to the beauty's mouth. Hu Yuchi was slightly stunned, and looked at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes. Then she opened her cherry mouth and took a light bite of the crispy dompa pork. It seems to taste extra delicious when someone feeds it. I feel so happy and sweet in my heart. Ding! Goddess-level beauty. Hu Yuchi's favorability towards the host increases by +5. Ding! The goddess-like beauty. Hu Yuchi's favorability towards the host has increased to 70 points. Well. Yi Kuan also didn't expect that just by feeding Hu Yuchi a bite of crispy meat, her favorability would increase by 5 points. You know, I spent 360 million on her before, but it only increased her favorability by 5 points. It seems that gaining the favorability of goddess Hu Yuchi is not difficult, but you have to find the right point. She has plenty of money to spend, and the marginal utility of spending money is diminishing. On the contrary, some small details can impress her more. Next, it was a pleasant mealtime. The two of them talked and laughed and enjoyed the meal very much. Yi Kuan was very satisfied with every dish made by Yubai Jinsi. In particular, people were full of praise for Yubai Jinsi restaurant's signature dish, soft silk gold inlaid with jade. The premium king prawns imported from Australia are shredded into shrimp and topped with golden sweet sugar flakes, which not only preserves the pure shrimp flavor but also adds a delicious sweetness. It tastes great and is super delicious. A dish that costs 220,000 yuan cannot be simply described as delicious, but it has been made to perfection in every aspect. It's very boring. Simple and unpretentious. Hu Yuchi was very happy to see Yi Kuan constantly praising Yubai Jinsi's dishes, and she always had a smile on her face. Then, the highlight comes. A large plate of spicy boiled fish was served on the table. King sturgeon from the deep sea, paired with top quality wild peppercorns, king devil peppers, and some spicy base ingredients produced by nature. In one word, spicy. This bowl of spicy boiled fish is red and fragrant, and it looks super spicy. Not only does it look spicy, but the air is also filled with a spicy smell. How about it? Are you sure you still want to challenge the Emperor Devil Pepper? Hu Yuchi stared at Yi Koen with interest. Challenge, I must challenge. Just tell me what it takes for me to succeed in this challenge, okay? Yi Koen smiled and said, never back down. He tried his best to make an excessive request to Goddess Hu Yuchi. It's simple. All you have to do is eat up this plate of spicy boiled fish with king devil peppers, and you'll succeed in the challenge. Hu Yuchi smiled. This bowl of spicy boiled fish is absolutely delicious, but most people really can't handle the spiciness of the Emperor Devil Pepper. How difficult is that? Spicy boiled fish is my favorite. Yi Koen smiled and picked up a piece of Emperor Devil Pepper with chopsticks. Just then, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Detected that the host is challenging the Emperor Devil Pepper. Do you want to spend 50,000 worship points to redeem the Spicy God skill? Note, once you redeem the Spicy God skill, you will become the god of spicy food, able to withstand any level of spiciness. Pretty. The system plugin was activated very timely. The god of spicy. Invincible. System, redeem the Spicy God skill for me immediately. Yi Koen muttered to himself. The author has something to say. To read the author's other book, God of War, Handsome Boy, you can click on the author's avatar to be transferred directly, or search for God of War, Handsome Boy, I'm invincible from the start. Chapter 58 Go to my villa at night. Ding! 50,000 worship points have been spent to redeem the Spicy God skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming the god of spiciness, able to withstand any level of spiciness. Pretty. The next moment, Yi Koen's gaze towards the bowl of spicy boiled fish became fiery. Before, just smelling the king devil pepper made him feel so spicy that it was bitter. Now, he only felt the fragrance. So, he picked up the king devil pepper. Wait, what are you doing? Hu Yuchi was surprised when she saw Yi Koen was about to eat the Emperor Devil Pepper directly. Eat. Yi Koen smiled. He now thinks that this Emperor Devil Pepper is super fragrant. Wait a minute, let me tell you, I ate half of a king devil pepper before, and it was so spicy that I had to hold my throat in pain for a long time and couldn't say a word for a long time. Now, I don't even dare to eat this king devil pepper directly. Hu Yuchi said with lingering fear. She ate the devil pepper easily, but nearly lost half her life when she ate the king devil pepper. So terrifying. It was so spicy that it was bitter and numb, so spicy that it made her soul break. She didn't want to experience that feeling again. I think I can give it a try. Yi Koen smiled, picked up the Emperor Devil Pepper and was about to put it in his mouth. Wait, don't eat it straight away. Even the spicy king ate the Emperor Devil Pepper and ended up in the hospital afterward. Also, last time someone challenged this level of spiciness, they were rushed to the hospital, but they died despite failed rescue efforts. This chili pepper doesn't affect the taste buds, but directly affects the pain nerves. The body can't handle it. The 5 million degree Emperor Devil Pepper is spicy enough to fry the stomach of a long-time martial artist. Hu Yuchi said seriously. This Emperor Devil Pepper is so horrible that ordinary people cannot bear to eat it directly. It is known as a soul-breaking pepper. Ha ha. I think I can give it a try. Yi Koen smiled and didn't take it seriously. Throw the king devil pepper directly into your mouth. He is already a spicy god and is not afraid of any level of spiciness. Moreover, his body has evolved and is several times stronger than that of an ordinary person. Fearless. Crunch. Crunch. Yi Koen started chewing the Emperor Devil Pepper directly. How is it? Can you bear it? Don't force it. Hu Yuchi stared at Yi Koen nervously, paying close attention to his expression changes. As soon as we found something wrong, we sent him to the hospital for emergency treatment. However, Yi Koen did not look like he could not stand the spiciness. Instead, he looked like he was enjoying it very much. Yes, it's really enjoyable. It was as if the 5 million spiciness of the Emperor Devil Pepper was insignificant to him. It smells so good. Yi Kuan chewed a few times and swallowed the king devil pepper directly into his stomach. This scene stunned Hu Yuqi. It was the first time she saw someone eating the king devil pepper and she felt such a delicious pleasure. Shouldn't it be so spicy that it's unbearable? Is it spicy enough to be intoxicating? Why is Yi Kuan still enjoying it? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. After a while, Hu Yuqi asked in surprise, "Are you really okay?" Yi Kuan smiled and said, "It's okay, it doesn't feel very spicy." Hu Yuqi's expression changed from surprise to astonishment and finally to admiration. She had never seen anyone who could eat the king devil pepper directly and remain calm and unharmed. Yi Kuan's tolerance for spicy food is simply too strong. Moreover, he can eat spicier food than her. This is a miracle. He challenged the impossible. Ding. Gained Hu Yuqi's super critical hit admiration plus 9,999. At this moment, Hu Yuqi stared at Yi Kuan with admiration. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Yi Kuan smiled. "Isn't it just eating an emperor devil pepper?" This made Hu Yuqi admire him. "Don't worship me. I'm just an ordinary hot god. You are the person who can handle the spiciest food I have ever seen. You can handle it even spicier than the king of spicy food," Hu Yuqi said with admiration. Only those who have personally tasted the emperor devil pepper know how terrifyingly spicy it is. Of course. How could the king of spicy food possibly compare to me? I'm the god of spicy food. Ha ha. Yi Kuan smiled. A generation of spicy god is born. Although this skill may not be used very often, being able to show it once in front of goddess Hu Yuqi has already demonstrated its value. "You're so immodest." Hu Yuqi couldn't help but roll her eyes at Yi Kuan. However, Yi Kuan can indeed eat spicier food than the king of spicy food. "Come on, you can handle spicy food too, let's finish this bowl of spicy boiled fish together." Yi Kuan smiled and asked Hu Yuqi to share the delicious food with him. "Okay." Hu Yuqi smiled and nodded. In the past, it was difficult for her to find someone who would eat spicy boiled fish with her. Now, Yi Kuan has done it. So, the two of them happily enjoyed the food together. The king sturgeon from the deep sea, paired with the king devil pepper, tastes so spicy and fragrant, it is simply an ultimate experience. It's very exciting. Spicy enough. So cool. Ding. Goddess level beauty Hu Yuqi's favorability towards the host increases by plus 10. Ding. Congratulations to the goddess-like beauty Hu Yuqi, whose favorability towards the host has increased to 80 points. Hiss. Yi Kuan was surprised and happy. Just by eating a bowl of spicy boiled fish together, goddess Hu Yuqi's favorability towards him actually increased by 10 points. It feels so good. Now, Hu Yuqi looked at him with tenderness and sweetness in her eyes. Congratulations, you've succeeded in the challenge. What do you want to ask for? Hu Yuqi stared at Yi Kuan with affectionate eyes. You can ask for anything? Yi Kuan confirmed again. Well, as long as you ask, I'll agree to it. Hu Yuqi showed a charming look and looked at Yi Kuan with anticipation. I also want to see you cross-dress, maid outfit, domineering boss outfit, all professional outfit, sailor suit, JK uniform. I want to see them all. Yi Kuan stared at Hu Yuqi's beautiful face and said. Before, in Luoko's shop, watching her change clothes was a visual enjoyment, she was so beautiful. Unfortunately, I always feel unsatisfied. What's missing? That's it? Hu Yuqi raised her eyebrows, as if she didn't expect Yi Kuan to make this request. Well, is this enough? Yi Kuan nodded and asked again. No problem, come to my villa tonight and I'll let you see it all at once. Hu Yuqi smiled charmingly and said. Go to your villa? Yi Kuan was slightly surprised. Goddess Hu Yuqi invited me to her house. Of course. If we don't go to my villa, how can I change clothes for you? Hu Yuqi rolled her eyes at Yi Kuan, but she was full of charm and beauty. Good. Yi Kuan nodded. He is not afraid of going or staying. Let's go, I'll take you to my super villa now. Hu Yuqi stood up, took Yi Kuan's hand and walked out. I'm very anxious. The author has something to say. Handsome guys can join the Shinhao skirt. Chapter 59 Villa King. When Yi Kuan and Hu Yuqi returned to the first floor of Jinyu Shopping Center, the female secretary and a dozen bodyguards in black were already waiting for them. The female secretary is Chen Wenwen, wearing an OL professional suit, high heels and black stockings, she looks capable yet sexy. She has a graceful and exquisite figure, especially her pair of towering peaks, which look particularly proud. A dozen or so bodyguards in black were led by Captain Zhao Hu. Each of them had a serious expression, straight posture, and was well trained. None of the bodyguards given by the system are simple. They are either former Special Forces soldiers or retired elite mercenaries. Among them, there are many real military kings. "Hello, boss." The female secretary and a dozen bodyguards in black all bowed to Yi Kuan and greeted him. It was an astonishing scene. Yi Kuan nodded slightly and glanced at the dozen or so bodyguards. Then, he looked at one of the bodyguards. This bodyguard was tall and strong, standing out among the other bodyguards. He had a strong aura, a dull expression, and a knife scar on his neck, which gave people a sense of danger. It was as if he was a bad guy walking out of the battlefield. Ding! A super bodyguard detected. Name, Lu Tianchen. Height, 2.02 meters. Appearance, 59. Loyalty, 99. Proficient in various fighting techniques, firearms, cold weapons, heavy weapons, and can drive tanks, cruise ships, airplanes, submarines. Personality traits, taciturn, loyal, and reliable. Evaluation, King of Mercenaries. Yi Kuan nodded slightly at Lu Tianchen and paid special attention to him. There are many hidden talents in his bodyguard team, including the King of Mercenaries. Although his appearance is a bit ordinary, he is very loyal. Moreover, he has many skills and can drive tanks, planes, and even submarines. He is also proficient in various cold weapons and hot weapons, and is worthy of being the King of Mercenaries. Lu Tianchen saw Yi Kuan nodding at him, but his face was still dull, with no expression and a very cold look. Yi Kuan didn't take it seriously, thinking that this kind of mercenary king had to maintain a cool image at all times. "Boss, according to preliminary statistics, among all the famous watches you bought today, there are 3 watches priced over 100 million, namely Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, and Breguet, and there are also watches priced over 10 million. Shen Wenwen was holding a tablet computer and making a statistical report for Yi Kuan. At this time, her strong working ability was also reflected. As Yi Kuan's personal female secretary, she is not just a vase, but an all-round talent. Otherwise, she would not be able to get an annual salary of 10 million. No, now her annual salary has increased to 20 million. You don't need to give me a detailed report, just quote the total price. Yi Kuan said lightly. He bought so many luxury watches today that he didn't have time to look at them all. Yes, boss, your total spending tonight is 3.08 billion. Shen Wenwen reported a number, and her heart started beating wildly. Today, the boss bought almost all the top watches in Shanghai. It would take at least 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms to fit all these luxury watches. This group of bodyguards is here specifically to escort these luxury watches. The boss is so rich and inhumane. It's so cheap, less than 5 billion. Yi Kuan was very calm and unperturbed. He originally planned to spend all the more than 5 billion in his disposable account, so that he could earn more than 50 billion with a tenfold return. Get rich instantly. But it doesn't matter, he will continue to buy villas and houses in the future. The validity period of the tenfold consumption refund card is 24 hours. In fact, he is not very interested in making money now. He would rather feel and enjoy life more. Soon, Yi Kuan used the black gold card to spend 3.08 billion yuan at Jinyu Shopping Center. Ding! The host has spent 3.08 billion. Available account balance, 2.40 billion yuan. Ding! 10 times the amount of money spent will be returned. Congratulations to the host for receiving 30.8 billion yuan. Ding! Available account balance, 32.840 billion yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 3.08 billion and earning 30 super rich points. Remaining godly rich points, 37. With this wave of crazy consumption, disposable assets soared to more than 30 billion. It feels so good. Moreover, after spending billions tonight, I finally accumulated 37 super rich points. This includes the points accumulated from previous consumption. It's not easy. Spending money is so tiring. Ding! Gained a super critical hit of plus 6,666 admiration. Ding! Gained a super critical hit of plus 7,777 admiration. Ding! Gained a super critical hit of plus 8,888 admiration. Ding. Gained a super critical hit of plus 9,999 worship value. At the same time, the worship value is super critical and hits in a crazy combo. After tonight, there will be another legend of a super rich man in Shanghai. After swiping his card, Yi Kuan left in style. His female secretary Chen Wenwen would take care of the rest, so he didn't need to worry about anything. Next, we will go to the super villa of goddess-level beauty Hu Yuqi. This is the most anticipated moment of the night. Hu Yuqi took Yi Kuan's arm and walked towards the parking lot together. The handsome man and beautiful woman attracted the attention of countless passers-by along the way. Let's go to my villa together. You don't have to drive. Just sit in the passenger seat. Hu Yuqi smiled and said. Her car was a red Ferrari LaFerrari, with cool butterfly doors slowly opening. Okay. Yi Kuan nodded and agreed happily. He didn't know where Hu Yuqi's home was, and driving was too troublesome, so it was more comfortable to sit in the passenger seat. After the two got into the Ferrari LaFerrari, Hu Yuqi drove towards the villa. Yuqi, what's the name of your villa? Where is it located? Yi Kuan was a little curious. What kind of villa area would a goddess like Hu Yuqi live in? The villa I live in is called Maple Leaf Villa King. It's located at the foot of Qilin Mountain, in the Magic City's Super Villa King area Guyue Lake. Hu Yuqi smiled slightly and said. Villa King? Yi Kuan was also slightly stunned. To be called the Villa King, it must be no ordinary villa. There are only 7 villas in the Fallen Leaf Maple Villa district, and they are all occupied by super rich or hidden wealthy people. Let me put it this way, the newly crowned richest man in Dragon Country also has a villa in Luifeng, but his villa is not even worthy of being called the Villa King. My villa covers an area of about 50 mu, with a construction area of 9,634 square meters. It is the largest and most luxurious villa in Dragon Country, so it is called the Villa King. Hu Yuqi smiled sweetly and said lightly. Her tone was very calm, but what she said was not simple at all. Even shocking. Hiss. The largest and most luxurious villa in Longhua. Yi Kuan finally understood why Hu Yuqi was arranged to sit in seat number 2 at the country's top auction. Hu Yuqi must be extraordinary in terms of both her net worth and status. However, Yi Kuan did not care about Hu Yuqi's worth and identity. Tonight, he came to see the female CEO dress up. Chapter 60 Female CEO's Cross-Dressing Show. Hu Yuqi drove a Ferrari LaFerrari into the Maple Leaf Villa district. After passing through an ultra-luxurious private garden, we arrived at the extremely luxurious villa. Hu Yuqi took Yi Kuan's hand and entered the villa. Yi Kuan glanced at the living room and saw that the ceiling height was over 10 meters and the space was very grand. A huge and luxurious crystal chandelier hangs down from a high place, so beautiful. The floor is covered with top-grade sandalwood, and the walls are inlaid with top-grade marble, which is extremely luxurious. Come on, there's nothing to see here. Let's go to my bedroom and I'll change my clothes for you to see. Hu Yuqi smiled playfully, took Yi Kuan's hand, and entered the elevator of the villa. Then, the two of them walked into Hu Yuqi's extra-large bedroom together. The room is decorated in a princess style, pink and fragrant. Would you like some wine first? Hu Yuqi smiled charmingly and said. Okay. Yi Kuan nodded. When he entered Hu Yuqi's boudoir, he couldn't help feeling a little excited. Have a drink first to calm your nerves. Hu Yuqi brought Yi Kuan a bottle of Charles X wine. Tell me, what outfit do you want to see me wearing? Hu Yuqi stared at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes and asked. The exciting moment has finally arrived. Maid outfits, domineering outfits, Lolita outfits, sailor outfits, JK uniforms. I want to see them all. Yi Kuan smiled. He was already deeply fascinated by Hu Yuqi and wanted to see her in different outfits. You are so greedy. Hu Yuqi glanced at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes, which were full of charm and allure. You are such a versatile goddess. Every outfit I wear is exactly what I like. I never get tired of seeing it. Yi Kuan took the initiative to put his arms around Hu Yuqi's slender waist and said with a wicked smile. Her waist was so slender that it could be held in one hand, and it was extremely soft. So what style of clothes do you want to see me wearing first? When Hu Yuqi heard Yi Kuan praising her, her pretty face turned slightly red and she felt very sweet in her heart. Which woman doesn't like to be praised? I want to see you wearing. Yi Kuan whispered in Hu Yuqi's ear. Yuchi usually has a domineering and mature style. He insisted on having Yuchi wear a maid outfit to create a sense of contrast. I rarely wear a maid outfit, but I'll make an exception for you today. Yuchi rolled her beautiful eyes at Yi-kun, but did not object. Then I'm going to the cloakroom to change. Wait for me. Yuchi turned around and smiled, so charming. Then, she walked towards the cloakroom with her beautiful long legs. Yi-kun was also very much looking forward to seeing what Yuchi would look like after changing her clothes. Then he poured himself a glass of Charles X. Just this bottle of Charles X cost 7 figures, and it is not something that anyone with money can buy. Like Romane Conti, Charles X's production is very limited and is only supplied to a very small number of distinguished customers. Moreover, Charles X is more expensive and rarer than Romane Conti. Romane Conti is said to be a wine that only multi-millionaires can afford and billionaires can drink. As for Charles X, even ordinary billionaires were not qualified to drink it. Charles X wine is definitely the king of pretentiousness. Yi-kun took a deep sip of Charles X wine, drinking hundreds of thousands of dollars in one sip. What you are drinking is not wine, but loneliness and boredom. No, with a beautiful woman by his side, he will not be lonely tonight. Then drinking is just boring. Simple and unpretentious. At this moment, the lights in the room suddenly became dim. Yuchi walked out slowly, wearing a beautiful maid outfit. She wasn't wearing the black and white maid outfit you often see in TV shows and movies that was too ordinary. Yuchi is wearing a pink and white maid outfit. A pink dress with a white hem and white lace at the chest. It looks like a maid outfit, but also has a cute Lolita style. This pink and white maid outfit suits her skin tone very well, making Yuchi's skin look as white and shiny as cream. Her skin was white with a rosy glow, so tender that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it. Moreover, she is wearing white stockings on her lower body, which makes her look fresh, cute, and very charming. Hiss. How is it? Does it look good? Yuchi lifted the hem of her skirt, blinked her beautiful eyes and asked expectantly. Beautiful. Yi-kun smiled and stared at Yuchi intently. Beauty is more intoxicating than wine. Yuchi is extremely beautiful. She is a goddess-level beauty with an appearance score of 97. She is so beautiful. After changing into a maid outfit, she becomes even more charming. The domineering female president turns into a well-behaved little maid, with a unique charm. Is it really that beautiful? Yuchi's pretty face turned slightly red, revealing a shy expression. She has never worn a maid outfit alone in front of a man. Moreover, this is different from her usual dressing style, the contrast is huge, and she feels a little shy. After being a domineering female CEO for so long, it doesn't seem so bad to be an obedient little maid for once. A different experience. Very beautiful, extremely charming. Yi-kun nodded. Yuchi has beautiful legs and looks extremely beautiful in a pink and white maid outfit. So, do you like it? Yuchi even deliberately turned around in front of Yi-kun, causing her white skirt to flutter. A little naughty. Certainly. Yi-kun stared at Yuchi intently and felt very moved. So, what are you waiting for? Yuchi gave Yi-kun a charming smile, full of charm. Well. Action speaks louder than words. Yi-kun rushed over, hugged Yuchi's slender waist, and pushed her forcefully against the wall.